do the tier list. There's a lot of sets in the game, so I'm gonna speedrun a lot of them. And this tier list is gonna be very PvP oriented. If there is a set that's good in like some niche type of content, but doesn't really work elsewhere, it's not gonna be S tier. Just to be clear, if there's a set that's good, for example, let's say dueling, it's not gonna be S tier because it won't be good in open world. It can be A tier, it can be B tier. It will not be S tier. With that out of the way, let's take a look at the sets. We do have all the class sets. Is this up to date? Is there a Tariq here, for example? It is up to date, so we have all the sets here. So we can rank the arena sets first. So Archer's Mine, this has been used historically on some gank builds, but it's not really meta anymore. I don't see it being anywhere above B tier. It's not the like... You can make a gank build with it, but it's not best in slot for that. It's either B or C tier. I would maybe even, let's say B tier. There are worse sets. Master Bow can be good on some builds, but usually you don't want to shot poison injection. It's only if you want to use Venom Arrow as a damage buff, or maybe in some like Nightblade builds you can run poison injection, or bow builds, but it's not really worth running Master Bow for. I would rank it B. It's probably even worse than Archer's Mine. Cruel Flurry. Also, this is non-perfect. Wait, is this? Oh, this is non-perfected. Hold on. That automatically dumps it down a tier. Cruel Flurry. I wish this was good. I wish it buffed itself. I wish you got more damage than the Cruel Flurry as well, like 1700 spell damage. Wouldn't actually break it. It would still be balanced. They nerfed the interaction with Soul Assault, I believe, if I recall correctly. It doesn't buff that anymore. Just disappointing. I'm tempted to put it D tier, but some people will probably make some full dot builds and meme around with it. You can use Cruel Flurry. Actually, I'm gonna put it D tier because there's a perfected one, and perfected one will be C tier. Definitely not as good as Master Bow. The buff you get from this lasts 4 seconds. You can use multiple dots and get the damage on all of them, but you have to run a really bad skill to get the proc, and it's only 4 seconds. So very, very disappointing. Maelstrom, Destrom. It's not really used much, but as I said, it's not bad. You just have to use a skill that's not really popular nowadays. You get a lot of value out of it if you can run it. There might be in the future metas where you can find space for it. But this can be C tier. It's the non-perfected. You can find the perfected one here. I would put perfected one up here. And also let's find the Master Bow. Like, the set is not bad. The skill is like not completely unusable. It's just there's no space for it on builds nowadays. It brings you more value than Master Bow. I would say it's better than Master Bow. Something like this. Master Destro, very, very bad nowadays. Like, the duration is really low. If you use this, you will like notice the uptime. Unless you use Frustrates as Bamble, in that case it would probably be B tier. But this is the non-perfected, we'll put it here. I would say it's between... No, it's definitely below Master Bow. Because of the like Magnum builds that still run it with Frustrates, it's up here. Otherwise it would probably be here. The duration, the uptime, not really that amazing. Plasma Bread, how you doing? Hello. How do you rate the sets? Do they get higher tier when they can be used by multiple classes? Yes, if they can be used in multiple types of content and multiple classes, they will get higher tier. Anything that's niche is probably like they're not gonna be S tier. There might be something that's niche that's A tier, but All of this is so far kind of mediocre. Elemental Succession. This set is awful. It's absolute garbo. D tier. You don't get a lot of damage out of this. Like you get more damage out of like Burn Spell Weave, for example, I believe. Has about the same damage from the 5-piece, but also buffs you healing and also easier to keep up. This set is just bad and needs to be redesigned. Execution Spiders, Fatherson dual volts. I wish this was good. I truly wish this was good, but because of the... I'm gonna rank it here. Because of the... and the perfect is gonna be here. Because of the condition that you have to be behind the target, not flanking, behind the target, you will just never, like very rarely land the execute modifier. It's a really expensive skill, you cannot really spam it, you cannot run out of stam. Just disappointing. Needs to be flanking, or needs to like have a scaling modifier based on your position to enemy. So if you like flanking, maybe 100%, and if you're not flanking, maybe plus 50% damage. And then you could use this as spam ball or something. Fibo, how you doing? Hello. And Chris, how you doing? Tier list? Yes. You're not tier list. Explosive Rebuke. This is a very niche set. There are builds that can use this. There are like max armor builds that get a lot of value out of Explosive Rebuke. It has a good tool loop, but it's very, very niche, and I haven't really seen it being utilized effectively. I would probably rank it here. Or here, let's say. It's just too niche and not enough value. It's not really worth building around from what I've seen. Woodman's Fortune is the block mitigation set. There are better sets nowadays. Like this used to be a meta back in the days for tank builds, but that time has it is long past. That was years and years ago, so I would probably nowadays rank this... you can probably get more use out of Explosive Rebuke on these builds. If you want to make some block tank, then, I mean, you run different sets. I would put it here. Not D tier, there are sets that are completely useless. Like the non-perfected versions here, Elemental Succession. If you want to build for block mitigation, maybe this still has a place, but... Moving on, Waterson Destro? I would say Waterson Destro is better than these ones, but is it better than the perfected ones? Probably not. I wouldn't put it A tier, it is kinda niche, you don't really use it on builds nowadays. Or maybe it is A tier actually. It's very close, between A and B tier. So maybe I put the non-perfected here. And we can put the perfected one... I don't know if it makes it to A tier. It's kind of a dueling thing nowadays. Don't really see many people run it in BGs or open world or group play. So you usually want to run a 5-piece back bar. Yeah, I would put it B tier. Friendside Momentum, it's kinda same. I would not rate it A tier, even though I run it on my knife blade. It's like too niche to be utilized effectively. But it is a good... like it is not bad, it's not C tier or D tier. You can get extra burst from this, but you need to run 2H back bar. It's already making it super niche. But I would rank it above others and Destro. It's Resto? Oh, true. Okay, the Resto's Garbo. The Resto's actual Garbo. I would rank it probably... you have to run a skill that doesn't, like, you don't have space for it with the scribing, and the value you get from this is not super amazing. I would rank it here, below Executioner's Blade. Yes, okay, we'll do the Destro actually, because I already explained it. Wrath of Elements, okay, they have the same icon. Wrath of Elements would be here, and the perfected would be here. Yeah, this is the rest. Chai, how you doing? Good morning. Contrast is the sword and board. Again, kinda niche. It does give you potentially good value with the new sword and board scribe, which is quite expensive. So maybe I would rank it here. Haven't really seen enough use out of it. But it's still non-perfected. Yeah, I would probably rank it here. Shield Assault is not a bad skill, so you can run that on some builds. Garmin, thank you for the sub. Thank you. 31 months. How you doing, man? I appreciate the support. Wait, where is it? We need to find the perfected one. Am I blind? I am blind. There it is. So the perfected one I would rank... Definitely better than Cruel Flurry or non-perfected Master Destron. I would rank it here. There are some uses for it, or maybe here, like upper C tier. It might be B tier, given the current patch and the scribing abilities that can be reduced. The cost can be reduced by 100%. There's some potential. Actually, that potential jumps it up here. Bottom B tier. Glorious Defender, needless to say, D tier. I have not seen any good use out of this set. This is the set that gives you a dodge every 10 seconds, or something like that. And dodges one attack, which is usually light X, so kinda bad. Master Resto, I believe this is used in, has been used in bulk groups, which makes it niche already. You will never use this in solo play, or BGs. C tier. Or D tier even. Perfect one can be low C tier. Just not good. Where is it? Here. Next, Healer's Habit. This is stat-wise, it's not awful. It's not D tier stat-wise. But you usually have minor mending. If you don't have minor mending, like there are classes that don't have good access to it, I think it's up here. I think it's like C plus tier. It's not super amazing. You usually want to run things like Rest Vitality or Rallying Cry on a healer. And mind you, this is a healer set. You do not run this on other builds. But I would not say it's D tier. Maybe it's like here, around Explosive Rebuke tier. So you can use it on, like, let's say like Arcanist Healer, you don't have minor mending, you also get the shield size from the minor mending. And Bartis, how you doing? Hello. B is Copium for Gallant Charge. I think there's potential, like, you can have a free Sword and Board spam ball with this. After gap closing, like, maybe there's some way to utilize it. X-Siphon, this set is awful. Just not good value. You have to bash something to get good value. I would say it's the same reasoning as Elemental Succession. There's sets that give you the same offensive value, weapon spell damage, but much easier. With better uptime. Hunt Leader, this is a meme. Indeed there. The sustain you get from this is awful. Actually, let's put it there. Mender's Sword is BRP Resto. Now, BRP Resto is interesting. It gives you Major Vitality, which buffs all of your other shields. So, on Arcanist Healer, for example, I believe it's been used and has some potential. So, I would probably rank it here. I would rank it quite high. But because it's niche, it's not gonna be ranked any higher. Or maybe this patch with Scribing, you get Major Vitality from other sources, so I will actually put it down here, I think. Same reasoning as Gallant Charge. Has potential, but it actually has less potential than last patch. Mercy's Size, now this one is good. I will rank it up here. There's many builds you can do with Maelstrom 2-8. It is a bit niche, but you can make a bomb build with this. You can combo it with any build using Rush of Agony. You get good value on any direct damage. It's really good value. You have to build around it, but if you do build around it, it's a good 2-piece. I would rank it high B tier. It's not A tier. Let's be clear. And it has more more usage than Friends at Momentum. Which also means we put the non-perfected up here. Obviously you want perfected, but anyway. Set PP tier list, as all the sets. Yes, we have a few more to go through. I'm gonna try to speedrun. Parabellum. This is the damage shield set. It's not awful. This is when you deal damage, you get a damage shield. Damage shield is like 4 or 5k every 6 seconds. It's decent defensive value. Very underrated, but it's definitely not A tier. It's not something you'd want to run on your builds usually, but if you wanna meme around, it's definitely better for that than Healer's Habit. Maybe it's not B tier, but it's up here in C tier. X-Siphon D tier, yes. And don't you dare say otherwise. Who the fuck runs X-Siphon? Don't know, 80% of the sets can still MB BRP Resto. BRP Resto's not bad, like this. It's alright. It can be used. Is that S tier? No, it's too niche. BRP, no, this is the Water Bow. Point blank snipe can be used on some gank builds, but if you wanna play a gank build, you play that with nowadays you play that with trample instead of snipe. You do more damage in AoE, you get more stage effects. I think point blank snipe is a meme. It's actually enough of a meme to make it C tier, or maybe B tier. Kinda. Let's put it low B tier. It's like not like healing ward is not a meme. When you have major vitality on Soul Magic Shield, for example, or Soul Magic Heal. That's the perfected one. The non-perfected, obviously, we'll put it here. Okay, Maelstrom Resto can be good value if you can find space for it. On healer builds, I think Rapid Regional Radiating is still something you can fit on a lot of healers, so I would probably put it... I would put it above Master Bow and Maelstrom Inferno. And above Archer's Mine. Actually, it's a bit more like usable, I think. You don't have space anymore for a Radiating Region on all of healing builds, but I would put it there. Let's put this here. It's still probably better than this one, so something like this. Actually, no, you get crit from this, right? So you definitely want the perfected one. Actually, non-perfected might be C tier. Puncturing Remedy, this is the sword on board. Master sword on board. Rekka is running a really bad skill that you absolutely do not have space for anymore with Scribing. Gives you some armor when you use the skill, gives you a heal, but you have to be in melee range. You have to actually land the skill. This is bad. I would say it's like Water Sun doubled bad for tank builds. Is it better than Maelstrom? No. It's better than Water Sun doubled? No. Put that there. How do you rank the sets? Just all type of PvP content? Yes, and based on how niche it is and how much use you can get out of the set. How many builds you can use it on. Ranking 7 sets, does he plays Elden Ring till he kills the last boss? No. See 20 sets, we don't even need to talk about it. Yeah, I'm just quickly going over this. I could talk a lot more about the sets, but... this is the BRP 2-8, which buffs Dizzy Swing. You all know how I feel about Dizzy Swing. Now this set doesn't even buff Dizzy Swing that much. It used to give you 100% of the Dizzy Swing damage on nearby targets, and that was worth it. that would actually make this swing maybe worth considering. But now it's only like 40% of your this swing's damage is made in AoE. That's not really worth it. You have to land the this swing in the first place, and if you're outnumbered, you cannot cast this swing. So this set is awful. Put it down there. This one you can at least run in bulk groups, right? In sometimes. Low C tier. Actually, no. This D tier is bad. It's just bad. Just down there. D tier, right? Rampaging Slash. This is the Maelstrom sword on board. And again, like, just use the bad skill records. You're running a bad skill. Not that much of a benefit when you land it. You have to be melee range to land it. Nah, especially in like today's day and age with scribing, you can't really run this. Is it better than the BRP one though? I would say it's better. Something like this. BRP dual bolt. Now this one can be decent, can be used on some builds, but the uptime is actually really bad when you look at it, so usually I wind up dropping it on my builds whenever I try it, but it can be used at least, so I would put the perfect one volley here. No, I would put it above the BRP sword and bone. Definitely below Wrath of Elements. It can be used if you need more stats. Just the uptime is not gonna be amazing. If the uptime was good, then it would be an A tier set. But because the uptime isn't great, it's gonna be down here. I would love to put it in A tier. I hope they buff the duration someday. To like 5 seconds or something. Then it's A tier, easily. It's good value when you proc it. Master Dual Bolt. I still see a lot of people using this. It's not awful, like, it's not C tier, but it's not A tier either. It's not amazing. Would I rank it above? No, it's below Wrath of Elements. I think there's more builds that can use Fathers and Destro, and then like Vamp Spamble, for example. So I would say it's below Wrath of Elements. It's above Maelstrom Resto, I would say. But especially now with Scribing, there being another option for spammable, it's not going to be any higher than that. And the non-perfected would be C tier. Maelstrom Bow. For PvP, this might be just about the worst thing you can run. You have a useless skill that people just walk out of. Don't run Maelstrom Bow. If I see Maelstrom Bow, if I see that stupid fucking animation of the arrows falling from the sky, I'm gonna immediately assume that's a PvEer who accidentally queued into Shodil. Has no idea what they're doing. D tier. Easy D tier. It's actually like you're better off running Glorious Defender or any of these sets, because at least they do something. At least it's not -1 skill slot or on your bar. F tier? There's no F tier, sadly. It's low D tier. This is the equivalent of F tier. I don't know how to add more tiers. You can add it. Wait, how? I don't want to mess with things. Then I have to. Oh wait, at tier below F. Oh, okay, there we go. No, I messed it up. Oh, I see. Okay. How do I close this? Oh. Okay, F tier. But some of these will also go to F tier. Glorious Defender, Hunt Leader, Elemental Succession, X-Hyphon. Yeah, seems about right. Property list now. Master 2-8. This can be used on bomb builds. I believe it's gonna be up here in B tier. It's not A tier, I think. It's good, but it's not that good. But I think it's here. It's definitely high bid. I would say it's better than It's kinda equal with Maelstrom 2H actually. Knees, but very, very like potentially good on those knees builds. I would put it there. And the non-perfected definitely below. Oh, like this. Brawler? Yeah, I don't think it's bad if you build around it. But 2 needs to be A tier. BRP bow, same thing here. It's really good on bow builds. I actually want to use this on a bow blade with contingency. Has a lot of potential. I would say this one is also here. It's above Frenzied Momentum. There's more builds that can use BRP bow than there are builds using Frenzied Momentum. And I think there's more Wrath of Elements builds than Frenzied Momentum builds, but I think the builds using BRP bow are stronger than the builds using Wrath of Elements or Frenzied Momentum. I'm gonna put it there. And the non-perfected would be here. Void Pass, I've used this in the past. It's not awful. It is a pull. You can run this on like Rebbass. If you have Rebbass back bar, you can have Major Maim from 2-piece. It's not awful. I would say it's here. I actually ran it with Master Eye stuff. Shokavo, how you doing? Hey Lolo. Have a nice one? You as well, you as well. Give me the radius sucks. Yeah, but you usually stunning the target you're hitting. And they have Major Maim, which is a pretty strong debuff. And then you pull people into like your Northern Storm, for example. I would say it's B tier. B tier and non-perfected would be here. Actually, no, non-perfected is gonna be a bit higher because it's a back bar weapon. Shokavo, thank you for the follow. Thank you. BRP Destro. Another one that can be used on builds. I would say it's not as good as Frenzied Momentum, but it's gonna be a B tier one. On the builds that do use it, I believe it's stronger than... it's kinda like same tier as Master Duel than Maelstrom Resto. It's not as common as Master Duel, but we're not ranking things by popularity. We're ranking things by strength. You get a lot of value out of BRP Destro. It can be nice to just drop the fire rings on groups, and especially on like Nightblade, it's a really good cloak counter. It's a really good dodge roll counter as well. Maybe it's below Master Duel, but it's close. I have a lot of respect for this set. There's also a person in BGs who runs this on like every build. Some of you know Wingarmo. But he gets good damage in BGs running BRP Destro. Permafrost, terrible set. Health reason when you have a damage shield. Even nowadays with like Arcanist and whatnot, you don't really want to build around health regen. If you do want to build around health regen, there's better options. So this is gonna be here, F tier. Pestilent Host, a meme. Unfortunately, stat-wise it's not bad. It has the penetration on the 5-piece, so it would be better than these sets. I would put it D tier, low D tier. I don't think it's good. You just want to run Vicious Death if you wanna capitalize on people dying. It's also cleansable, like there's many counters, not enough value. Too high risk, not enough reward. Destruction Mastery, damage on Destro skills. I'd still say it's better than Elemental Succession. It's a meme though, F tier. Wild Impulse kind of meh in your opinion, is just that it doesn't take on the initial hit. Yes, but you play around that. You do the initial hit and then you do some other skill, like Buff to Light. In case of like Range Splar, for example, it is usable. Winterbone is used by gank builds, some decent pressure still. This is not a bad set, but I wouldn't say it's either high C tier or low B tier. I would say it's low B tier. Like, it's good damage if you use Force Pulse, for example. Definitely usable. Basalt Blood is a good set. This might be the first... It's of course going to... Okay, class sets I will rank a bit higher. They will of course be niche, because they're only for one class. But for that class, I think Basal Blood is A. I don't think it's S tier. I think S tier is just gonna... There's not gonna be many S tier sets. But I would say this is A tier set. It's one of the good class sets. You have full uptime on Major Heroism, which allows you to build around Koro so much easier. I would say it's an A tier set. Current of Seasons now, this one I don't like. I don't think it's F tier. I know Dingle used this on Healer. He did have some varying results with it from what I remember, but I would say it's probably upper D tier. I don't think the like proc condition is good. It's too hard to proc. You have to overheal with green balance ability, especially now with the Soul Magic heals and whatnot. You want him to heal with Polar Wind usually instead of green balance. I think it's D tier for healer as well. I don't believe in this set, even though like when you do proc it, it's good value. Cruel Flurry, F. Yeah, it's awful. Skill is trash. Now that said, I did put the perfect one a bit higher. Perfect one was C tier, but it's still bad. Monolith of Storms, I tried this. This is very disappointing as well. The value, like, it has good tooltip actually. And I think it's C tier. Like, you're not gonna run this on Stamshook if you wanna min-max, but if you don't min-max and you run this set, it's not the worst thing you can run. You get like 8% damage usually on average. It's not super amazing, but if you use Overload, if you use Endless Fury, you can get some like alright value out of it, but there are better sets, so it's not gonna make it to B tier. And you can only use it on Sork, so that's also gonna bump it a bit higher. It's gonna like, we're only gonna consider Sork or Stam Sork or Max Sork when ranking this set. Noble in Decay, okay, now this one is best in slot for Necro. This is gonna be S tier. If you could use this on other classes, you would. This is a good set. Yes. Easy S tier. Easy. Ranked Hierophant, I think is very good on Arcanist Healer, but because it's only for Healer, it's a very niche build. Basal Blood you can use on Healer, and you can use it on damage builds. If you were to think only about Healer builds, it would be A tier, but I think it's high B tier. Soul Cleaver also, this might be S tier. You can use this on healer, you can use this on damage build, you can like get a lot of value out of this. You have to build around it. You won't be playing a like, you can use this on a like in-gap into bow proc build, but you can use it on ranged mech blade to get huge, enormous value out of it. You can use it on bomb blade to get huge value out of it. You get a lot of defensive value, a lot of offensive value, a lot of sustain. I think it's S tier. These are the two best class sets, if you ask me. The Necro one and the Nightblade one. Ratsun, I would love to like this set, but unfortunately it takes too long to stack. Now I don't think it's B tier. I think it's above Winterborn. We're only thinking about Templar sets. If you play in Zodiel and you spam Reflective Light on everyone, you will proc this very often. I haven't really played enough in that that kind of situation, but even then, like, it would be niche. And I don't think it's, like, in that niche, I don't think it's as good as, like, let's say the Arcanist set in the healer Arcanist niche. But it's B tier, I don't think it's C tier. The value when you get it is a lot more than, for example, the Sork set. You get 25% more damage on your beams, and Reflective Light, and Bow to Light, and all of that. And you get the huge, like, Meteor proc. Imagine that in group fight, that can be a lot of value. And with that out of the way, we're done with the arena sets. Adept Rider, I'm not actually gonna rank this very low, because Major Expedition 100% uptime is not bad. I would say it's low C tier. If you don't have access to Major Expedition, you will not want to run it on min-max build, but it's not the worst thing you can slot. Ethereal Ascension, now I know a lot of people like this set, but I think it's awful. I think the cost increases far outweigh the defensive value you gain from this set. I would say it's upper D tier at best. Like the downside is just really bad for your sustain. And there are better sets for armor. So it's not gonna make it to C tier. Alessia's Bulwark, this one is the You reduce the weapon spell damage of your opponent when they hit you. Kinda nice. It's not like a terrible set, but again, like, it's not amazing. I would rank it D tier. It's 300. The value is not super high, but it has a unique weakening effect. If it was like non-unique, then it might be down here, but because of the unique effect, it's gonna be D tier. Ancient Dragon got 300 weapon spell damage when high health and armor when low health. It's like decent defensive value. It's definitely better than sets like Elemental Succession, for example, but I would rank it... It's decent. I think it's better than Ethereal Ascension. Let's be honest. It's crafted set too, so you can min-max the armor. I don't think it's awful. It might be even C tier. It might be here. I think it's Adept Rider tier. It's alright. It's not min-maxed. But anyway, Armor Master, you can't really run this nowadays. You need the armor buff. Like you'd need to run Dampen Magic, or maybe with Evasion you can run it, but it's like max health build with Evasion. You want to run heavy armor if you want to build max health. I don't know. It's not super amazing, let's put it that way. Maybe it's above Alessi's Bulwark. It's like around here. Knows every set by heart, kind of. Seducer can be good, I think this is good value, but it's not meta. I think it's better than Moment of Storms, but if you play like a medium armor Maxoc, for example, you can get a lot of cost reductions out of Seducer if you run that on the body. It's not bad for max sustain. Ashen Grip, mediocre is the best way to describe it. I would like to rank it D tier. I'm not a huge fan of Ashen Grip, as some of you know. But I won't rank it D tier, I would say it's low C tier. Assassin's Guile, this is an interesting one. This has a lot of potential that needs to be explored with the Sword and Board Scribe. You can pocket with the dot. It could have some potential in this patch. It's an interesting set. S tier for sure. Wait, which one? Ashen Grip? No. Low C tier. Assassin's Guile I would rank higher. It does something very unique, and you get some decent value out of it. If you look at the sustain you get from the resource poisons, for example, or the immobile duration you get. I think it's low B tier. It's not like, I think Winterbone is like more generally usable. It's very niche, but I think it does the niche very well, and it might have potential to be up here. It's not gonna be A tier though. Or maybe it would be like mid B tier at best, in my mind. I'm not gonna rank it C. Chimera's Rebuke, this is the... when you heavy attack your allies get resources. It's not good. Technically it's a lot of value, but maybe you can run this on healer. I haven't seen enough people use this. Let me show the values here. Some of you probably don't notice that. I think the values are quite high for the set, so it might be usable, but it doesn't give you sustain. It's only for your allies. Fully charged heavy attack, 2.3k magic or stamina to 3 nearest allies nearest to your target. It has no cooldown, so if you do like resto heavies or lightning heavies or something on a healer, you can really give a lot of sustain to your teammates. I don't think it's been used enough to really rank it any different. I would say it's C tier. If someone tells you like, oh, you start Chimera's Rebuke, you'll probably laugh at them, like, what is that meme? When talking about healer builds, of course, but I honestly don't think it's like the worst thing. Of the Forest Rate, this crit sense with class skills, you can't really, especially with Scribe, and you can't really get good value out of this. It's not a lot more crit sense than alternatives, it doesn't give you any crit damage. I don't think it's F tier. I think it's better than Armor... Okay, let's put it here. Let's put D tier. Upper D tier. It's better than Ethereal Ascension. Clever Alchemist. The uptime on this set, you can get a lot of value out of it. Very limited time value. You can be like more damage on back part than like, let's say, level than Rallying Cry. The uptime is quite bad. I would say upper C tier. I don't think it's B tier. Or maybe it is B tier. It's like lower B tier. It's more generally usable than Assassin's Guile, but I won't put it A tier. Clever Arc A tier? No, I don't think so. I'm not a huge fan of it. You get max health from Duty 4. which is nice. You get weapon spell mass 24 piece, which is not nice because this is usually on back bar. So it only buffs the healing on back bar. So might as well just remove that from the 5 piece value. But it's alright, it's like B tier. Actually, no, let's put it above Red Sun. It's up here. Cold Tower's favorite. This has some good tooltip values, but good luck landing this. Landing this is a pain in the arse. It's still easier than Garden of Seasons though, so I would put it D tier. Crit Riposte. This is actually a good group upset. And it's not bad like value on yourself as well on the back bar for a defensive set. I would put it B tier. It's not gonna be higher than that. It's too niche to be A tier. If you talk about like bulk group sets or group sets, then it would be A tier, like many other things, but it's gonna be B tier. Daedric Trickery. Don't worry, it's not gonna be C tier. It's a good set. Trickery is a good set. Can be used on many builds. You can get good value out of it. Unlike DK, for example, I do prefer Basalt Bullet on most of the builds. I don't use Basalt Bullet on my max health DK, I use the Trickery instead. It's either high B tier or A tier. This is very close. All sets now? Yes, we're gonna speedrun it, or trying to speedrun. I mean, it has a lot of usage in general, but if you want to build for like just your stats, you get heal buffs, you get like heroism, you don't really buff your damage or healing like both, like you do with like Rallying Cry for example. But I would say it's A tier. Rallying Cry probably is gonna be S tier, let's be honest. Berserker, how you doing? Set this list later on, I can try. Daring Corsair, this reduces the cost of your weapon abilities. Not super amazing. I believe it doesn't apply to like bashing. If it applies to bashing, it could be good, but 10% magical stamina. I don't think bashing is considered an ability. And then you get minor heroism, but I don't think it's enough value. Also, my mouse is really weird. It's like jumping around. Need to fix that before Elden Ring. I would say this is probably D tier. It's probably above. No, it's down here. Like you don't get enough weapon abilities to really make use of this. Even with Scriben. Like reducing cost on Rebbass and Sword and Board Scribe could be alright, but few knees and there's better things for that. Dauntless Combatant. This one is minor protection, I think. Which one is this? Dauntless Combatant? Is that the oh no, it's the break free set. First one I didn't remember. It's the break free set. It's not really that great. The break free is delayed. You can still sometimes like break free manually, and then like when it should go off, because it has a bit of a delay. This set can actually get you killed if you run it and try to rely on it. So I would put it F tier. This is a set that just kills you. Like it makes you worse in many cases. Yeah, I don't like it. Dead and Demolisher for bass builds is easy. Like it would be S tier. But because it's too niche, we're gonna put it A tier. Must run on best builds. Absolutely must run. But if you try to run it on a different build, it's not gonna work. Deathswind. Say we knockback when you get low health. I would say this is it's probably better than it's here. It's better than Alice's Bovak. It's not as much value as or stats as this, I guess. Getting an AoE knockback when you're low health, it can save you sometimes. This set can kill you, like the cost increase and everything, but can also help a lot with the armor. Damage Victory is some good stats, doesn't buff you healing. It's kinda relatively easy to proc. I would probably rank it here, like above Cloth the Forest Raid. But it's not C tier. Not a huge fan of it. Ascent Skull B tier, what poison would benefit? All of them. There's a lot of really strong poisons you can have, and with this Stormbot Scribe you can block them from back bar. So you can have this on the front, for example, and get a lot more duration on the poisons. Spelunker, we'll get that. Dragon's Appetite is a good set. Can be run on many builds, especially with the Vamp Spam Bull being so prevalent. You can get a lot of value. Trample can make this be good value. Master Dual-Volt. I would say Dragon's Appetite. It's not A tier, I think. It's very close to A tier. I would put it here, high B tier. Because the value you get, like the offensive value, is not super amazing. You do get some heals from it. And if you have a build that has a lot of dots and like small source of damage, then you get good value out of it, but it's too niche. It's too niche to be A tier, I think. A Druid Spray, this is gonna be... this is used on a lot of builds with... it's not as good as Trainee, so it's not gonna be S tier. But you run one piece on builds that have 5-piece body monster set, mythic, and arena weapons. You pretty much always run Druid Spread if you play a stamina build. If you play a magic build, then you run 2-piece Trainee, but otherwise you want to get that max health. That's gonna be A tier, just based on that. Eternal Hunt, a bit of a meme, but I think it's a better set than a lot of this. Is it better than Monolith of Storms? No. Or Ancient Dragon God? No. It's probably better than Adept Rider. It's definitely better than Ashen Grip. It's a bit of a meme, but it's not the worst thing in the universe. Eyes of Mara. This actually used to be good back in the days when we didn't have a lot of heals in the game. You would reduce the cost of your healing ward on like DK before they buffed Goag and Dragon's Blood. Your only burst heal option DK was healing ward, or only good option. And this set was good back then, but I don't think it's good anymore. You just don't want to run healing like resto abilities that much. You could backbar this and like get a lot of value on resto bar. It does reduce the ulti cost as well. So maybe for some healing builds, if you want to spam resto ultis, for example, you could make some kind of meme build with it, but I would say it's here. It's like D tier. It's probably above Daring Corsair, to be honest. Fortified Brass, terrible value nowadays, just bad. Just less than Daring Corsair. There's so many better armor buffing sets. You need to double bar this. Actually, no, it's F tier. Gravestake Collector is the set that gives you resources when you kill something and it spawns a like totem you have to grab. This is F tier. It's just useless. It's like Hex Siphon tier. Maybe worse than Hex Siphon. Maybe worse than Destruction Mastery. It's better than Elemental Succession. Hardened Conqueror is a really good set. I think it's one of the few ways you can buff your status proc sense. You can buff your infused like weapon glyphs. I think it's above Dragon's Appetite, or it's about the same as Dragon's Appetite. This can be either way, but it's not gonna be A tier. It is, however, high B tier. Written heals and damage on one set is super nice. It's only worth on super low number of builds. Yeah, exactly. Highland Sentinel is the new set that gives you crit sense if you stand still. So in other words, it's gonna get you killed because you want to stand still to get that crit sense, and crit sense is not very good in PvP. In PvE maybe this would be ranked higher, but in PvE I would rank it above Fortified Brass, but it's gonna be F tier, I think. It doesn't decay that quickly though. So you can kind of like move a little bit, stop, get the buff up again. I haven't really played with this set, it's very new, but I don't see a lot of value. Unless you play very static. Maybe some like, snipe builds want to run it. Just crit every single snipe. Because this is worth like 2 crit sets in terms of value. Let me actually show it because a lot of people probably haven't seen it. It's a new set they added in this patch. It's 357, so it's 3.5k crit sense. That's almost 2 times like advancing Yokeda. But each second you move, half of your stacks are lost. Not all of them, it's half of them. If you lose, if you move 1 second, you lose 5 stacks. You have to stand still 5 seconds. But if you move again, you don't lose 5 stacks, you lose 2 stacks or 3 stacks. And at half value, this is already good value. So maybe it's gonna be a good value, but I would, let's say it's above best end. Actually, no, it's below best end host. Maybe best end host should be higher. It's better than Daring Corsair. Maybe this one has more potential than Daring Corsair, but it's definitely a D tier. His Spark, this is the set that that gives you resources when you get snared and rooted, but it's really low value. I don't think his Spark is too great. Probably like Daring Corsair tier. His Whisper gives you like small amount of max magicka when you deal damage, but the value is super low. It's far better sustain sets. I would say this is low D tier. Maybe even F tier. Actually it's F tier, like the value you get from this is just awful. Hunning's Raids, not good value, but it's better than Elemental Succession, ironically. Or sets like Hexiphon, it has full uptime at least. It's better than Fortified Press, or it's F tier. Value is low. It's probably better than his Whisper. Innate action buffs the class skills. I'd say it's low D tier. It only buffs class abilities, you have a lot of scribing abilities nowadays. And you could get a lot of value on like Templar or DK or Nightblade or something, but even then like you're better off with Rallying Cry and like sets that just give that value on everything. You get 400 from the 5-piece. There are better things than Innate Axiom, even though this is double 3-piece line. It gives both Magicka and Stamina from the 3-piece, which is unique to... not unique to Innate Axiom, some other sets have similar double bonuses, but even then it's just not enough value. Iron Flask, this can be used on some niche builds, it's definitely better than Ethereal Ascension, I would say. I would put this here. Like if you play with bot cooldown reductions, or even if you don't, you get a lot of defense from this. I would say it's here, or it's like upper D tier. It's probably upper D tier. I'd run this on my healing night play with the bot cooldowns, but actually no, let's say D tier, or C tier, low C tier. It's not good though. Concrenax, you can make some kind of meme build that reses people with this. It has more value than Hundings, because it has better 2 to 4 piece. I would say it's D tier, but maybe the memeing potential gives it higher ranking. Is it better than Guardian of Seasons? No, I'd say it's here. It's not really that amazing. Watch Gladiator, again, like same thing, you don't have a lot of uptime on this. You could use it on Zork with Endless Fury. You always get the value, because that procs below the health threshold and you steal every kill in the BC, but if you can drop people low health, then this set is just completely useless. So it is a kill steal set. It can however be used in like that one niche of steal kills, and maybe you combo it with like Vicious Death and you get the extra damage on the Vicious Death, and if you kill someone then everyone dies within 5 meters, but it's too memey and you can do better things. But it's probably better than Gagrenox. Maybe better than a lot of these actually. I would put it here. These ones at least like give a lot of stats. Julian's same as Hunting Traits, just Magicka. Legacy of Card. This is damage when your poison deals damage. It's actually some decent value, but the uptime is really bad and it's only one target that you can proc the poison on. So unlike Assassin's Guile, which also gives you defensive benefits because you get things like the Drain Stam or Drain Magicka and the CC immunity from unstoppable poisons, you only get the value of this on one target for a limited time, and the value is not really worth it. I would say it's low D tier, or a high D tier. Has a lot of stats, but not a good uptime when it comes to proc sets. Magnus Gift, this has a chance to return your Magicka, a 10% chance to like negate the Magicka cost of your ability. But it's very errancy, and there are better sets for sustain. I would say it's probably here. Probably here. Acuity, okay, here we go. Good set. It's not gonna be a. It's not gonna be an S tier set. I think Acuity is too niche to be used on like every class or every build. However, in its niche, it's definitely at the top. S tier? I don't think it's S tier. I think it's A tier. It's too niche to be S tier. If it wasn't niche, it would easily be S tier, but you don't want to run it on every class or every build. It's kinda equal with Basal Blood on DK, for example. But you can also run this on Templar and maybe some other builds too. I would say it's here. I'd say it's better than Trigger. It's more impactful on the builds that do want to run it. Might of the Lost Legion. This used to be really good, or not really good, but decent. It gives you empower when you block. Useless in PvP. We'll put it here. It doesn't get you killed like Maelstrom Bow, but it's useless. More cooling, I wish this was better. I wish it dealt more damage, but it doesn't. Every time I've run this, like even on builds that want to run bets, like Stamsock for example, you can get plus 10% health when this procs. From your passive it gets buffed by Detect Prey and things like that. The damage is bad. It's gonna be D tier. It's like Legacy of God, it's not enough damage. Naga Shaman is it's an interesting one. It has some good stats, but those buffs you usually have access to. If you don't have access to them, it's easily like upper D tier, I would say, or maybe here even. Probably around Iron Flask tier. Winterborn was your favorite set. Winterborn is ranked B tier, right? Yeah, it's B tier. It's like good value, or decent value. New Moon Acolyte. I would say New Moon Acolyte is better than Hunting Sword Julianos. It just gives you more damage, way more damage with the 2 to 4 piece. It has a downside, but it also has a stronger upside than these sets, but it is F tier. Nightmother's Case, especially with Scribing, I don't think this really gives a lot of value. Like you only get the 5k pen. There are sets that give you 5k pen with better 2 to 4 piece, and then if someone else has the major beats, then you just get more pen than you would by double dipping into the major beats with your team or something. I would say Nightmother's Case is probably here. Not a huge fan of it. I know a lot of night players run it, but just run Oakfather. Night Silence. This reduces the cost of your sneaking, I believe. It's kind of useless, but I would say it's here. Both useless. This one is slightly less useless. Noble's Conquest, minor vulnerability and healing when you bash something. Scales based off of max health. Can have value. I would say it's here. It's upper D tier. Nocturne's Favor, this healing when you dodge soul. Scales based off max health. Again, can have value, but not really super amazing. I would say it's above Armor Master. You can get a lot of healing if you have high max health, but you have to dodge soul something. If you just dodge soul nothing, then you don't get the heal. Oblivion's Foe in Dispatch with Scribing, I think this is a good set. I think I've seen people run it. I believe it gets a lot of value. Definitely worth considering. The 5 piece has also 129 weapon spell damage. I would say it's not better than Dragon's Appetite, I think, but it's definitely up here. I would say here, between Mercesas and Titan Cliff. It's like less niche than these things, and it can get a lot of value. Oddgrowth Bureau, this is the poor man's Red's Vitality that gives you sustain when you drink a potion. It's probably around here, I would say. I did use this on a build once with Red's Vitality and this one. Don't ask me why. I think I had Esoteric or something. I just wanted all the stem region I could get, but I would say it's better to run than Ashen Crypt or Adept Rider. Actually, no. If you don't have Major Expedition, I would say it's around here, or maybe here, something like this. Order's Rat. Not a huge fan of Order's Rat. It's all right. It's definitely B tier, I think. I think it's around here. It's around Clever Arc tier. I think it's a slightly better set than Clever Arc for the builds that want to run Run that. 5% done? No, I think we're above 5% done. I think we're like halfway through. Orchnums used to be really funny during the Mistform meta with health regen, but nowadays you don't really want to build for health regen. That said, if you do want to for some reason play around health regen, this set is still good for that. It's definitely better than things like Permafrost. So you get a lot of value out of this. For that particular niche, I'd say it's probably here. Very niche, bad niche, but... Pelinas, this set gets you killed, literally. This kills you. But you can run the 2 to 4 piece. But no, actually, you want to run Tarikar for the 2 to 4 piece. This set is bad. It gives you Oblivion damage dot. It gives you a damage heal, but it also gives you Oblivion damage dot that just kills you. Awful. Like, this might kill you by having a bad skill on the bar, but this is gonna kill you by just killing you. Red Eagles, I believe this was more cost on weapon abilities. And you got some weapon spell damage out of it. I think this was just bad. I need to refresh my memory. 5%? No, it's more. Yeah, you get weapon spell damage to your weapon skill abilities only. And increase the cost of them. So it's kind of like New Moon Acolyte, but worse, like just worse. Where did I put it? Where's Red Eagle? I moved it somewhere. Wait, where is it? I can't find it. Oh, it's here. It doesn't buff your like scribing skill. Oh, it buffs some of them. Some of them are weapon abilities. I'd say it's here. It's still better than Hunting's. It doesn't increase cost of everything like New Moon. It's like New Moon Light. Redistributor, this is the one that heals your allies when you overheal yourself. I think it's kinda meh, but maybe some... it's just meh, like it's not enough value, I think. But maybe it's not that meh. Maybe it's like here. Nice for BRP farming. Yeah, but this is a PvP list. Seeker Synthesis, this is the one that throws bot cooldowns. It was really good until they nerfed it. I'd say it's probably low D tier. You could reduce the bot cooldowns a lot with this. I still think it does that niche better than other sets though, like you can't really reduce bot cooldowns without this. And infuse bot cooldown reduction cost. Or reduction glyphs. Sensor's Crypt is reduced dot damage. And gives you some armor, I believe. Or some healing received, sorry, not armor. Some decent value, but it's kinda meh. I think it's above like Pity Spark and Daring Corsair. Oh, it's more value than Octum too. Where would I actually put this? Probably around here. Serpent's Disdain, this set is really good. Can be used on a lot of different builds. Especially with Scribing, there's a lot more like multi-status effect procs that can now all get 20-second duration. I would say it's... is this an A tier set? I think it's better than Heartland Conqueror and Dragon's Appetite. I think it's A tier. I think Disdain can be A tier at this patch. It's definitely a good set. It's not S tier. It's not S tier, but it's definitely here. Overrated. Disdain? I would have said that last patch, but in this patch, I think you have so many status effects you can proc. Shackle Breaker, old school, but old school it was better than Hundings and Julianos, and I think it wasn't better than New Moon. I think it's around here, like you don't get a lot of value out of it. but it was more value than this sets back in the days. Solidor's Curse is healing when with light and heavies when you're below 50% health, scales based off of max health. Yeah, it's not super amazing. You generally speaking you want to be blocking, line of sighting, healing when you're low health. Maybe if you play some like Giga max health build you can get some good value out of it, but I would say it's probably pure. It's not super amazing. Shattered Fate is a good set. Unique penetration, and it's kind of like having Spriggan or Spinners with pen on 2 to 4 piece. I'd say Shattered Fate is easily B tier. I think it's better than Order Sweat. I think it's a lot of better than a lot of these non-perfected weapons. I would run it here. Only. No, it's better than Void Pass. Kinda serves a different purpose than the arena weapons. For ganking is better than Archer's Mine. Why is Archer's Mine this high? If Winterbone is this low, I need to adjust this a bit. I think Archer's Mine is here. I think Oblivion's Fall is probably better at this patch. It's here. Shattered Fate is here. It is a good set. But there are better ones, which we'll get to soon. This loads can be a lot of damage. It's actually a pretty strong proc. It's just single target, 10% chance. But people use this in like duels, for example, and it's good value there. But it's too niche to be rated higher. I think it's B tier. I think it's low B tier. Crit Ripple is probably more universally useful than loads. But if you wanna just Oblivion damage someone, then it's not a bad set to run. Used to be dueling meta, might still be very popular there. Song of Flamme, this 30%, when you're below 30% health, you do damage and you heal yourself based on max health. It's kind of like a mini Crimson. I'd say this poly, it's not terrible if you want to play a max health build, which is a meme. I would say it's probably low C tier. Better than Noble's Conquest, I think, or about the same. Maybe it's upper D tier. Let's put it there. Spectricide is major evasion when you take damage. I forget. Oh, hello. Let me search. When you cast magic abilities, 30 seconds. I mean, it's decent value. Major evasion is really nice. Stat-wise, I mean, you backbar this or something, you can run something else on the major evasion slot if you run a skill for major evasion. But usually major evasion skills, they're not just run for the major evasion. You also get things like Expedition from Quick Cloak and some damage, and like even though you replace one of the effects, you don't replace the other ones. So it's not as clear as running like Rival Cage instead of a major brutality buff. That said, I still think it's probably here. It's upper D tier. Spell Parasite. This was the. Need to check again. Oh, this is the when you deal damage. What was the other one then? You restore magic when you deal damage. That's really bad value. I'll just put it where I had the other one, if I can find it. The other one was Hist Whisper, I believe, was this one. What did Hist Whisper do? Oh, it also restores when you deal damage with light or heavies. Okay, so this is it's actually slightly better if you can land the lights and heavies. The problem is that very often you have to line of sight and heal, and you just get zero value out of the set when you could just be running rest vitality. But it's not like as bad as I remembered. Spell Parasite is bad. This one would be like, I think, here. It's probably better than the Armor Master. Stuns, a lot of pen when you off-balance someone, but very low uptime compared to Shattered Fate, for example. You get a little bit more damage from stuns, but only when you have the off-balance. Better than Seducer for sure, it's not even a question. I would say stuns is probably lower B tier. It is worse than Alchemist. Probably lower B tier, upper C tier, something like that. Tava's favor ulti when you dodge, so it's like 9 ultimate over 3 seconds, I believe. It's a very interesting set, but again, like, you don't really dodge all things enough to get good value out of it. There are sets that just give you ult regen that's controllable. That said, it's not the like super awful. I would probably rank it here. Around here. Delvani efficiency on Werewolf, it's out of value, but that's super niche. Bad niche. But it was good value on Werewolf. Dispatch, you might not want to run it because you want to run the the new trial set on Werewolf. And on everything else, the one efficiency is kinda meh. It's still like decent cost reductions. If you don't have a companion with you soon. Lala, how you doing? 2070 meta, yeah. I believe they nerfed it since then, and like it's just not worth it nowadays. It's probably here still, like it does give you good cost reductions. It's like upper D tier probably. Tarikir is really good for the 4-piece. It's the only set, only crafted set in the game that has weapon spell damage on all of the 2 to 4-piece. So Tarikir, I would, where did I move it? Tarikir I do rank quite highly, and you can run the 5-piece as well. It's 10% damage after heavy attack, which is not that difficult of a condition. It's not gonna be S tier, but I would say it's probably lower A tier. Or high B tier is probably accurate. I'd say it's probably above Heartland Conqueror. Just because of the 2 to 4 piece. Now if you only looked at 5 piece, it would be below these two. I'd say it's about like here. But because you crafted for the 4 piece, it's up there. Threads of 4, I really wanted to like this set, but it's just less value than Way of Fire on the builds that want to run it. Because usually if you run this one, I mean you can run it if you have LSS and maybe get like Sundered, for example. I think it's probably still B tier. But if you don't have LSS, you want to run Way of Fire instead. It also procs from the lights and heavies and just gives you the burning and more bursty damage. But I would say it's probably here. In the Oblivion's 4 category, it's probably better than Shattered Fate. Probably a little bit better. Torx Pact, I think this set is criminally underrated. Torx Pact gives you a lot of damage with the Glyphs. It has a really good 2 to 4 piece for defense. And the damage doesn't scale based on weapon spell damage. So unlike a lot of proc sets, you can run this with kind of low weapon spell damage as well. I think Torx is really good. And I would say it's probably better than Threads of War. It's not gonna be A tier, but I would say Torx Pact is here, in upper B tier. Very underrated set. Trial by Fire, now this is the thing that I was talking about, just a better arterial ascension. I would probably rank this, you don't really want to run Trial by Fire, usually, with Rallying Cry existing and things like Nobility Decay and so on. You'd probably run this, it's probably C tier. It's better than Seducer for sure. Actually, I'd say it's like Stun tier, lower B tier for defense. Twice Porn Star used to be meta, but you don't really want to run Divines, and if you do, like let's say Nightblade, there's better options for a 5-piece. I would say it's probably down here. Still gives some value with like Shadow Mundus plus something, but still not mod. What's up, Onion? How you doing? I haven't had chance to do things in stream settings, but Twilight's Embrace, this is What the fuck is Twilight's Embrace? Increase your healing received by 10%. Oh, so it's just a verse. It's only healing received. So it's just a verse healing. Like, I think it's like here, probably. You get a lot of healing from New Moon Acolyte as well. Like 5% healing or something like that. But also buffs the damage. Hunting's also like 4% healing, 5%, but also buffs the damage. So value-wise, this is kinda bad. I would say it's probably here. Maybe even here. Actually, no, it's here. It's just a bad set. They need to update that one. Would be good if the 2 to 4 piece were better. Yeah, you would run it on like Polavin builds or something that doesn't benefit from any like max stat and just get the healing received, and doesn't run damage shields either. It doesn't buff damage shields. I'd say it's here. It's just not good. Unchained Aggressor. This gives you major berserk when you break free from a CC, but it's not full uptime. It's just not that amazing. But it's probably better than a lot of these sets. I would say Unchained Aggressor is probably like upper D tier. Yeah, it's not more value than these sets. Oh, Twiceborn. You have to run Divines, that's the problem. You have to run Divines, and then like what do you get from it? If you like can run Shadow, for example, which is the most value you can get from Second Mundus, you would get it's like what, 15% crit damage at the cost of having to run Divines and losing a lot of survivability or sustain. Vampire's Kiss, this is when you kill something, you get a huge heal over a short duration, but the condition of proccing this is too annoying. I still say it's probably better than a lot of these other sets. If you could see the tooltip on this, it's ridiculous. It's over 10 seconds. So if you can like kill things, it's really good, but the condition is a bit annoying. It's probably still better than a lot of this. I would say it's here. It's better than Tavas for sure. Maybe like down there. Baron's Legacy, this one is interesting. If only it could buff Procstat, it doesn't, but it can be used with things like Sap Essence or things that heal, and then it also heals you. Any healing AoE like Deep Red, for example, gets all the value out of this. I'd say this is probably lower C tier. It's very niche, but can be used. A Spin to Win would get 6k to the proc from it, but it's too niche. Vastaris Tutelage, what the fuck is this? Is this the rest set? It's the rest set, I think. When you rest someone, you give them heroism or something. Oh no, weapon spell damage. 10% cost reduction to non-ultimate. It's some meme set. It does have Mac and Stam reach on the 5 piece though. Cost reduction for 10 seconds, but you don't want your allies to die. But I guess if you wanna meme around, this can work alright. I'd probably rank it above Innate Axiom. Or where is Kagranag? Where did I rank Kagranag? It's gonna be below Kagranag. Here. Because this one has spell damage on the 5 piece and the res speed increase, and this one has some buffs when you rest people, so they probably go hand in hand on the meme build. D tier. Way of the Arena, this cost break free cost reduction. I would say it's probably better than this. No, it's actually worse than New Moon, but it's F tier. It does give you a lot of stam sustain if you get CC'd a lot, but actually, let's put it here. It's better than Huntings and Julian's. How many SSS tier trash sets we have? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of sets in general. A White Sex Retribution is the damage shield when you get low health. It's actually not that bad. It used to be... I used to run this on... oh wait, no, I had Imperial... what's it called? The White Gold Tower set. But this one is not terrible. I think it's... It's not terrible when it comes to defensive sets. Honestly. It's probably better than Noble's Conquest and Song of Lamé. It's a pretty big shield, it's like 7k shield. It's probably here. The sustain you get from this and Yeah, it's probably here, like upper D tier. Imperium, yes, Imperium. Thank you. Solak was yeah, this was Solak's favorite set. He ran this on Nightblade. It's not bad, and Willow's bad. Another Solak set. It does give you a, if you have really high regions, like base regions, if you have like Otsorgas and lots of like let's say Red's Vitality or something, you can get good value out of this. But I believe when I did my theory crafting around like just max sustains, I believe you still got more from running the where's the poor man's Red's Vitality again? Somewhere here. I guess we've got wait, is it? It's not Hist Whisperer. I rank it higher than that. Old Growth Brewer, yeah, that one. But it's definitely a lot worse. You can't really get enough regions to get good Willow spat value. Crippling Hell and Mietsik Seiden. Disable your Chrome favorites bar if you don't use it. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, I'll have to think about that. I haven't really does these settings too much. I don't use any favorites. Willow's Pet. It's better than his Whisper. It's better than a lot of these sets. I think it's more value than Twiceborn. And probably better than more golden. I think this is where we draw the line. Something like this. Dragon sets. Walking on Nightblade 2015. Good old times. Health region was not nerfed, the 9k region best in slot. Yeah, different times. A lot of the health region sets would be higher if it was that old meta. Red's Vitality, I think we can all agree that this is an easy S tier. You have to run this on so many builds. Use the best sustain set in the game. This is S tier. If you have any sustain issues, just Red's Vitality, you're fine. In fact, I would probably rank it above the... no, I don't rank it above the Necro set, because you want to run Nobility in the game over the Rest Vitality, but if you didn't run Nobility, you would run Rest, 100%. And on Nightblade, if you needed Sustain, you would run Rest. No, it's not as good as Soul Cleaver, but it's up here easily. If you wanted to run Redst over this sets, then it would be above. Soul Cleaver S tier, yes, on Nightblade. It's Giga set on Bomber and on Rainsmack Blade. There is nothing better. The class sets, I rank them just based on how good they are on the class. Red's Vitality is up here because you want to run it on so many different classes and it's just so good on different classes, but something very niche like let's say Bombin with Master 2-8s, like it's B tier because it's niche. If it was only Bombin builds, it would be A tier probably. So that's also considered. Abyssal Brace, this is the one that gives major resolve, I believe, to teammates. A minor evasion. It's when you're bracing. It has max health on the 5-piece, but I don't believe this to create. It is some decent value, however, if you make a block tank. Where did I rank Footman? I think it's like worse than Footman for a block tank. It's definitely for a niche build, but it's a bad niche. Where's Footman? Footman is here. I would say it is worse than that. It's probably here. Wanna make some block tank. Pineapple pizza, what? How dare you? How dare you? Make browser full screen for a better visibility. Press F11. Wait, let me make sure that doesn't do anything funny. Oh, okay, this works. But Oh, maybe it's fine. Thanks. Didn't know if my PC had some keybinds that... Yes. Assanen, how you doing? How are you doing today? 80 scholar. If this was a PV list, it would be higher, but this set is kind of awful. I would say I would rather run these like terrible stat sets over this one. Everyone just walks out of it. It's probably better than Twilight's Embrace, but really bad set for PvP. Exists since 25 years at least. Yes, I just didn't remember. Ember Blossom, this set is better than... it's more value than what we were just looking at. Where's the Willow's Path? There it is. I think this one is probably here. It's probably like upper D tier. Evaluate all sets in the game. Yes, for PvP. Apocryphal Inspiration. This major regen buffs when you root or snare someone, I believe, or when you root someone. And it's for the entire group. It's used by bulk groups and maybe small scales as well. But it is a niche set. It is a better niche set than Abyssal Brace, however. I would probably rank it up here. It would be ranked higher if it was like if you think about like bulk groups only, but since we don't, it's gonna be here because it is used by the bulk groups. Arcase is also good for group play, which is a niche. Like you can run this on healer, give teammates a lot of ulti. It's not a bad set. I would say it's here. It's probably better than Iron Flask. It's probably here. Chimeras, I'm very curious if people run this. A lot of sustain for your teammates. Armor of Truth is some decent values. If you land it on someone who's off balance, it's not as good as Toon damage wise. However, I would say it's upper. Probably better than Ace and Dragon Guard. Better than all of this stuff. I would rather run Parabellum for defense than Armor of Truth for like a little bit of damage. Masatun, I think this set is underrated. It can be really good for sustain. It's not Red's Vitality, but it's not that bad. It also gives you a heal. You can backbar it quite easily. This set is probably up here. Better than Trial by Fire. I would rank this quite high actually. But it's not A tier or... Is it B tier? It's probably not B tier, it's like high C tier. Would I run it over Stoon? They serve different purposes. Trial by Fire. Maybe Trial by Fire is a bit too highly ranked. Let's put C tier. I don't think it's that good. Like, it does give you defense, but I don't think there's that many good defensive sets. No. Aurorans is a decent set, like you can get some decent value out of it, but it's nothing super amazing. How would I rank this? Where did I rank this rock set? It's probably like around the same value as the rock class set, Monolith of Storms. It's a bit more widely usable than this rock class set, so probably around here. But is it better than like... Oh no, it is better than a lot of these things. I'd say it's here, it's better than Truth. I would rather run Aurorans. Yeah, it's alright here. Arsublight, now this one is also a niche set, but it does the niche very well. If you want to play a bomb build. Ratson is also kind of the same, you get a lot of value in large group fights if you spam Reflective Light on everyone, but this one is more widely usable. I would say it's probably for the... if I rank Master 2-8s here, I have to rank Arsublight as well. Up here. Maybe it's better than Master 2-8s. But it's only for bombing. If you like use this in solo play, it just goes down to like just sit there. But we consider bombing as well in group play. Bunny's Torment, this gives you more status procs and it's like a beam on the target. Does some frost damage scaling based off max health, but it's not like super amazing. It's not awful either. I would say it's probably, because it's only on one target, has a cooldown, it's probably like upper as D tier. Barkskin, this gives you resources when you get rooted or snared, but it's not good value. It's actually kind of bad value. It's still better than a lot of these though. It also reduces the duration of roots and snares. I'd say it's probably decent, but it's not amazing. Probably here, like above Vampire Skiss probably. Black Cloak Grounding, this is one of the newer sets. It gives you dodge and block cost reductions. But not just for you, but also for your teammates if you block 3 attacks. It's a group buff set. I haven't really seen used too much, but I don't think it's that amazing either. Unlike some of these other ones, the proc condition is a bit annoying. I think it's probably here. It's like upper D tier as well. Blind Path Induction is the damage shield size. It's alright. There are better options, I think. It is good for healing. It buffs the shields you put on allies as well. The other part buffs the healing done to people that are far away. I think it's probably alright for a healer, but you don't really want to run it. It's probably like lower C tier. It's an option. It's not like awful. It's one of the better options, but not the best. Blood Moon, you can do some funny things with this, especially with the new Threads of War that procs a status effect every light deck. I think it has some funny potential. I think it's probably here. It's alright, even without Threads of War, like the light decks do 55% more damage and you can attack faster. It's alright, it's lower C tier I think. Blood Drinker, I wish this was better. It used to be better, they nerfed it from 33% to 20%. 20% if more than half your damage is bleed damage, it's good value. So you can build around it, you can get good value out of it. But not as good as it used to be. And it's not easy to build around it. If you build around it, you probably don't have a good build anymore. Especially now with Scribing and so many new sources of damage. You can have bleed damage on the sword mode skill, but it's only on the like one part. The other part is still physical damage. So I would probably rank this here, like probably upper D tier. No, actually, let's put it C tier. There are builds that do a lot of bleed damage, and in those builds it's alright. Blood Moon and Warden with Green Lotus. Yeah, you're gonna get like a lot of healing from that. Could be funny, those kind of memes. Bone Pirate. Bone Pirate is it's better stat-wise than some of these. Back in days it wasn't. Now it gives you max stam, and there are like Arcanist skills that scale based on max stam, and if you just want to build max stam, this is still the best option. I would rank it based on that like a little bit higher than bottom D tier, but not a lot higher. Branch of Imperium, where did we put White Strikes? This is kind of the same, but better. Where's White Strike? Name is Dirum, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Dirum. Hello. Where is White Strike? Oh, there. It is better than White Strike. A lot better, actually. I'm not gonna put Imperium in D tier. I think it's a good set. It's an option. I think it's C tier. It's probably even higher, actually. Vatesan 2. Why did I put Vatesan double to C tier? I mean, this probably C tier. It wasn't that amazing. This is no, it is better than that. It's probably around the same as Parabellum. Maybe a little bit better because you can one bar it. Parabellum or Parabellum you can front bar, you can back bar it. Probably something like this is alright. Burning Spellweave is a good stat set, like it's just better than a lot of the garbage here. Easy to proc, gives you a burning status as well. So if you don't happen to have burning, for example, really good value. Would I put it B tier? It's probably... no, it's better than Archer's Mind and Winterborn and Red Sun. Maybe Alchemist versus Burning. I think they're kind of equal. I think you have better uptime with Burning Spellwave. Just based on that, I think it's better than Clever. If you can run it, if you can run fire damage. Which makes it more niche, so let's put it behind Clever, but... if you have the option, you would probably run a Spellweave instead. Lurian's Legacy. How I used to enjoy this set, but now it's meh. It's meh, but it's not D tier. I think it's lower C tier. It's probably worse than this. It's worse than Monolith. They did buff the stage effects, which made it a little bit better. In previous patches or 2 patches ago, it would have been D tier. Now it's C tier. Antelmir. Now this is a good set. This is a very good set. Consistently doing high damage on my stamina. If you don't have access to burning, this is your best option. If you want burst damage. If you want, like, if you have a dot, for example, then Wave Fire would be. But I think Antelmir definitely ranks highly here. It's maybe not as widely usable as Torux or Oblivion's Fall in this patch. I think it's definitely upper B tier. If it wasn't as niche, if it was like, let's say, disease damage or something, then it would be A tier, I think. Or something like Sundered and physical damage, and just more damage than Tarnished, which we're gonna get to soon. Combat Physician, this one is a bit disappointing. It's damage shields when you heal your allies, but the shield size is kinda low. And when it comes to support sets, there's just a lot better ones. I think it's I'll run it over guard. No, I think it's like here. It's better than Best in Toast probably, but not amazing. Crimson Oath is some decent values. It's a unique armor debuff. Has good 2 to 4 piece, but the value you get, the penny you get, is not as high as, like, let's say, Shattered Fate. But stat-wise, it's not terrible. I would say it's above Trial by Fire. It's up here. Proc is kinda clunky. The Antelmir one, it's not clunky, you just have to combo it. It's very easy to land, it's an 8 meter AoE. Easy proc condition. I find it easy to land. Crimson Twilight, kinda the same as Kaldurian, it's just a bit meh. I do see people running it, it is some damage, some healing if you build for high max health. But I don't think it's D tier. I think it's low C tier. Crusader, this is an interesting set. It does have good 2 to 4 piece, gives you a damage shield and minor curates when you gap close someone. It's not super amazing, I think it's above things like Barkskin. I think it's probably here, like above Spectre's Eye, but not super amazing. Duelim is another set that used to be really nice, but they nerfed it to the ground. You can still proc the instant damage with it, but it's a pain in the arse to proc it. And actually land it. I think the value you get from this is very bad when you run it. It's probably very low here in terms of viability. It's probably better than Best in Toast. Although this one also gives you value on the 5 piece. I think it's probably like here, honestly. Not a huge fan of Duelimis anymore. Dagon's Dominion is good value if you have a lot of AoEs. But that makes it very niche, and there are better sets than Dagon's Dominion. It's good value on like Tentacles and Beams on Arcanist, for example, but you need to be anywhere higher than like let's say here. Crusader is probably better, you get half the value, but you also get the damage shield. And you get the damage for everything. Deep-Root Seal, this is the one that... I believe this is the one that gives you sustain if you deal direct damage to someone who's taunted. This has a lot of potential on block builds for a good sustain. I don't think it's gonna be best vitality tier, but it's definitely better than a lot of the other stat sets, or sustain sets. Old Growth Pure, it's probably better than Old Growth Pure. Let's put it here. Dragon's Defilement. I kind of forgot what this one does. I believe it's minor breach when something hits you. This is not super amazing. I think it probably belongs here. If there, just not a good set. Drake's Rush really good set for group play. Major heroism for everyone. Definitely very strong. I would. You can also use it in solo play if you want heroism. It's not as much uptime as the DK class set, but I think this merits a higher rating. Probably here, upper C tier. Or maybe even lower B tier. It's probably here, like it's really good in group play. And usable in solo too. Maybe even higher, honestly. I think it's here. I think Drake's Rush is here. Freakimus, what? Immun S tier, no cap. What's up, Testo? How you doing? Dragor Hawk. Wait, didn't we just rank Dragor or something? This is the max stam set. Oh, Bone Pirate, okay, same thing, like, Bone Pirate is actually a little bit more value, but if you just want to build max stam and don't care about the region, I think Dragor Hawk would be, like, it's about the same. Dragon can be good damage on builds that have a lot of different hits, but the downside is kinda annoying. I wouldn't rank Dragon that highly, honestly, I am not a huge fan of the set. I would rank Imperium above it, actually. And Auroran, I think, or no, I think it's better than those. It's here. Dragon is here, it's upper C tier. I am just not a believer. Dragon's Rest, say heal when you do a heavy attack, it leaves a circle. Not really easy to utilize. It has good values if you build for max magicka, which it scales by, but I think it for like some healer build it would be here. I think Winter's Respite is just a better one, for example. Dragon Slayer, this one is kind of like Cradle Cage, but bad. Still better than a lot of this. I'll put it here. Drossakar, this set is awful. This set is absolutely awful. Like, you can have a lot more bleeds in this patch though, but even if you do, I don't think you get good value out of this. Let's see, you can have the dual bleed and you can have the 2H bleed, and then like, it doesn't matter, you make your build terrible if you try to build around this. Maybe there's a little bit more potential in this patch, but I'm gonna give it a bottom D tier. Because there is a chance you get good value out of this in this patch. Dune Reaper, I believe this one is wait, how do I change the window? I have to go out of the F11. Dune Reaper was something to do with blocking. While you're bracing, you increase your physical and spell resistance are increased by 5.3k. I see. So for some kind of block builds, I mean, there's better options like Footman, for example. It's more block mitigation instead. This does apply to dots as well, whereas Footman doesn't, but you also like already probably stack up your resistance really high, so I don't know where I would rank this for some kind of block build, some kind of tank build. It's only 5.3k, it's only when you block in. And it doesn't apply, it has to be double barred, or on the block bar. This ranks lower, I think. Probably below Innate Axiom. Something like this. Drogsbane, that's a major defile if something hits you in melee range. I think that's decent value if you don't have major defile. But it's not like something you want to run. Should I run this over Crimson Twilight or this sets? Probably not. Above Ember Blossom, probably if you need to, like, really need the major defile, then something like that, but it's not good value. Ebon Armory, not really good for a PvP, but it can be run in bulk groups. Let's put it lower D tier. It's like one of the worst sets you can run in bulk group, but if you have every other set, then you still want to run it. Elemental Catalyst, it's 15% crit damage, but you need to really build around it. I think you can get good value out of this, so it's above Twiceborn. So you don't need to run Divines to get the crit damage. I think it's probably here. A tier, if not S, and... okay. Ember Shield. This is like fire aura around you after you heavy attack. Scales based off of weapon, based off armor. So you could make some kind of meme build with it, but it's not as good for meme builds as Explosive Rebuke, for example. Yeah, I just don't see, like, the radius of the aura is also really low. It does give you some armor when you proc it. And it's easy to keep 100% uptime, I believe. I would probably put it here. Maybe here, it's more likely to work than some rest build. Let's put it above Choking. Essence Thief. No, this is a good set. It's a bit annoying if you're really outnumbered, you can go pick up the Essence. You kinda have to front bar this. It's really clunky from back bar. The uptime is not gonna be 100%. I would rank it above Stun, above this stuff actually. I think it's about the same as Clever Burnish Believe. Maybe it's above them, but it's above Orders, right? Let's put it here. We can put it here. Shattered Fate I think is better. It's more than 10% damage and doesn't have any minigame attached to it. But I think it's better than a lot of these arena weapons. You can put it here. I think all of these are more impactful. Their own specific niche subs. But Essence Thief is definitely better than this. But it's not on the top tier of sets, I think. So we're looking at everything, not just dueling. Not just like 1v1s or situations where you can always pick up the Essence. Top tier. I don't know. Flame Blossom. Where did we rank Cinders? This one is slightly behind Cinders. Not a lot behind Cinders, it's a good set. Cinders was up here. I think Flame Blossom, I would probably run it over Essence Thief, to be honest. If I don't have Burning, if I don't have LSS, it adds a lot of burst damage. But you can only run it on Magicka builds, which makes them more niche. But given the option, I would probably run it over Essence. Essence is, well, it's only stamina builds. It's kinda equal, I think. Let's leave it there. Full Killer Sword is damage shields for your group when you activate block. I think it's definitely better than similar sets like Combat Physician. It's better than Drago's Rest, but it's not super amazing. Let's put it here. It's probably better than Black Glove Grounding, to be fair. Better than Bunnies as well, I think. You can backbar it. Frozen Watcher, it's a funny one. It has an increased chance of broken shield, like AoE when you block. Can be used on some max health block builds on Woden, perhaps. Kinda niche, but let's put it here, like lower C tier. It does good damage if you can build around it. Glacial Guardian. This one is... wait, this one is... what is it again? I think it had a special 4-piece. Oh, wait, no, this is the... this is the status pack one. What does Bunnies do? Was that the Major Maim? Where did that rank? Yeah, this Major Maim and Major Vitality. When you taunt an enemy. 15-second cooldown. This one is bad. I kind of forgot what the sets did. Where's Glacial Guardian? Where did I put it? Too many sets, man. Too many sets. Need to move it. I can't find it, man. Can't help. Oh, there it is. Okay, where's Bunnies? Bunnies is here. This one is bad. This one's really bad. It's probably better than Ebon, but that's not really saying much. It's not as good as Trossakar. I think for some kind of 1v1 build, it's probably better than New Moon and all of this, so we'll leave it there. Gossamer's good for group play, for healing. Would I run it over this sets though? I believe it's not as good as Arcasis, or is it? I think it's maybe slightly better. It's like up here. There are better healer sets than Gossamer, but if your group has already like all the other ones, then just get Gossamer so everyone has major evasion. Grave Guardian, this one is kind of like the Dune Reaper, but better, because it also buffs your group. So definitely ranks higher due to that. I would put it probably here, above Drogsbane. You can at least like make your group a bit tankier, but not by any means a good set. Grave Inevitability is a major force if you manage to land the 5 light X. The uptime is really bad, it's probably worse than Catalyst. But it also gives you the minor force if you broke it. So again, like maybe here you can run it, but it's not the best thing. Greasy Gourmet is awful. I think I'm gonna rank it F tier. It used to be nice before they nerfed Empower, but now you just get useless ones. Don't get good value out of it. It's probably like here, above Way of the Arena, or maybe below it. Would I run it over Hundings? Or Julianus? I probably would, just in case you get one of the useful effects. Wait, can I... Oh? No, I don't wanna move anything. Please stop. Move to D. Griffon Survival. This one can do good damage. Gives you a synergy, which gives you some sustain. So it's alright. It's not the best buff set. I think it's above Galurions. It's probably above Eternal Hunt as well, I would say. It's here, I think. Not the worst thing. Maybe it's a bit higher. Aurorans is up here. It's not as good as Aurorans, I think. Yeah, I don't think it's even close. I think it's here. Parabellum sit here because it gives you a lot of armor damage shields if you steal any damage with a dot. Try it, it's sort of mitigation. Acrobate's Garden, this major protection but has a long cooldown. Can be back part, so I guess it's a bit higher. But it's only within the area, I think. It's kinda bad, but it's probably here. It's probably better than Toilemis. Hey Elvin, how you doing? Is that Varens proxy again? Because you said it doesn't get the increased dose, at least not... Wait, really? They changed that? Hold up. They actually changed that. Where is Varens? We're gonna rank it a lot higher now. I already gave up on that build because I thought it didn't work. It didn't work at one point. I can guarantee you it didn't work. Okay, so for bombing now, this goes up here. I think it's easier to bomb it with that than Asublight. If it works. If it doesn't work on procs, then it goes down again. No, what's up, Elvin? Doing a tier list for all the sets? Yes. We're probably like over halfway done. Doing the dungeon sets right now. And of Mephala is minor bleeds and poison damage when you take damage. It's kinda meh. But meh is it's like lower D tier, right? It's probably better than Drug Slayer. Maybe better than... Nah, I think Ember Shield is probably better. Easier to control. Anus Compassion, this is also a rest set. This gives major heroism, I believe, when you rest someone, and reduces the time it takes to rest someone. So where did we put the Kagrenax and other memes? Here they are. So this is probably worse than the other ones. It's kind of on par with, but it doesn't have a like unique 5-piece, I believe. So we'll put it behind the other two. But then Auroran is gonna hit target. Just play a melee build. Affected by major or minor evasion, but you also don't get concuss procs. It's a dot, so it procs the status very much less often. It does indeed work. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna test that build then. Finish right now. No. Haven of Ursus. This is the damage shield, the synergy damage shield. It drops in the March of Sacrifices. It's actually a decent shield, but it's a bit annoying to proc the synergy. I wouldn't rank it as high as Imperium. The shield is bigger. It used to be really big with the old Harmony, but is it better than Dragus Rest or Poly? I would probably rank it somewhere around here. When it comes to defensive sets, we have Imperium here and Parabellum. Can be some other sets that will get ranked quite highly. Him just is Major Berserk when you kill something. The proc condition is really annoying and Major Berserk is not really that strong anymore. I believe it does have a 129 weapon damage on the 5-piece as well, but because of the proc condition we're gonna rank it quite low here. I think it's probably even F tier actually. It's worse than... because of the uptime. It's probably... it's better than Grizzly Gourmet. But I would rank it here. Like, you are better off with stats that have uptime than stats that don't have uptime, and Major Berserk 10% damage is not that really... it's not really that impactful. Here, since we need this is a buff set, group buff set, I believe it increased the... I forgot if it was stem region. I think it was stem region of your group. This is an ancient set. Yeah, it's stem region to you and 11 other group members. This could be run in bulk group. Bonus persist through that. It's 28-meter radius, just automatic stem region buff. You probably want to run that in bulk group, and I think it's better than 1k health. So it's probably up here. But there are better buff sets for a group than that. Hitis is actually one of them. It's pretty good value. Cost reductions and heals around your character. Gives a big aura. I think it's a decent set. I would even rank it here, I think. It's probably above Frozen Watcher for healing. It's better than Crimson. I think it's probably here. Let's put it here. It's alright. Holfang Thirst is minor vitality, I believe. Minor vitality, and I kind of forgot this from Moongrave Fane. Oh, this is the... okay, restores Magicka and the minor vitality. But you have to be in the AoE and... you can backpaw this, it's alright. But nothing amazing. I think it's below the... actually no, like there's so many other sources of minor vitality nowadays. It used to be one of the only ones. I think it's worse for a group play than Hirsins and Ebon. Icy Conjure, it's some decent damage if you land it, but you already get the shield from LSS. I think it's, as far as proc sets go, it's not the best. Long cooldown, can be dodge sold, can be cleansed. It's definitely worse than Frozen Watcher. Definitely worse than Dagon's, wouldn't run that ever. It's probably like here. Not one of the better procs. Iron Blood used to be really nice, but they did nerf it. It's still major protection, minor protection, I believe as well. Yeah, it's also minor protection, so you get 15%, 25% speed reduction. But if you don't have major protection, minor protection, it's still probably worth it. If you run like Sea Snail, you don't really care about the snare. It does not have 100% uptime, it's 10% chance and then second duration. So I think because of the, like, if this was guaranteed proc, it would be decent. It would be pretty good actually. But because it's not, it's probably... it is better than these sets, I think. It's better than Barkskin, let's be clear. I think it's here. Jailbreaker, this is minor expedition and stem regen, lots of stem regen. I think Scribing definitely made this first because there's other sources of minor expedition now. If you want speed and sustain, but stat-wise I think it's still decent, it's more value than Bone Pirate for sure. Probably more than Box King, I would say it's here, it's like upper D tier. Has to be double bard though, this can be one bard. Jealous Dynasty, this is if you take more than 7k damage you get major vitality. But it's very short duration if I recall correctly. I don't think it's too great. It's probably like here, it's very meh. Jolting Arms, for a best build you can backbar this, it's decent value, but there are better sets. Gives you armor as well, it only buffs one bass. But if that bass interrupts something, then you get the modifier for the bass damage, and that 3.5k on the bass can be suddenly like 10k proc damage. But that's very niche, of course. I would put Jolting Arms probably around here. It's not a bad set for bass builds. Yorwolves can be ridiculous on healer builds. I think it's a very underrated set as well, especially with all the Scribing damage shields they added and Scribing buffs they added. I think Yorwolves is good. But how good? For healer builds, I think it's definitely up here. I think it's like around this tier even. It's one of the best sets you can run. The Arcane set is here, Yorwolves has to be like very close at least. Really, really good set. Indra's Major Berserk, but only if you land 5 light attacks, limited time, 5-second duration. I believe the Major Berserk is easier to get than the Major Force, so we'll rank it below Crave Inevitability, but only a little bit, like it's about even. It's better than Catalyst. I would say it's like this. Night Errant's Mail is healing when you use sword and board abilities and more damage on sword and board abilities. Like 450 damage on the skills. Maybe in this patch with the Scribing sword and board skill it could be decent. You get a heal every time you use the Scribing skill and every time you red bass. But it's probably not meta. You want to run a Demolisher and probably like Red's Vitality or something. But stat-wise, like value-wise, it's not terrible. I would actually rank it higher. Maybe here. If you build around the niche. Actually, I don't think this deserves a... I think it's upper D tier for that very specific niche of playing a sword and board build. With sword and board spammable and Rebass. Nightmare. Nightmare was minor... I forget. Minor Maim and Max Health. No, this is awful. This is dog shit. You get minor Maim from Shield. So your 5 piece is basically 1.2k health. Where did I put it? Where's Nightmare? I lost it. There are too many sets. Hey, 40, how you doing? Lost it there? Oh, there it is, thanks. We'll put it a lot lower. Might of the... no, it's better than Might of the Lost Legion. Like, Empower does nothing. At least this one gives you 1.2k health on the 5 base, but... it's definitely one of the worst things you can run. Crackland's Howl. This is the... I believe this one is also a Empower set, so it's useless in PvP. This one gives you Empower synergy for teammates. Oh no, it gives ulti. But you gotta kill something or it's still gonna be really bad. It's ulti if you kill things, and it's only 12 every 20 seconds, that's not good value. But it's probably better than the useless sets. We'll put it here. Rework those bonuses to unique things, 5% reduce instead of minor maim. Would make it decent. Lamia's song is... this is the ult set, it can actually be good for group play. When you use an ultimate, you restore resources to your teammates. And health. I think that that is not bad. But it's not like meta either. I would say this is probably C tier. It's probably competitive with Hitty. It's maybe a little bit better than Hitty. If you can really spam ultimates, Lamia's is actually a lot of sustain for your team. I would say it's up here, or maybe even better than Gossamer. Or not really. Like, if you need the major evasion for teammates, then it's more value, but... I'll put it here. I think Chimeras is kinda competitive. Maybe here. Maybe here is good. Not as bad of a set as people think. Leeching Blade, another one that's actually pretty good as a defensive set if you build for max health. It's out of healing, it procs poisoned. I think for max health builds, it's actually good value. I don't think it deserves to be D tier. Does it deserve to be up here? Would I run Leeching Blade over Masato? No. Over Crimson Oath? No. Over Draken? Maybe on a max health build. I think it's here. Leviathan, this just crit sense, but it's not really amazing. Where's the standstill crit set? You get like 2 Leviathans if you stand still. If you really wanna build for crit for some reason, you might as well, right? Call of the Forest Raid, also more value, I think, but this one affects everything, not just the class abilities. So I think it's up here. Where did I put the standstill set? Sentinel. Sentinel should be ranked a little bit above those. It does the meme better, does the knees better. I think I did rank it higher. Maybe I didn't, I can't find it. Sentinel. It's definitely up there. Naga Shaman. Victorious Unchained Aggressor. Damon's Victory? Where's the Sentinel set? I cannot find it. It just disappeared. Can share this? Yeah, once it's ready. It's pointless to share it now. Man, where's the set? Does it work if I Control F? Oh, okay, it does. Highland Sentinel, I ranked it lower D tier. It should be higher than Leviathan and Forest Raid. It should be here. Like, of course you lose the bonus if you move, but if you build for crit damage, then this is the best thing you can build for. If you wanna crit your class abilities, you run these 2 sets and you have like almost 100% crit sense, I think. Light Speaker, this buffs the resto abilities, the weapon spell mess with them. Really bad, awful actually. We'll rank it probably here. It's better than no, Permafrost is better. Hunt Leader's probably better. Ulti thing is better. Let's put it here. Magica Furnace is actually some decent max sustain. It's not terrible. Gives you Magica back if you drop below 50% Magica, I believe. So for purely max sustain, it's not bad. I would put it here, probably like upper D tier. Bolix, how you doing? And Andrew, hello. Control F, yes, that worked. What's up, Chick Popper? How you doing? Medium version of Mother Sorrow, you still have them both? Yes, both of which are gonna be around the same ranking here. Maligalig. This one can be a lot of damage, but it's almost impossible to proc the high damage version of Maligalig. That said, it's still probably better than a lot of these things. It's not better than Frozen Watcher. It's not better than Major Defile or low uptime on Major Berserk. I'd say it's probably not even better than the crits. It's probably Icy Conjurer tier. Or maybe a bit worse even. It's probably here. Here's probably fine. Returned from a week in Turkey. Hey, I hope you had a good time. Welcome back. Medusa is better than the other crit sets if you don't have Minor Force. But you usually have Minor Force. We'll put it here. Something like this. Mighty Glacier. This one is the... I believe it's the major... for the major resolve for your teammates. Yeah, this when you activate the snare or immobilize. It's every 10 seconds, 15 second duration. This can be used as a group of set. Oh, but wait, not with the Apocryphal, right? Oh no, you can. But don't you have a Warden usually that applies major resolve to everyone with the armor buff? So that's also for teammates, which makes this set kinda useless. I think Mighty Glacier is bad. It does have some like potential for group support if you don't have a Warden, but I don't know. Let's put it here. Not too great. Moon Hunter. Now this one can give you good stats if you proc a poison, and there's more chance of proccing a poison in this patch with the Sword and Bot Scribe. But it's not super amazing. I would probably rank it below Noble's Conquest. Probably like here. The value you get, the damage you get is good, but the uptime is not really amazing. Well, F tier, yeah, it literally kills you. Nature's Touch is 400 damage to shock damage. Only shock damage. This is awful. It's worse than... it's probably worse than Hex Siphon. It's here, I think. It's bad. Nicholas, this one is a deflect, I believe. But what was the chance? It used to be really nice. It used to reflect. It used to give you like, I think like 5 seconds of reflecting projectiles with a long cooldown. Up to once 8 stacks, deflect the next direct damage in attack. So this one is awful. It's only 1 and you need to get 8 stacks to deflect one thing. Which is probably gonna be a light attack. I think this one is defensively is like down here in terms of value. I think Permafrost is better, is the health reason. Also I think Hunt Leader, given all of these other sets, probably belongs a bit higher. Sadly some sustain. List disappears now, where is Spelldunker? Gonna get to it. Nyx Hounds, it's a bit annoying to like get good value out of it or good uptime out of it. But it is definitely doable. You can kind of make a build around this. I think it's better than Calurion. But it's not super amazing. I think all of these sets are probably better for their respective niches. I did try it. I think it's better than Griffons, but it's like up there probably. Noble Duelist for PvP. I mean, 2 to 4 Ps are good, so we'll rank it here, but useless obviously. Oblivion's Edge. I believe this is the one that fills a soul gem and heals you when you kill something, but the value is super low. I believe you want stats over this. It's probably better than Aegis Call, not sure. Nah, it's something like this. It's probably better than the Hex iPhone, probably more uptime. Overwhelming Surge is actually decent. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. I don't know if Overwhelming procs from, or if it gets buffed by Maelstrom 2H. That could be worth testing. Because the damage is not super high. The uptime is good. It procs Concussed and it gives you some sustain. So I think it's like slightly worse than Frozen Watcher. Perhaps it's lower C tier. It's not D tier. Hungry 10 Mother. Okay, hold on. This is a set I don't remember at all. I wonder why. Max Stam when you block minor currents. Now, okay, I know why I don't remember this. This is a terrible 5-piece to have on the back bar only. Because you don't want to double bar a set like this, you want to back bar it. But you get max stam, like why not crit sense or like weapon spell elements or something? That's not great. And I mean, you can get minor crits for group. I guess that's alright, but it's definitely not gonna be super highly ranked. There are better sets for minor crits, as we'll see soon enough. I think this is, however, probably something like... it's not as good as Garden of Seasons. I think it's probably up here, or just for the group play. I feel like there is Grasp. This is a unique debuff that increased the costs for your opponent, I believe. I had a toxic build in mind, but it didn't really work. Restore stamina and oh, it's just from sustain and a terrible dot with 10-second cooldown. It has to be like a critical damage to restore stamina. So this is bad. I believe the value was also really bad on the dot. Just a really bad proc set. Probably around Doilemis value, I would say. Then Thunders. Because once you proc Pelinas, you die, you get Oblivion damage and you just literally kill yourself. How can you get a set that's worse than that? Like, please explain to me. A Pillar of Nern PvE set, but I mean, if you do land it in PvP, it's good value. I believe it's more value than Dualimis actually. It's probably here, but it's bad. Plague Slinger. Okay, well, not everyone's gonna agree with this, but I think Plague Slinger is good if you can guarantee that it lands. If you can like pull people into it, root people into it. It is the highest damage proc set in the game. I believe it's like, if you stand in it, I believe it's more damage than fully stacked Velikan. It's not gonna be a B tier. I'm just thinking where to put this. I would say it's C tier, but very in C tier. Honestly, I think it's better than Draken. I do think it's better than Draken. The penalty from Draken and the value you get is not really like that amazing. Whereas the Plague Slinger, if you can actually land it, it's impactful. Draken just like, every time I run Draken, I just feel like I'm still just tickling people. I'm tickling them slightly more, but it's still tickle damage that people can deal with very easily. Because it doesn't buff you burst damage that much. It's not that great. Braceol is small shields every few seconds. It's kind of like the Combat Physician, but maybe slightly better. There's less cooldown. Where's Combat Physician? Over here, let's put it here. Slightly better. Raids of Ursauk. Okay, I don't remember this one either. I believe it has some Empower. I can't even find it, that's how bad it is. Oh, Empower. Okay, so literally garbage. Put it here with Might of the Lost Legion. Let's do the 4-piece. Pen crit sense. Let's put it above Might of the Lost Legion. Although this can be crafted so you can min-max it, the like heavy chest and light belt and so on. Let's put it below Might of the Lost Legion. Ralcade's a very underrated set. Buys you bar space, very important in scribing meta in particular. So we can put Ralcade's up here. I think it's a solid B tier set. I believe it's better than Alchemist and Spellwave if you run a double bar set. And I think it's better than Oresvat, it's more value. Buys you bar space. In fact, I think it's probably up here. Very underrated set. Just Awaken, how you doing? Silverbreaker is still viable on Stamina I played. Not really. I think 12% damage is not really worth it. You're better off with a proc set. Reflective Fury, this has really bad value. I remember this. This is when you block things, you shoot out a projectile that deals damage based on your max health, but the damage is bad. And didn't do anything else, I forgot. This set had potential to be good, but taunt an enemy, you can stack... Oh, no, it's when you taunt enemies. It applies major maim at least, but... The damage was really disappointing. I guess the debuff makes it slightly better. We can actually rank it... only like up here. Reynolds Resolve. I believe this was some armor buff, but not a good one. I believe it was armor and healing received. But it's still more value than a lot of these sets. It's definitely more value than Dune Repairs. Dune Repair. Because why is Dune Repair here? It should be like here. It's more value than Gagrenak and all this nonsense. We'll put it here. It's probably alright. YouTube video, we might upload this to YouTube, yeah. Rightmaster is a really good set if you have high max Magica. This thing has a ridiculous tooltip. You can have like 5k healing per second if you link up with an ally. I think it's a very underrated and underutilized set that has a lot of potential. I would love to try this on a healer build. I'm gonna rank it up here. For healer builds, it's not your wolves, but it's... Where's the BRP Resto? Do I have it up here? It's definitely more value than BRP Resto, if I have to choose between them. I'll put it there. I honestly think it has potential. Rune Carvers is alright, it's not Way of Fire, it's AoE, but you need to really build around it. It's still like not garbage tier, but I would say it's better than Stone. I would run it over Stone. Would I run it over Slows? Probably not. I think it's here, like lower B tier. Rush of Agony? Okay, well, this is an easy... It got slightly different with the pets. Like, it's better on DK now with chains. It lines up the pool better, but it's worse on other characters. But it's still, I would say it's an A tier set. It does a thing that no other set does in the game. And you don't have to run a bomb build to get good value out of Rush of Agony. Rush of Agony has a really big tooltip on the damage. I would rank it up here. It's probably less usable than Disdain or these other sets, but I would say Rush of Agony is A tier. Easily. Easily A tier. Sanctuary is healing received on your team. This can be good in group play. I will also rank this a bit higher. Maybe here. I would say it's lower C tier for group play. Doesn't affect the damage skills like Blind Band. Magnus gift for memes is bad. Not range still 10 meters. Oh, wait, what the Reynolds said, or what do you mean? Tactical Gamer, how you doing? Giga Value, Rush of Agony back bar and Rotgar front bar, non-weapon damage scaling being built. But the Rush of Agony scales based on weapon damage. Still a good set. Savage Werewolf, a bit of a meme nowadays. They nerfed this. It used to be like, this would be S tier set back in the days, but I think it's still like decent. It's probably better than Calurion, or about the same as Calurion. Let's put it there. Skating Maids does give you some good value if you proc it, but the duration is super low. We've got to be careful ranking this one. I think it's worse than Moonhunter. It has worse 2 to 4 PS. It's easy to proc, but the overall value you get is less. It's only here. Seems about right. Scam Demise, well, now this is one of my favorite sets. It is kind of niche though, so I'm not gonna probably rank it A tier even. I would rank it B tier, but high B tier. It's not C tier. Flame Blossom, it is better than Flame Blossom. You can run it on bow builds too, but it's not really, in my opinion, good on bow builds. Then again, Flame Blossom is also not good on everything, but the builds where Scam Demise works is like it's a really good set. Actually, let's put it here. It is the highest damage proc set in the game, or burst damage. So if you can find a way to land it, the same as if you can find a way to land Asublight, it's high damage, it's high value. Maybe less common than Asublight, or about the same. I'll put it here. It's not gonna be A tier because of the nature of the set, but it's a really high value set. Scorion's Feast. This is a regen set that turns into damage. It's weird. Hard to control. I would say it's probably about the, like here. Shukman, thank you for the follow. Thank you. And Supak, how you doing? Till is the class-based or just in general? Just in general. When we rank the class sets, I keep the class in mind, but otherwise it's based on how good they are, and if they are niche sets that are like really good on something, they're not gonna make it to A tier. I think about like group play, solo play, and so on. If something's good in group play and solo play and like everything, it's gonna be S tier, like Red's Vitality here, for example. Sergeant's Mail, best in slot on some heavy attack builds, if not most of them. Again, gonna be niche. It would be S tier for heavy attacking, but garbage for everything else. So I'm probably gonna put this... I'm not gonna make it A tier either, because heavy attack builds are not that strong. But it does, like if things like Archer's Mine, Genkin sets deserve B tier, or Wind Bone, then heavy attack sets also deserve B tier. I'm gonna put it here. Put it like behind Red Sun. Sheer Venom, this is a good proc set, especially now with the Soul Magic skills, because the Soul Magic dot also counts as an execute. I would say this is a very strong proc set. I haven't really played with it enough myself, but there's a lot of people running it, it's always doing good damage. It is, however, a lot of like just passive damage that, like, at least with poison injection, that would be broken when you target this like line of sighting and on the other side of the map and full health, and it can be misleading. I would say it's probably here. I think Treasure 4 has more potential, perhaps. Or not sure. Let's put it here. I think Cinders is more impactful on builds that want to run Cinders, builds that don't have burning, but we'll put Sheer Venom here. It's a good set now. Shard of the Lich, sustain set, where did we put... I think it's about the same value as Magica Furnace, maybe a bit less. Put it here. I think Magica Furnace is better. Silver Rose Vigil for a max health build, this can actually hit really hard. So we'll find Frozen Watcher again. Here, so we'll put it a little bit above Frozen Watcher and Crimson Twilight. It hits way harder than the Crimson Twilight. And I'll rank it above these two. Just for the max health meme, it's not bad. Sleuthrook's Hunger, this is one of the new sets, puts a debuff on the target, and anyone who's... or is it debuff on the target or is it a buff on yourself? I think it's a buff on yourself that puts a debuff on the target. And if the target has the debuff, then you take less damage from them and you deal more damage to them. It's like 4% damage reduction and 4% damage done, so that's good value. Easier to keep up than something like Essence Thief. But of course, damage done is usually better than damage reduction. So we'll rank it maybe slightly behind Essence Thief. But it's a good set, I think. Has potential. I think it's probably around here. Like Clever Arc kind of value. Hey Fluffy, how you doing? Hello. Secret intel on Discord. Wait, let me check. Doing a set tier list. I ranked your Sheer Venom up here. It's a good set, but I think I'll need to test it more, maybe it goes higher, but I think like when you land this in there, it's super impactful. Okay, let me see Discord. Oh, well that is, yeah, I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. I wonder if how else that is abusable. Need to do some testing. I don't think that's gonna affect the tier list, but... Also, I just realized there's some missing weapons. There's no asylum weapons at all. Why is there no... Or is it here? Or it's in trial? What now? Nothing. Nothing at all. Spellbound Cure, good for group play. We'll put this quite high. Spellbound Cure or Gossamer? I think it's above Gossamer. I think it's above Hittis. I think it's above... I think it's above all of this for group play purposes. We'll put it here. So no confidential information is confidential. Spelunker. Okay, next. No, let's be fair. Spelunker with the buff to Undaunted skill, to the taunt skill, is actually not F tier. It's bottom D tier. It also gives you sustain when you use synergies, so it's something at least. Oh, it's when an ally uses your Undaunted ability synergy, but still, there is cost of your Undaunted skill sustain. Actually, no, it's F tier. Never mind. I would rather run Huntings and Julianus. Maybe I won't run Aegis Color over it or any of this, but I think it's here. 10% cost reduction is spammable. Some sustain when someone uses synergy. Fair enough. Spider Cultist. Hold on, what does this do again? Oh, this is the destruction stuff. It's 600. It was buffed the new AoE thing. This one was max magic up 2.8k. Oh, I need to rank that higher. That's actually not awful. It's not as good as some other ones. This one would be because of the like elemental explosion. Maybe you can use it on some meme build. So same idea as like Eyes of Mara. We can put it here, maybe a bit above. I don't think it's too great though. You don't want to build around like one ability and nothing else. Where's Destruction Mastery then? Where did I rank it? Oh, no, this is higher. For max magic builds, I misremembered. Probably like C tier. Lower C tier. 2.8k is decent. I believe it's more than... it's more value than Crafty. But the 4Ps are worse than Crafty. And Crafty would be B tier, I think. The Control W, what does that do? I forget. But you rate Soul Sign, still used on temples that buffs your execute ray and jabs. Not very highly. I think the 5-piece value you get from that is not super amazing. Kinda low value. Spriggan's Vigor, this is the one that gives you max stam and some stamina back until you stack it fully. I think this is about the same as Juggerhawk, which is where exactly? Did I rank it up here for some max stam stacking shenanigans? No, thank god. It needs to be worse. Where's oh, there, Bone Pirate. It's probably like between Bone Pirate and Juggerhawk. It's kind of like the mix of them. And no, I'm not gonna click anything. Stone's Accord. This gives you Minor Berserk and Minor Berserk and what else? And then some sustain if they already have minor berserk. Stone Discord, Stone Accord, yes. Why do I write Discord? Yeah, so it gives you minor berserk, minor resolve, and minor resolve. Wait, this could actually be used to replace Vigor with a... hold up. I think this set is good. Because of Scribing, because you can drop Vigor entirely, in theory. There's some potential, like the value you get from this is good, and if they already have the minor berserk or minor resolve, you get Magicka back. There's only 5 second, like 4 second duration though, and 5 second cooldown. But maybe on like Templar you could get a lot of value out of this. And buy some bar space. It's not awful. I don't think it's gonna be super highly ranked either, but where did I put it again? I think it's better than people think. Definitely above these sets. I think value-wise, we're looking at low C tier. Storm Cursed, there are some meme builds that can use this. It's alright, I guess, if you build around it. Can work in a meme build. I think it's the same as Blood Drinker. You build around bleed damage, you get some decent value out of this, but give up elsewhere, and same with the Zombie Ghost. Same idea. Stormmaster, useless. Good to the 4-piece, but useless first. Noble Duelist here. Strength of the Automaton, still only 400, this is awful, whereas the Netz's stats, it's gonna be a little bit higher than Netz's stats, but otherwise useless. Thunderflame, this can be alright if you don't have minor beats, if you don't have burning. Like if you combine both, same idea as the Stone's Accord, it can be good value. We'll put it lower C tier. I don't think it's this close to these other procs though. Put it here. Just S tier if you guys watch. Yeah, I mean there's some meme usage of it, but I won't try and get higher than C tier personally. Short Dancer is damage on dual skills. It's 600 damage on dual ulti and it's not good on Master Dual, but because Master Dual is like the scaling from weapon spell damage is kind of low. You want penetration or crit damage or something like that. So I don't think this set is gonna rank very highly. In fact, it might be just the bottom D tier. It does buff the dual ulti, but does buff the new dual skill. But you can't really build around those alone. Maybe it's better than Jailer's Dynasty, but I'm gonna put it here. Half-Fixed Treachery. Oh, this is the set that makes you take more damage. So same as Pelinal, it's just garbage. It gives you weapon spell damage, but it makes you take more damage from, I believe, fire damage and Fighter's Guild. Yeah, flame damage and Fighter's Guild abilities, like, are you crazy? Why would you run this set for 372 weapon spell damage? You're nerfing yourself. I'm not sure if it's worse than Pelinal. I think Pelinal kills you faster. So it's gonna be there. Tani's Nightmare. Okay, well, here we go. Another S tier set. For obvious reasons. If you don't have minor breeds, which is a lot of builds. You have LSs usually. Minor breeds you only have on Warden and Arcanist. Or is it S tier? No, it is S tier, I think. You can build around it. But is this one of the S tier sets? Or is it? It is better than Rush of Agony. I think it's upper A tier. I don't think it's S tier. I think S tier is not gonna have that many sets there. So you do have to build around it. It's not always best in slot. When you can run it. No, I don't think it's S tier. It is definitely A tier though. It's less niche than Acuity. Very impactful, just like Acuity. Yeah, I would put it there. I don't think it's S tier. Telvanni Enforcer. What did this set do again? Is this the while blocking, so while not blocking stem reason, so like a terrible Wretch Vitality is still more value than these sets, which kind of goes to show how good Wretch Vitality is. I still think it's better than these sets. Maybe here we draw the line. I think Quad Gladiator is probably more effective than this, or the Armor, or Twice More Star. But this where we put half a Wretch Vitality. Ice Furnace actually not bad if you can run it. Good AoE damage on like Warden or any build with ice damage, which is not that hard to get with Scribing. It's kinda, I think, Blood Drinker, Stormcurse there. If it was only Warden it would be higher, but if it's that niche and it's not even best in slot for the niche of playing a Warden, then C tier. Worm's Raiment is the same as Kersins, but for Magicka, I believe. Or Magicka, no, this is Max Magicka. Can be good for group play, but again, like kinda low value, you'd only run it in a bulk group. Undercolor, how I wish they didn't nerf this one was such a fun set. Still decent. Still decent. I would rank it above Calorion. And maybe Savage Werewolf, but this is where we draw the line again. It's not that great. Titanborn is good on paper, like maybe people used for ganking. But I think you get more value out of Archer's Mind, right? For example, when ganking, or do you? It's 20% crit damage. I think it's probably here. Here is fair. To throw. If you don't have major savagery and prophecy, it's actually decent value. I did consider running this, but it's not super amazing either. I think it's probably like here, value-wise. Or Mentor is the one that gives you armor when you get close and don't... what the fuck? No. What did I even... Dark damage with blink source, so you gain resistance and don't... Oh, and you heal for 45% damage done. You got scars deep enough to last. Wait. Wait. What if you make a contingency build with crit rush? And you spam crit rush. And you use this set. You have healing taken too. And you just heal for half the damage done. That would be so stupid. That would be so fucking stupid. But you see, like, there's some meme potential, so we'll probably rank Tormentor higher. Werewolf jump skill. Some Pepega build. Yeah, okay. I mean, maybe it says a little bit more for the memes. For the memes. I don't know if I wanna put it C tier. We can have a very careful C tier. Tormentor meta incoming. Probably not, but Japanese Invigoration is a again, like Mustaine said, that's decent. It's actually worth more than Magicka Furnace, I think, or Warlock, which we'll get to shortly. Stem Sustain is always more worth it. Treasure Hunter is the same as where's the to throw? Where did I put it? C tier, right? Gives you the Major Prophecy and crit, but it's better to have it on the light. So if you need that on a Magicka build, it's more value than the medium one would be on a stamina build. Truthful Fury, I think this is very close to Titanborn, but not as good. Or not really that close. I think it's probably gonna be around around here. Seems fair. Another gank set basically. Turning Tide can be really good for group play. Can be really good on a max healing build. We'll definitely rank it higher than the Silver Rose, which is here. And I think it's more value than Crimson Oath. It's more value than these things actually. Let's put it a bit there. Maybe higher. Maybe it's around here. It's kind of the same level. Chokewin, if you can stack it, it's good value, but kind of a pain in the arse to stack and not as impactful as Crave Inevitability. It's only minor force and crit sense. However, that said, they should actually be higher than the pure crit sets, I think. Or maybe not. Let's put this here. Ulfnor. Ulfnor gives more resources when you heavy attack. It has a unique 4-piece bonus though that has both Mag region and Stem region. So I'm gonna rank it a bit higher just due to that. We'll put it here. Daunted Passion. This is when you taunt something, you get a big damage shield. It's not bad actually. Like it's usable. But you have to be below 75%, I think. While you're under 75%, it's a huge damage shield. 10-second cooldown though. That's gonna tank it in rankings. It's a long cooldown for a shield that's not like that much bigger than. Wait, where did it go? I can't find it. Oh, it's here. It's not. Where's F tier? Oh, why is F tier higher? Where did I click? Okay, so it's gonna be lower than the other damage shields. Quite a lot lower, actually. I would probably put it like here. This is PV, but with worse 2 to 4 than this one. And Weaver's like it's got better 2 to 4, but only for Magica builds or Max Magica builds. Ritualist is a meme. You don't have enough pet damage to like get good value out of 15% damage. It's just not good. However, it's not as bad as some of the other ones. There's max magic on the 2 to 4, but that's actually not good for Necro. Necro is the best case for Ritualist, I think. Or maybe there's some Atro build, but if you build for max magic, you want to use damage shields. So actually, I think this one is F tier. This is just bad. Unleashed Terror. Now, this one, if you can run it, huge value. Big fan of Unleashed Terror. It's the hemorrhaging triple stacked automatically. Unleashed Terror is, I think it's A tier. Or, Cinders is here. Maybe it's like here. Personally, I think I prefer it over Seer Venom, but I would rank it here, I think. You have to build around it. It's not like easy to utilize. Vestment of Warlock. This is gonna be up here when it comes to sustain sets. Not as good as Magic of Furnace, I believe. More cooldown on it, but put it like around here. Should be fine. Viper used to be meta back in the days when it was instant damage, but nowadays it's just kinda meh to the 4-piece and kinda meh proc damage. Still, I think it's better than a lot of the other ones here. We'll put it behind Thunderflame, I think is fair. It is still easy to proc. But Atro ulti monster set bet is still awful. Widowmaker. Now this is kinda like Viper, but a lot harder to proc. And not really impactful. This one's just bad, I think. It's not even guaranteed to land. I think we'll have it here with the Bristol Doilemis. It's actually worse than Doilemis quite a bit. Garbage not even good in PvP. Yeah. Zen's Redress, what is this? I forgot. 1% more damage for up to 5% more damage taken, but 5% damage taken is not good. This is PvE only. You're not gonna want this in like people cleanse, and like you're not gonna want this in bulk group even. I think this one is gonna be kind of low rated. Could I run no, it's probably better than Hex Siphon and Oblivion Sets. Let's put it here. Okay, more sets. We are done with the dungeon sets. Antelmir is definitely gonna be ranked very high. It is a bit niche, like you can't use it on every build, so I'm not gonna S tier it. It is, however, A tier. It's not as good as Tawny's Nightmare, I think. I wouldn't rank it that high. I would put it here. This seems about right. High A tier. Actually, Deverick. This one is not that impactful, it's not easy to land either. Not too great. Probably better than Moonhunter. Let's put it... it's better than Viper. Let's put it there. Yeah, between Thunderflame and Viper. Major vulnerability, but not guaranteed to land. Some small damage when you proc it. Balog is definitely going to A tier. You can kind of run Balog on anything, but there are builds where it's not high value because you use cheap ultimates. I think it's more common than Antelmir, so I'm gonna rank it higher than that. It's more common than Acuity. Let's put Balog here. This does not mean that Balog is better than Antelmir on every build. Like there are builds where you want to run Antelmir and builds where you want to run Balog. Maybe even here. Balog is on the builds that want to run it is just super good, and it can be run on kinda everything, so let's put it A tier. Maybe even S tier because of how you can use it on almost everything. No, I think it's high A tier. Maybe S tier. Let's put S tier. We need to start putting some things there. Baron Tusk, we can run for the 1 piece, but the 2 piece is kinda bad. I think because of the 1 piece we can put it above Arcroot Revic. Let's put it low C tier. Baron Sodrus can be good ult gen on some builds, but kinda niche. Kinda bad 1 piece. I think it's better than Tusk's the 2 piece at least, but we'll put it like around here. Actually no, around here I think. Including Mythics, yes, we'll get that soon. Bloodspawn is always good value. You can technically run Bloodspawn on anything. Always good ult sustain, always good resistances. Bloodspawn's gonna be A tier, but not like super high A tier. Maybe upper B tier. Put it B tier for now. I don't think it's like as good as Antelmir, for example, or as widely usable. A Choketone, I see a lot of healers with this. It's alright, but it's not like super amazing. People just interrupt it, has counters. Choketone is gonna be, I think, we'll rank it above Sardrus, but above Gossamer as well for support builds for sure. Above Monolith, yes. Put it around here, like high C tier. Maybe here. Domihos, the 2 piece is really bad. 1 piece is used by some Maxoc builds for the Max Magicka. And for that reason alone, we're gonna rank it C tier, but the 2 piece is really bad. So this would be here, I think. Earthcore, really annoying set. Really annoying to fight against. Always procs when you're trying to kill someone. I think it's better than Choketone. We'll put it there. It's kinda same, but less counterable. And Kratis Behemoth is kinda meh. But it could in theory be used in DK groups. I think if Baron Tusk is C tier, this also belongs in C tier. Engine Guardian. I don't like this set. It's just a worse Roxam. Can be interrupted. Super annoying to fight against. I think it's probably, like, honestly, I think it's better than these sets, but let's put it like around here. It's probably where it belongs. Yeah, for the Gatekeeper, this is the one that makes you immune to damage, but only like once every 20 seconds. Does some damage in a like AoE, but it's really hard to land it. I think this set is just bad. I think it's like Tommy House tier. Or Pillar of Nern. Maybe slightly better. It's only 2 piece. Glorgolok, this set is terrible. It only works if you stand still, so it encourages bad behaviors in PvP. You wanna be a tank, but you wanna stand still, that just doesn't really work, and it's not the best set for tanking. The value you get from this is not worth the penalty that you get from not moving. I think it's one of the worst sets in the game. Grottar used to be meta back in days, but nerfed too many times. I still think it's better than like for the Gatekeeper and a lot of these other ones, but I think it's maybe Deverick is more value, and we'll put it like here. Beds Hayuden. Possibilities of Until Mirror are not yet exhausted. Yeah, but there's sort of limitations. You can run it on like overload builds, for example. Kronwolf is it's some sustain. I think it's less sustain than Engine Guardian, and therefore I believe we want to give it a low C tier, maybe above. The One Piece makes this better. Like One Piece Thirsk and One Piece Magma is better than Kronwolf. Engine Guardian should be bannable offense. That's a cringe set. I don't like it. Ice Heart can be some damage, but I think Ice Heart is better than Grottar. Only a little bit. It's about the same. Ilambris is a PvE set. This one is awful. People just walk out of it. This one at least gives you some mitigation. Ilambris is a bottom D tier actually. Strong Carbo. Immolated Char, I think this set is underrated. It gives you CC immunity when you drop below 50% health with 45-second cooldown. CC, Snare and Root immunity. It has max health on the 2-piece and armor on the 1-piece. It's actually really good for defense. I would rank it up here. Maybe worse for group play, but I think it's a low B tier. Like, you can use this on healer too and just be CC immune, and it gives a lot of defense. Or actually no, let's give it a high C tier. It can be used on some builds. You don't need to feel bad for using it. Infernal Guardian, I think we... I mean, it is... Honestly, it's probably better than Deverick. It's probably like D tier, upper D tier. Not good though. Argada, kinda bad, I think. Better than Ilambris, better than for the Gatekeeper, sure. Probably around here. It's probably slightly better than Grottar and Ice Heart. Let's put it here. Seems fair. Kjalnar is an interesting set. I think it has a lot of potential. It can be used on like DK dueling setups, for example. It can work super well with Koro and setting rocks to get the damage guaranteed. It is a very single target set, however, so it is not gonna be higher than that. It's a niche set. I'm gonna put it at bottom B tier. It's not as good in outnumbered fights, and when fighting knife blades and people who dodge a lot, you're just not gonna land the light attacks. It's kinda annoying actually to try to stack them. Krug I think is higher rated than these other ones. I think it's gonna be more damage on average than Deverick and Infernal Guardian. I think it's low C tier. Has the pen 1-piece, and if you run something like Dragon's Appetite or Draukin, it's a lot of value. It's multiple hits. Lady Malikta is actually kinda underrated, I think. Does some decent damage because it hits twice. Hits on the damage that lands and then it returns and it hits again. So the tooltip is very deceptive. I think it's definitely better than these sets. But how much better? Is it better than... Ramir's One Piece makes it better. I would put it like here. Lady Thorn, as some of you may know, I use this on my Necromancer max health build. It's not bad. Like, it is not bad. Gives you a synergy that hits really hard. And Major Maim. Major Maim you don't really see in the scoreboard or anything, but... When I looked at the uptime it was really bad, but when I used it, it felt really impactful. I would rank it like upper C tier. I'm not gonna put it B tier, but... It's not as bad as people think. I think it's upper C tier. Lord Warden, now this one is terrible. A stationary armor buff? That's bad. It's better than Ilambris, for sure. It's probably better than Euphotic the Gatekeeper, but not a lot. Let's put it here. It's worse than Guardian of Seasons. Marsalok. Now, this one we can safely put up here. I think Marsalok is... it is another A tier set. It's not S tier because you can run it on Magicka builds. It has the max time One Piece. I think it's kinda like this burst and this pressure. Maybe it's better than Untelmir, I think. In general. Like sometimes you want to build for burst and you want Untelmir, but in general I think Marsalok gives you more value on like wider range of builds than Untelmir does. You can run, of course, like both of these sets, they don't work with something like Overload. So that lowers the value a bit. Magma Incarnate, where did we put the Baron Tusk? This one is a bit higher, because higher rated because the 2-piece can be used as well. On some setups you can maybe even drop like Vigor, for example, and get Minor Resolve from this. And Minor Cards. It is an option. I'm not saying it's a good option, but it is an option. And because of the One Piece, so many builds use it. I'm gonna put it at least B tier. I think behind Bloodspawn, I'm not gonna put it A tier because there's in the end like not that many. Actually, no, there's enough builds to use the One Piece, so we'll put it A tier. Usually, you run Magma Piece, One Piece, if you have like 5-piece set and like 5-piece back bar and ability enhancing weapon on the front bar. Of the Infernal, criminally underrated set. This hits really fucking hard. Kinda like Marsalok, but for Magicka builds. Maybe not as impactful when you broke it, but it does a lot of damage. I'm gonna put it here. Very underrated. You might think like, oh, A tier for this? That's a bit high, but no, it's not. If you can run that, it's really good. Chudan also, this is gonna be a very highly ranked set. Especially in Scribing meta, where very often you want to drop the armor buff. Max Ox run this for Max Magicka. Let them drop the Hurricane or Boundless Storm, which you don't really get a lot of value on as a range build. I would say Chudan is A tier. Chudan here. I think here is fine. Super good set. Malkena, now this one is terrible. But how terrible? I think you kinda nerf yourself with the cost increase, but you do get some damage when you proc it. Which can maybe result in kills sometimes, but... I would probably rank it below Kroddar even. Maybe like... here. No time left for Elden Ring. We'll play a little bit, I think, but... This is taking quite a while. Cyanide is another underrated set. It's not like super amazing, but it's decent. It gives you some mitigation, some sustain. I would rank it B tier, but we're in B tier. Probably behind Kjelnar. Let's put it here. Bottom B tier. It's alright. Nazare, I haven't really played enough with this set. It increased the duration of debuffs, but they can be cleansed. But I would still rank it probably here. Maybe below Krug. Or let's put it here. Debuffs are too cleansable for it to be ranked any higher. In Nereanet, this one is terrible. Where's Ilambris? Like slightly better than Illumbres, but still terrible. Night Flame as the this is the totem that heals. I think this is a tough one. I would rank it high D tier when it comes to like defensive sets. It's not as good as some of the others, but not like completely awful either. No Attack is gonna be another one that will rank a bit higher than most people probably would. You instantly get the snare, you get a lot of chill procs. There's actually quite a bit of damage in the CMX when you check the damage done. So I would rank it above Lady Dawn, so like high C tier. It's not gonna be B tier, but it's not as bad as people think. Now Osesan for healer builds is gonna be ranked really high. It's mostly used healer builds. You need to overheal to proc. It has short duration. You need to be constantly healing to get full value out of it. So it's not gonna be Spellpower Cure is here. I think Osesan is gonna be so we have healer sets here. It's not gonna be A tier because of the niche nature of the set, but things like here is probably fine. Pirate Skeleton is kinda garbo nowadays. You actually debuff yourself. When you turn into Skeleton, you get major protection, easy access to major protection nowadays. At least on a lot of classes. Maybe some classes don't have good access to it, but I would rank it here. It's like better than this, but not amazing. Pride Heroic is another set that's kinda underrated. Does a lot of damage. If you have an AoE heavy build, there's a unique 5% damage, AoE damage done debuff that you can put on targets. So I would rank this maybe not here, but it's gonna be close. It's gonna be here. It's better than people think. It's usable. Roxa is another really strong set. It's just the best moss set option for a lot of builds. It's not gonna be S tier, but it's gonna be A tier. It's not as good value as Threats Vitality. I wish it was. It's gonna be very close to S tier, I think. If you need sustain, it's just the second best option. Maybe here, like... Let's put it here. I value sustain highly. Malubet, some defensive set, only for yourself. But every time I try it, it's kinda disappointing. I think it's better than Grunwolf. It's better than Lady Malik, probably, but it's gonna be here, like bottom C tier. Just doesn't bring a lot of value. Celine is Garbo, but it's less Garbo than Nerinet and Illumbris. Let's put it there. Just throw Rayleigh Lance. Celistrix can be used on some meme builds with like beams and stuff. You don't have a way to CC. We'll put it here. It's not amazing, it's like mid-C tier. Albeit used to be such a strong set. Yeah, used to be, been the operative keyword there. Sentinel for Gums. This is kind of bad. I believe it's slightly better than Aphotic Gatekeeper. We can put it there. Or actually, I think it's better than Lord Warden. It gives you some healing and some armor. Or some stem and mech reason, I think. This one only gives you healing, armor. Actually, you can make use of this set. I think it's about the same as Lord Warden. Shadowrend is Garbo. It's really terrible damage. At least you can land it, so I think we rank it a bit higher. Like above Elbotic Gatekeeper, but it's bad. It's really bad. Slime Crow, you can run the set for some damage. Like stat-wise it's not bad, it's just you usually want to run Baylock. Maybe... no, it's better than these sets. I think. Let's put it high D tier, or maybe bottom C tier is fair for Slime Crow. You can use it for Minor Berserk. Spawn of Mephala is terrible. It used to actually be really good, like back in the ancient days. You would proc it with heavy attack and there wasn't that many more sets, you would do some poison damage with it. But Right now, poly D tier. I believe it still has a snare, right? Or did they remove that? They removed the snare. Okay, no, this set sucks. Why do they have to make this just useless? Yeah, no, it's worse than Celine. Because when you land it, it does nothing. Stonehusk, I think, is decent. It's mid tier. Definitely mid tier. I wouldn't put it D tier. I think it's probably like here. It's a poor man's son. Less damage than Krog. You get some stats afterwards, but maybe like here is fine. Stonekeeper is kind of meh as well. It's a block sustain set. Sustain set, I'll rank it maybe down here. You'd rather run Baron Tusk and Magma Poly. Stonefist, this is never gonna land in PvP. But if you do by accident land it, it's the highest damage proc in the game. But it's bad. Swarm Water is used like Dummy Horse for the one piece magic and stamina. So we gotta find Dummy. It's up here. I think Domio's 2-piece is probably stronger than Swarm Water 2-piece, which can be a downside, gives CC immunity to targets. Symphony of Blades, this can be used on some healer builds to help your group sustain. So I think it's an option. It's not as good of an option as Osesan, but I would rank this a bit higher. Rank it higher than Earthcore, between Earthcore and Shockton. Something like this seems fair. Take damage, you have 6% chance to create a beam that steals 6k health over 4 seconds from the attacker. Beam holds, you gain measure what the beam breaks if the enemy moves further than 8 meters. Yeah, and the damage is really bad. It doesn't really feel impactful. The blind is the new set, but this set is the damage is broken instantly. I don't think it's good. It's however better than the truly garbage sets. I think it's probably better than Grottar. It's not good value though. Troll King used to be nice back in the days. It's still better than all of these, but we'll put Troll King probably like here. It's better than Kena, probably not. Turvokun also used to be really good, but nowadays it's kind of low value. Except in Infinite Archives, but otherwise this set is just disappointing. I think it's worse than Neophotic Gatekeeper. People walk out of it. It has a longer cooldown than the duration nowadays. It's just not good. Except in Archives. Tremor Scale, I believe this can be used on some max armor builds to do good damage. So I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt and just put it C tier. I refuse to believe it's like worth ranking higher than this though. Even for that niche. Valkyrie Scoria used to be nice, but kinda meh, like hard to proc. It is undodgeable damage though, which is always nice if you can proc it, but I believe I would rank it like Krog tier. Maybe a bit better than Krog. Then Tremor is good, but it's only 4 meters, huge delay. Yeah, exactly. Valley Threat, now this one is like Celine, but it's a bit easier to land. I believe you can use this on some builds. It's the poly C tier, like bottom C tier. I would put it here. More avoidable than Scoria. Top, well is very bad. What if you proc it on DK and use it in rocks though? What's up, Gino? How are you doing? There is a chance that you get good value out of it. I think bottom C tier. With several games with it, just fall in love. But on what? On Templar? It's easy to avoid usually, but there are ways to make it land. I would still keep it C tier. It's not gonna be B tier or anything, but 4 hits in 3 games. But do you have like a lot of roots and snares and ways to land it? Wycos are also terrible, I think. This is a Major Mame, I believe, or a Major Cowardice. It's one of the few sources of Major Cowardice, but now with the Scribing you have a lot easier access to Major Cowardice. So I don't think this is worth it. Can't have full uptime either. Vykosa is bad. Vykosa is gonna be, I think, it's probably more value than Celine and Mephala. The Cubic and Aiden. Insert specific scenario happened here happened. In those cases we consider that it's niche and it can work in a niche and we rank it accordingly. But this I'm gonna rank it bottom C. It's not gonna be B tier. Like anything that's niche is gonna be at most B tier. Otherwise, like it's a niche, it's a bad niche. But look at what's above value threat here. We have things like Hitties and Crimson and a Footman for some perma block build. Ranking all the sets, we're not just putting it in C tier with comparisons to other monster sets. Zan, now this one is really good in duels, really bad in open world. So this one we're of course gonna rank a bit higher, but I think it's like Kjalnar. Maybe it's a bit more usable than Kjalnar in duels, but we'll put it lower B tier here. Zol, this set is annoying, but it's not super amazing. It's some defense, I guess, if you don't have good CCs, which is very unlikely now with Scribing. I think Scribing made this set a lot worse. I would say it's probably... No, I would run this over Grottar and this sets. Would run it over Nazare and Nightflame as well. Would run it over Velithread. And Tremor Scale and Stonekeeper. Let's put it here. I think Stonehusk, if you land it, or Krag, Scoria, like this can be good value. Zol is probably good here. Now we get to Mythics. Bellharsas, that can be some good damage if you can land Litex reliably, but it's not super amazing. I would probably rank it low C tier. Suedo, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Much appreciated. Fits on nearly every build. A OP and a niche, really good, but not quite S tier. No. A tier is like you can run them on anything. Or almost anything. B a good set, C can work in a really niche situation, D bad, F, yeah. That's accurate. Plato's Embrace, I don't know many people running this. I know Blobs likes this mythic a lot. However, I find it very clunky to proc. So I'm not sure how I would rank this. I don't think it's as good as the Bellharsas when it comes to mythics. I think it's probably some bottom, like middle D tier. These are sets that are kinda annoying to proc. Kinras, Craven Ability, Joquin. I think Bloodlord has the same kind of situation. It's just not that easy to proc. Crit Cannon on like some crypt subs can be super good. You have like Crypt Cannon user plus a DK, that's a timeless classic. We'll put this in bottom B tier, I think. I think it's better than Bellharsas, for sure, for its niche. Maybe even rank this higher. Drexros and Crypt Cannon gonna do the same. Gonna have the same idea. But I think Drexros is more universally usable. Quite a bit actually, so... Let's put it here with the heavy attack niche. With the... Bosox Lofted Mythic. So I've heard. I think the... you're probably better off with like Sea Snail though, no? Why not Sea Snail? You have Strick. Way more damage. Now DDF... We get to S tier once again. I think DDF is an S tier mythic. Just good on anything and best in slot on a lot of things. I'll put it above Paylog. Below Reds. Reds is just broken. It's kinda equal, but I think Reds is better. 277, how you doing? S tier when it works. When it doesn't bug out, but I still think it's worth putting there. Dwarves Buttons, I think Dwarves Buttons is kinda similar to Belharzas can be good on a niche build. Provides good value when you can proc it, but kind of limited compared to other mythics. Can be very annoying to keep up as well. I would put Dovra Sabatons here. Full value you get more than 13k armor. That's a lot of value. Ascent to S, yeah, but DDF is S there, for sure. Esoteric, this is also another mythic that's really good in a niche. But I think it's even better than the other, like, more niche mythics. We'll put this in, I think in B tier. But it's gonna be a high B tier. I think Esoteric, when you build around it and you make it work, it's super good. But you can just put Esoteric on anything. Alikir Mythic, wait, Belharzas? Or Esoteric? Also my mouse is completely messed up. It's like rubber underneath, it's not good. Blood Moon Warden, yeah, you could do something like that. Blood Moon Warden with Belharzas and the new Light Axe set, Treasure 4. That could be hilarious. Onslaught, this is a meme. This thing is just a meme. Actually, if you try to use this mythic, it gets you killed. Because you're like sprinting through people being Pepega. So I would put it here. Encourages bad gameplay. Just a bad mythic. Geisha Cities is decent if you build for max health. It can be some good defensive value. It's not the best option you have, but I will put Geisha Cities also quite high. Maybe upper C tier. Or maybe even bottom D tier. It's a B tier. I think it's bottom B tier. Come on, how you doing? Hop in stream to find out your entire build is D tier? Oh no. Wait, what do you run? Launchers did a full update, what the hell? In ESO or... been offline for quite a while doing this tier list. Funny when it had the Kovac gear bug. Yeah, back then, but now it's just like, what are you doing running this? Harpooners is unusable in PvP basically. Maybe on some gank builds you can use it, so I'm not gonna rank it F tier, but it's gonna be bottom D tier, I think. Maybe you can use this on a gank build. But I believe you lose the bonuses if you go into stealth, right? Or it has a duration. 20 seconds. Maybe on some cloak spamming Nightblade you can get a lot of crit damage from it, but I don't know about this. Left-handers, a really good defensive mythic. We're gonna put this right next to the Esoteric. I think it's maybe less than Esoteric though. It is a good mythic, however. You have to build around both. Both of these require enormous amounts of stem sustain, but if you have that, you can get a lot of tankiness. I think Esoteric is a bit more reliable though. As left-hander, you can still get knocked up in the air. You have to dodge too many times, you're out of stem. It's a lot easier to run out of stem spamming dodge than it is with Esoteric if you build for the stem sustain. Malgat is it's decent at best, I think. There are some builds that can use it, but I think it's gonna be upper D tier. It's not good though. Like maybe you can use it on some build, but it's not good. Marking Ring can be good though. Marking Ring is I think that there are builds like my MacDK, for example, that make really good use out of it. But it's not gonna be a B tier, in all honesty. I think it's upper C tier. It's not DDF. So much health scaling in this game, but I would put it here. In upper C tier. Morse Whispers, there might be some full crit builds that can use this, but it's kinda bad. I think it's probably like around here, similar kind of niche builds. There are more niche builds with Malakat than these two, so we'll rank that higher. Oaken Soul can still be used on werewolf builds. It's actually best in slot for werewolf, so we have to put it B tier at the very least. I think bottom B tier. It's not going to be higher because of the niche nature of it, but bottom B tier is probably fine for Oaken. Miforainer, how you doing? Nice Tremor Scale buffer, yes, and any max health kind of build, because you can crit those anyway. And you don't buff them with Seasonal, for example. Ghost of Elnofey, I think this is also a kind of underrated mythic. Can be funny, you can get a lot of ult gen from it, but I think it's down here in C tier. Or maybe even here, next to Malakat. A bit memey. Ring of the Pale Order is really good in solo. But it will never be more than B tier, because it's niche. You have to be in solo kind of environment, and then you can get good value out of it. Would I put it above Oaken? I think so, because there's more builds that can use it. You just have to be without any teammates. And I think when you can use it, it's better than Gears City, so put it there. Ring of the Wild Hunt, this one is it's not bad. If you are playing like a Bass build, you have to run infused Bass Cliffs. Wild Hunt is your best option for mobility in that case, because you can run Swift. So I think it's kind of like here as well, though. Or maybe it's more value, like it's always value. This is not always value, this is not always value. This is always value because you can, instead of running Swift, for example, you can have infused and you get something close to Markin. Is it better than Markin? I think it's about the same. Maybe a bit worse than Markin, value-wise. We'll put it there. This new mythic I haven't tried yet, but there's some cases where you can maybe like just block and heal up the fall, where it would provide mitigation, but it's kind of hard to utilize. I would imagine it's kind of like Battle's Embrace in terms of viability. Put it there. This nail, okay, this is going to A tier at least. I think this nail is still like, if you wanna just go max damage, it is still your best option. So it's either up here or just straight up S tier. If you put it here, there's gonna be a Satan Seducer as well. They're all gonna be S tier, I think. I think DDF Poly is more usable. So much health scaling, it always gives you value. This has the downside. It is best in shot for damage though, so like if you just wanna min-max damage, you go Sea Serpent. We'll probably put it there. Shapeshifter Shane is terrible. It's just worse than Oaken for werewolf builds. Maybe on like some Goliath builds you can use this to spam Goliath, but I would probably rank it lower than Malakat and Ghost of Elnofey. Probably around... I think it's better than these things, because you also get half a DDF when you're in the transformation ulti. You're of course really vulnerable outside of it. Maybe like here is where I would rank it. Snot Race is good, I know ball groups run it. I know there's a lot of builds where I've considered running it. There's still a lot of value. Won't be higher than B tier though. I think here Snot Race should be. It's not left-hander or esoteric, I think it's kind of like close to it, but not quite there. Spoiler can be used in group play. I think that makes it. It has a downside though, and not that much value. I think it's here, maybe worse even here. Shapeshifter should be best shot for werewolf, but it isn't. Yep. Stormweavers is quite underrated. I think it can be good for a lot of like kind of niche builds as well. I think it's better than Bloodlords, for example. I think it's better than Shapeshifters when you find a use for it. Better than Ghost of Elnofey? I think so. I think it's here next to Malakat. Can be useful. This one can be good as well for group support and some kind of troll tank, because you get 30% block mitigation. On Zero Banes, I would rank this. I would actually rank this quite high. For the niche that you try to play, like it's up here. Maybe even here. No, I don't think it's better than Markin. Let's put it there. Turkey vs Czechia, who's gonna win this? I have no idea. Okay, Saint and Seducer, newest addition. Very good mythic. Can be used on a lot of builds. You kind of do have to build around it a bit. You don't want to have too many of the buffs from other sources. Like LSS makes it a lot worse because you have all of the minor debuffs, or almost all of them. I would say it's worse than Sea Snail. Maybe even significantly worse. But it can be good on builds. I would put it here in upper B tier. I don't think it's that strong. So, like, you have to really build around it. If you have too many of the debuffs or too many of the buffs, maybe here, maybe it's still A tier, but this is how I would rank it. I don't like it as much as Sea Snail, usually. I do still want to run it on like Nightblade, for example. Shadow Queen Skull, okay, well, useless, but it doesn't kill you. It doesn't encourage bad behaviors. Let's put it here, maybe here. Sarsen's Strangles are very fucking annoying to build up, but if you do build it up, if you can use it, if you're playing Jodil or Icy, I think Trassan is an A tier mythic, if not S tier. It's actually S tier when you stack it up, I think. But you have to be able to use it, which makes it niche, which makes it B tier. So you can't use it in BDs. And it's super annoying. I think Trassan is here. Even more damage than Sea Snail, but super annoying to stack up. Or should I even consider that? Like, when you can use Trassan, you should use Trassan. You should just not use it when you can't. And if you're fine with the stacking up, we'll just assume that it's optimal play and you try not to die as much as possible and try to get as many kills as possible. So you want to run Trassan. It doesn't give you defense like DDF, so I'm still gonna rank it below DDF, but I think Trassan is an S tier mythic. It's just annoying. And speaking of S tier mythics, here's another one. This might actually be the strongest singular item in the game. It's best in slot for so many builds, always good for stat builds. It gives you everything that you get from Reds, then like everything else. This is S tier. Honestly, the Orc of the Elite King is S tier. It's just insanely strong. Just know, what is no Trassan or... Torque is just broken. This Torque is not broken though. This Torque is still like decent, you can use it, but... I don't want to give it D tier, but it might be C tier. It's maybe slightly more usable than this, so... Put it... Marking Ring is there, then this would be better than Crow Flurry or Nick Sound. I would run it over Engine Guardian. Velocity not really usable in PvP. Still gives you something on like Beam Arcanist. You don't really like that much, but you get minor force and some pen. But it's probably better than Harpooners on those kind of builds. Still, put it here. It's like kind of low D tier. Adamant Lurker. This is the I actually forgot what this one does. I think it's when you stand still, you get health rate. Yeah, I remember. So this one also encourages bad behaviors. And it's just not good. Maybe it's still better than this though. You can maybe use it on some healthy build. Where's Permafrost? It should be like slightly better than Permafrost. Or maybe around the same. I think Permafrost might be even in D tier. Oh, no, it's here. Where is... Where did we put the new one? Adamant Lurker, I'm blind. Oh, there it is. It's more valued than Permafrost. You don't need a damage heal, but you're also supposed to stand still. No, I think it's worse. It just encourages bad behavior. I think it's here. Like if you play it optimally, you can still get some value out of it. You don't get any out of this. PV tier list also no, it's just for PvP. Akari Dragon God is ult cost reduction and health regen, I believe. It's actually alright, I guess, if you wanna reduce ult cost. So it's gonna be better than a lot of these sets here. Kind of like potentates, but 5-piece. And I don't think it's that terrible. I would probably run it over Bells of Elnafe and a lot of these other sets. Put it upper D tier. Armor of the Trainee, well, here we go again with the S tier. This set is just insane. You always want to run the 1-piece on 5-piece front, 5-piece back, more set mythic builds. So for the 1-piece and sometimes 2-piece value, it's gonna be S tier. Should I put it there even? I'll put it here, right next to DDF. Just the best thing you can run for 1-piece value. Or 2-piece in some case. Wealth Heritage, so it's the Demolisher, but not as good. It's still usable on best builds though. I'm gonna put this on at least C tier. It's not bad for best builds. Maybe here. Elite Refuge, this is some new set as well, I forgot to. Blocking attack reduce damage taken by 11% for 3 seconds. It's actually not bad for perma-block builds, it's a unique damage taken debuff, damage reduction buff. If you just wanna like play some perma-block nonsense, then I guess it goes up to B tier for the purpose of the gameplay. It's probably better than Footman. Footman is 8% when you're blocking. But it doesn't apply to dot damage, for example, because you can block dots. This would probably be like here, bottom B tier for block builds. Actually, Gorman is sort of crit damage, but again, kinda like Ordesvat. It's a little bit worse than Ordesvat value-wise, so we'll rank it maybe a bit lower than that. Ordesvat was, I believe, C tier or B tier. Wait, where did we move it? I already lost it. It's too many. Oh, there it is. Way too many sets. Where's Ordesvat? Clever Arc. Or was Ordesvat C tier for me? I think it was. We'll put this here, I'm gonna search for Ordesvat. Oh, it's up here. Okay, so this is a bit worse than Ordesvat. Would I run it over Burning Spell? Probably not in all builds. Maybe on some build. Let's put it here. It's a bit more usable than Archer's Might. Archer's Might is good for ganking, but 30% is 20%. Moved Void Pass. Did I? Wait, where is Void Pass now?
We are not alone.
Void Pass is no, it's still where it needs to be. I don't think it's bad if you run Rebus backbar. Oh, I fixed. Okay. Bara's Curse, kinda meh. It does have a snare and heals you a bit when it pokes at, so that probably makes it better than 80% of the sets in the game. I would probably say it's better than Scoria. It's better than Thunderflame for sure. Things like Viper. I would put it here. Low C tier. Son of the Drive. This is a regen set, I believe, but a bad one. Yeah, it's the block one. So if you block attacks, you can get the a Red's Vitality Light, basically. And now I lost it again. It's still better than all of these sets here though. Is Poly worse than Willow's Path? Because of the proc condition. Let's put it here. Seems about right. Beekeeper. Now if you want to build for health regen, it's not the worst option. Where did we put Ognum? I believe it was worse than Ognum quite a lot. Where's Ognum? I can't find anything here. Oh, there it is. So above force overflow. It's probably like here. For the, if you for some reason want to stack health regen, it's kind of like if you want to reduce ulti costs for some reason. These are probably kind of equal in terms of power level, I would say. But thing of high ult is when you heal you get some stats. It's not like awful. I believe it doesn't apply to teammates, otherwise it would be good for group gameplay. Increase your weapon as spell mass by 369. It's max magic is decent decent stats, but it's not super amazing either. Kind of like mid set. Probably more value than that. More value than this. Still more value. More uptime than skating mates, very close to the same amount of stats. I believe it's good here. It's where we start to get more value, roughly. Bloodstones, this can be decent sustain. It's not versus viability, but also when you're blocking, kinda has to be double board. But let's put it next to some other sustain set. I would rather get my sustain from Bloodstone than Ancient Guardian. Where did I put Volok and those other sets though? They're here. I think Bloodstone is probably stronger, but not that much stronger. Cameras Rebuke could be really good for group support. Probably put this here, like really low C tier. I think it's still alright. It's not D tier. Bog Raider. Now this one is terrible. This is health regen after you kill something, right? When enemy you have recently damaged dice, okay, remember, and some ulti. You have to kill something and the value is not like, oh, you kill some other targets nearby as well. No, it's just bad value. The duration kinda sucks. What is Bog? Bog Raider, we can put this probably worse than Hemer's actually. Better than Grizzly Gourmet. Let's put it here, next to Way of Arvina. Briarheart is decent, it's decent. I think it's gonna be C tier. Some decent value, some heals, decent uptime. I think it's like next to Overwhelming Surge perhaps. 20% done? No, we're almost done. Couple sets left. Bright Throat, I mean, it's decent value still, right? for max magic builds. We'll put this in policy tier. Maybe next to Destruction Mastery, they're kind of similar value. This one gives you more max magic, this one gives you the mac regen as well. Maybe it's more value than Destruction Mastery though. Of the Undertaker, this used to be really funny when it was bugged. It's still probably decent when it comes to defensive sets. I'll probably put it not as good as cities, I think. Put it like here somewhere. Maybe behind Tormentor. Monotong, this is the PvE set. I don't think you get any value in PvP. No monster gain experience points, unless you're in IC, which makes it very niche. But it's good to do the 4-piece. I guess we'll put it bottom of D tier. Because you can get value out of it in IC. Champion of the Hist is minor heroism, and I think weapon spellmass on the 5-piece. If you want minor heroism, you run heroism bots, but for budget builds, I guess we can have it in D tier. I think it's probably more value than a lot of this. Let's put it here. Probably more value than Blessing of High Isle. Crafty Alphig. Now this is used by a lot of max damage stroke builds right now. We run this with Ancient Grace. Ancient Grace is better though, it's only 3-piece. I would put this maybe above these ones, but I don't think Crafty is B tier. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of it, but it is better than these sets. We'll put it. It's better than Ashen Grip. Let's be clear. Probably better than Torque or Ancient Guardian. Let's put it here behind Shockthorn. Dark Stride, I think this is sneak cost reduction or something like that. It's sneak and sprint cost reduction. I mean, there's some sustain at least, so it's automatically not as bad as some other F tier sets. It's less sustain than this garbage, less tankiness than this. More sustain than this, for sure. I think here. Get Water Skull, this is when you kill things you get ulti. Maybe on some meme bomb build you can use this, but I don't know. We'll put it down here. It's not Night Water's case there. Even for the memes. Deadlands Assassin has to be ranked higher than Ashen Grip. Good stats, gives you weapon spellmass, gives you some burst if you want an instant damage proc, but not like super amazing. Where's Ashen Grip again? I would rank this higher than this though. It's better than Aurora's, it's I think around the same. And now it should be higher than Ashen Grip for sure. Poly here is good actually. Armor Truth, Aurorans, kinda in between. 24 stream, no. What's up, Kanmo? Salut. Defiler. This set is very memey, but it can be used in some like Arcanist Beam builds. Is it good? No, it's not, but I would rank it above Sunderflame and Viper. Where is Celistrix? It kinda goes hand in hand with Celistrix. Oh, there it is. It's actually worse than Celistrix, I think. But let's just have it next to it. Dragon God Elite. This the gives you, I believe, crit sense when you light or heavy attack, but the uptime is really bad, right? Yeah, Yeah, it's 5 seconds. When you deal dark damage. Oh, it's not light axe. You could actually get a lot of crit chance from this with the Sword and Bolt Scribe. Because you get undodgeable dark damage. Or with combined with like Way of Fire, for example. But Sword and Bolt Scribe, this set and the Standstill set, you could probably go to like 100% crit chance. Maybe that's not terrible. Maybe an underrated set. We're gonna put it in C tier at least, I think. What was the Dragon Guard? There's too many dragons. Dragon Guard Elite. I think there's honestly potential with this set. You kind of want to combine it with that one, but this one is just worse. This one you can kind of make work. Put it bottom C tier. Maybe a bit optimistic, but I believe there's a chance. Drago's Heritage is actually not a bad defensive set. You knock people back when you drop low health and you heal yourself with when knocking people back. I think this is another C tier set, or like bottom C tier. It's kind of same idea as like Imperium. Backbar set that just gives you a burst defense. But this one you need people in melee range to get value out of it. Imperium you don't. So it's definitely not as good. Chai, how you doing? What am I doing? We're doing a ESO armor sets tier list for PvP. Dreamer's Mantle is terrible. This one returns Magicka. It doesn't heal you. It's when you drop low health you return Magicka. It's not really something you want to. Or does it knockback as well? I think it also has a knockback. Yeah, you knock down all enemies within 4 meters. Restore 1k Magicka every 7 seconds. But you have to drop below 35. Not a lot of sustain. It is a defensive set though, so it's probably better than a lot of these. I think this is where we draw the line. At least the like max stats they give defense by buffing your heals. If you put Dreamer's Mantle there, it's not as good as the Dragon Heritage. There's no heal. Eternal Vigor is actually a decent set. You get a lot of sustain from it. You get a lot of health reason from it if you want to build for health reason. I would put it high C tier. Not as good as Draken or Plague Slinger. I wouldn't run that ever over those, but maybe here next to like Treasure Hunter and Two Throw. It's not terrible. After Grasp gives you ulti when you do crit damage. For Ulchen, I don't think it's bad, but it's a bit. Where's Tavas? I think it's Tavas there. There's Tavas Favor. I think you get about the same ult from both. Fjord's Legacy, this one gives you more sprint speed. It's a unique buff, but you probably reach speed cap. If you want sprint, like you can get minor expedition at all times from a Jailbreaker, for example. I don't think Fjord's Legacy is too good. It does reduce the sprint cost, but who cares about sprint cost? However, I would say it's still worth some defense by giving you more speed, which probably makes it about Reynolds Resolve in terms of value. Flanking Strategist is terrible, not huge value, and it's only when you're flanking. I would probably, because of the like, I would rank it over Sword Dancer. Maybe next to Drosakar. Where's Marspawn though? We haven't ranked it yet. It's the PvP sets. Frostbite can be a lot of damage on Magden. I'm gonna rank this quite high due to that. It is, I believe, best in slot for Northern Storm damage. This one and like Acuity Bale or something like that can do a crazy amount of damage. We'll probably put it... it's not gonna be B tier, it's very niche. Where's... We'll put it here. We're like very, very high C tier. I don't think it's B tier. Grace of Gloom, however, this set is not bad for back bar. Gives major evasion, gives some healing. I believe this is gonna be B tier as a defensive set. I don't run it on any builds right now, but when I run it, I've really enjoyed it. I think like bottom B tier is good for it. In Green Pact is the max health and health reason set, I believe. Beekeeper's the health reason only set. This was the one with max health and health reason. But I think value-wise they're about the same. If you want to build for health reason, you also want to build for max health. Griffon's Forest is a decent set. I've run it on a few builds. Minor Expedition and Minor Force saves spar space. Very easy to proc from one bar. I believe this is at least B tier. Or at least like middle B tier. It's not Flame Blossom tier, but let's put it here above the like non-perfected weapons. I think Griffon's Forest is nice. Hatchling Cell, this is a really good defensive set if you need a defensive set. Actually, when you run it, it's very often like 10% plus of the healing. So this one's also gonna be B tier. Would I rank it higher? I think so. Would I rank it above Clever Arc? Or above Griffons? I would rank above Clever Arc. I think it has more use cases than Clever Arc. But this one's more of a double bar set. You need to double bar it. I'll have it here, like behind Clever. But it's a good set. Exosport, kinda same, but harder to utilize, harder to get value out of it, but you don't need to build high max health for this. I think it's not as good as Hatchling Cell, but it's also a... let's put it next to Imperium. I think Imperium I have... here. Where's Exos? Here. I think it's about the same. Maybe it's slightly worse. Actually, it's worse than Parabellum. But all of these are very close. Hide of Mori House. Now, this one is funny. You can meme around with this. You can roll through people and stun them. Has a like stem reason 5 piece as well. I think Hide of Mori House is only C tier. Only like bottom C tier. It's not D tier. I don't think it's that bad. When you have a set that seizes people off global cooldown, it cannot be C tier. Or a D tier, I mean. Can I run it on more builds than Bloodthorn? I think so. I think it's like Dovra Sabaton's Morio's kinda similar, kinda. You have to build around a meme, basically. Both have an off-global cooldown stun. Hide of the Werewolf, this is a lot of ult sustain. It's not bad. I think it's about the same as the actually, if you run it on DK, I think Bloodthorn is kinda close value-wise. It is more old gen than what's it called, the set from Fargrave. I forgot the name. It's the one we ranked already. But I think it's ranked higher here. So it's fine. Kinmarch are a very good set. You kinda have to build around it. I wouldn't rank it as high as some of the other sets. Because you do have to build around it. But if you do build around it, it's a lot of value. So it's definitely gonna be an A tier set. I think. Or is it? No, I think a lot of these are better for a lot of builds. I think Kinmatsu probably has more use than And these sets... would I rank it above Dragon's Appetite? And Haldan Conqueror? I think so. I think here is good. I don't think Kinmatsu's A tier. So you have so many builds with LSS and you already get the major beats and you already have the like major defile and all of that. I don't think it deserves A tier. Livewire, this is an interesting one. Blocks Concussed in AoE and heals you. It's not bad defensively, like it does do quite a bit of healing sometimes and some decent damage. I think Drago Heritage, they're very similar. You would backpart them for defense. I think you probably benefit more from the AoE CC though. Macabre Vintage. This is the new set and I believe this is bleed damage when you kill something. Yeah, it's only a monster, so... But it has the 150 on the 5 piece and really good 2 to 4 piece. So you might think, oh, this is a PV set, we're not gonna rank it very high. Nope, we're still gonna rank it above a lot of the other sets, just based on that. I think it's better than Ritualist, just based on the 2 to 4 piece. Maybe it's even low D tier. 150 weapon spell elements? Actually no, let's put it here. It's more value than Hundrings. Better 2 to 4 piece, almost the same 5 piece. I don't know, it's F tier. Let's not think too much about it. It's going to be published. Yes, I can save this, I believe, or take screenshots. Mad Tinker, a bit of a meme. You can use to CC off global cooldown. There's not that many sets that do that. You can buff the damage, by the way, with Daedric Prey. You can make it hit kind of hard, but it's a bit annoying to aim sometimes. However, if you do CC with it, I think it's more value than these two. It's not as much value as Celistrix or Defiler. So I'll leave it down there. Riches doesn't buff Colossus, does it? No. Not Colossus, I believe. It does buff Blast Bones, though. Marauder's Haste, this is a unique 20% speed buff. But I don't think it's... I mean, it's gonna be higher than a lot of these other ones, but... It's gonna be higher than a lot of these other ones, but... Wait, I lost it. Oh, there it is. Speed is out of survivability. Where's the... It's one barable as well. I think you probably save yourself more with the speed than you do with the other ones there. Honestly, I think this set is... probably here, value-wise. 20% speed is nice. It's kinda easy to proc now with the scribing damage shields, for example. And Nimbali, thank you for the follow. Thank you. And with Necro Rest plus Muscled, all this is too expensive. Yeah, and you don't get enough value out of Ritualist. This 15% damage. It's only like barely more than something like Essence Thief, which buffs all of you damage. It's not really worth it. Pariah, this is not as good as Trial by Fire, but it's not a lot worse. In some cases better. So here we have to find the defensive sets again. Where did I move it? Pariah, there. It's better than Iron Flask for sure. I would probably put Pariah here when it comes to like double bard sets. Trial by Fire is also a double bard one. Oh no, where's the... Trial by Fire... Wait, where is it? Oh, it's there. So it would probably be like here. Is it better than the damage shield sets? I think so, if you double bar. Let's put it here. Trash ever since they deleted stock and blast spawns. Yeah, but I mean, blast spawns are still fine. Merit is also another kind of underrated set. It can be really nice defensively. You're still vulnerable to dots though, and all the undodgeable damage, so I would rank it worse than... definitely worse than the damage still procs. When it comes to defense. I would probably put it here. It's not amazing, I wouldn't run it, but it's not like the worst one if you do run it. Seems about right. Mother's Sorrow. This one just goes next to the other crits. If you wanna like make some kind of full crit damage build, it's better than Leviathan because light armor you can min-max the armor weight's a bit better. But something like that. Necropotence, this is terrible. But it's not as terrible as some of the other ones there. Because you don't want to have pets if you play a max Magicka like Hardened Ward Sork. You don't want to have the pets. You just nerf your Hardened Ward if you do. But there are more max Magicka builds, I believe, that can use this. Maybe it's here. Not a huge fan. Nightmother's Embrace. This is I believe Sneak cost reduction again. It's just one of those sets. Raise radius you can be detected while sneaking. Cost of sneak by 25%. That's the 171 on the 5-piece and like decent to the 4, but yeah, I don't know. There's some roleplay set. I'm not gonna rank that too high. Nightmare. So many nightmares here. Huh? Oh, it's Night Motor. Okay, I should have made coffee. Night Motor's Embrace. It is definitely. It's probably kind of similar to this one. It's 20 more on the 5-piece, but a lot worse to the 4-piece. Maybe it's like here. Or actually, would I run... I would run New Moon over it. Have it like that. Night Terror is the when you take melee damage, you deal some poison damage to your opponent, but only works against melee opponents, so it's a bit niche. It also has a useless 4-piece. I believe, if I recall correctly. Max Warden Rib? Wait, why? Oh no, it has useless 3-piece. This is kind of bad stat-wise, but the effect can be decent when you fight people with melee damage, but it's too niche. So I will probably put it here. It's because it doesn't have a 3-piece bonus. My piece maybe makes it a little bit better. Maybe here. Order of Diagna. Now this one is good value on back bar, especially in no CP, but we don't think about no CP here, by the way. Just any type of content. But even in other content, I don't think it's a bad set. It's not B tier. I don't think it's B tier. I think it's like here. Can be good for self-heals on the back bar, especially on Warden. A lot of healing received and max health from the set as well. Phoenix mod, now this is a good set. Can be used on support builds, but can also be used on solo builds. Especially on Arcanist, gives you the more it gives you more max stam on the back bar. If you put points into health, it means that you can play a Matchcanist and still have more max stamina on the back bar without losing any stats on the front bar. which means that your rune mend is gonna cost stamina, which means that you can rotate stamina and magic for healing, which is huge for survivability. This set has a lot of uses. I'm tempted to put it A tier, but I don't think that's fair. We'll rank it very highly though. Maybe here, like, actually it has more uses than these two. Let's put it here. I think Phoenix Mod is a great set. Hey Nico, how you doing? Hello, hello. Blake Doctor, I believe, is still the most max health you can get. So we kinda have to rank this higher for any max health I can build. Maybe let's put it next to Pariah. Prisoner's Rags. This is interesting. It gives you a lot of max sustain if you sprint. There are some meme things you can do with it. You can basically turn stamina into magicka. So I don't think it's terrible. Maybe here, like next to Lamias or something. It's better than Iron Flask, I think. Queen's Elegance, this 10% cost reduction still. The Empower part is useless. But if you do a light hack, it reduces the cost of your next ability by 10%. Which is automatically gonna rank it a bit higher. The money efficiency is just all the time the same bonus, so this one's gonna be lower ranked than that. And have it like here next to Buckskin or something. Iskander, how you doing? Lazy City discovers while also doesn't heal you if you hit a shield. Wait, really? I didn't know that. It's still like the best spam bull though with the class set, but I didn't know that you didn't get a heal. That kinda sucks. Radiant Passion is Garbo. I wish it was getting buffed by Mersum 2-8s and Draukin and stuff like that. It would be a really strong set, but I think we put it here, like next to Alessia's Bulwark or something. It's very little damage that you get from it. Ranger's Gate reduces the... I believe that's weaker snares and stronger snares for you. Oh no, it's stem reason and weaker snares on you. 50%. It doesn't affect Sea Snail, sadly. Otherwise it would be higher ranked, but we can put this probably like around here. It's probably better than Fjords. Prison Storm via Swamp Stage 4 meme build. No. His sap is a good defense set. If you double bar it. Some good value. It's gonna be at least C tier. I think it's gonna be B tier. I have a feeling B tier is appropriate. It's not as good as Essence Thief. I think it's better than Order Sweat. I think it's better than Griffons. I think it's not as good as Rival Cage if you're missing the major buff. So S tier, so far it's Elite Talk, Noble in Decay when you play a Necron, Soul Cleaver when you play a Nightblade. Not for every build, mind you, but for range build and Bomber, it's just such a giga set value-wise. Red White 3 DDF, Arm of the Trainee for the One Piece, Baylog and Trussen. As encrypted no Oaken Soul, no. Robes of the Withered Hand is sustain if you kill something, it's not that amazing. It is sustain, however, so we're still gonna rank it. Still gonna rank it maybe. It's only when something dies though. Why is Spell Parasite so low? I think this should be a little bit higher. It's also a little bit of max sustain. Put it like here next to Magnus Gift. Where did I put that set? I was just oh, here. It's when you kill something, so the proc condition already makes it kind of awkward. I think maybe it's worse than Hunt Leader. It's probably worse than Sacco. Probably worse than all of this. Put it here. Really, so how I rank this tier list is that I rank sets based on how good they are in general. If something's good in like best in slot in like duels, but you can't really use it in open world, it's not gonna be S tier ever. It's gonna be A tier at most. But if you can use something in duels and in open world, it's gonna have a good chance of being S tier. If it's actually S tier. Salvation is damage in werewolf form, I believe. Yeah, weapon spell damage 150 and reduce the cost. It's not really good. This one is awful. I think it's has really bad 2-4 as well. I think this one might be like here or even worse. It's like here. That's Volley hidden. Hello. Essential Defender. This one is if you do direct damage, you gain stacks, and once you land a heavy attack, you get a lot of resources back. It's actually not terrible. Like if you need a sustain set, but usually you just go Wretched. But let's say Wretched didn't exist, this would be a bit higher up here. I think it's a lot of sustain you get from it. It's backbarable. Amber Blossom isn't backbarable, so I think it's higher than Amber Blossom. I think it's more value than Warlock, for example. I think this would be like low C tier. It's a lot of sustain you get. 757 for each stack of Sentinel's Duty. When you deal direct damage with non-heavy attack. So if you have any like way of fire or the new Sword of Scribe, you do one heavy, you get all of your like not just magicka back, but also stamina back. Like honestly, this is not a bad set. Because you have to land a heavy attack, but oh well. Fatal Trauma from Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, I watched a little bit about that. It just makes me wonder like what was actually said. Senses Spice is 15% crit damage when you dodge roll something, but you have to dodge roll something. I think it's even more annoying to keep a good uptime on Senses than it would be on Grave Inevitability. So because of the uptime, I think we're gonna rank this. It's also easier to apply Catalyst than this set. So I think it's gonna be here. 7th Legion is still decent value if you proc it. Health Reason and Weapon Spell Mask, kinda easy proc condition, long duration on the proc. I believe this is gonna be ranked quite high. I think it's even C tier. I think it's more than Marauder's Haste. I think it's better than Briarheart's. Only around here. It's fine for a 7th. Dancer's Raiment is you dodge an attack for you dodge attacks for 1 second after coming out of stealth, but it has 8 second cooldown. It's probably not bad defensively. You just don't really need to go defense usually on Nightblade, but I would say this one is it's probably also a C tier set. It's probably better than this. Let's put it here next to Diagna. It's a bit niche because you have to play a Nightblade to make use out of it, but a Red Mountain, it's decent if you can land it. The tooltip is alright. Definitely higher than a lot of these other procs here. Is it better than Deadlands Assassin? I think so if it lines up with your build. I think this one is like high C tier. I don't think it's B tier. Single target. Sark Exoskeleton. This is also minor heroism and some weapon spell damage from the 5-piece. We can find the Champion of the East and just put it next to it. I think this has a little bit better stats than Champion of the East. Like Red Mountain. Yeah, it's not D tier. It's like not like, oh, don't run this, it's garbage, but I don't think it's like B tier. I wouldn't personally run it, I think. So if you want fire damage, then like there's a lot stronger sets here. in B tier like Cinders, and it's gonna be Way of Fire and it's probably in A tier actually. Six of the Sun is terrible. With Net's stats, it's only 400 for some reason. It does buff fire damage, so if you play like DK it's more value, but it's a bad set, they need to update. City stats is you get movement speed if you kill things. It can be really funny in Icy actually, you get 5% for each enemy you kill. Up to 100% you can speed cap with this one set in Icy. I haven't seen people do that, but has a 30 second duration, so you just kill one mob every 30 seconds, and this set can make you go zoom zoom. And then you get kicked from the game because you're moving too fast and they think you're hacking. But I think it's probably like up here in C tier as well. For the memes. For the IC memes. Hey, look Tiden. Why is everyone doing tier lists now? Wait, who else is doing tier lists? Don't buy alchemy wits, huh? And Wild how Twitch would protect him if that's true, kinda disgusting. Yeah, but it depends on like what was said, right? Like, did we see the messages? I would be very curious. Maybe he said something really stupid. We all say something really stupid sometimes, but if it's like a long conversation and it's kind of obvious where it's going, then it's different, of course. But I want to see the context before, like, being like, oh, this person bad. Is the site updated yet? Website? No, I need to update the builds there. Still on the list of things to do. Skooma Smuggler is a major expedition for 30 seconds when you drink a pot. If you're missing a major expedition and you can back paraset, this one is better than Adept Rider. And Adept Rider was ranked kinda high actually. Or relatively high. I don't think this is necessarily even D tier. It probably is D tier though. Where is Adept Rider? Oh, it's up here even. Yeah, so if you don't have major expedition, this is C tier. It's not like something you want to run, but it's not something bad either if you can run it. So you can backpart this. Maybe it's a little bit worse because you have 30 second duration, so you have to run some pot cooldown reductions actually. Or is it 30 seconds? I think it was. Yeah, it's only 30 seconds, never mind. Because you have to run pot cooldown glyphs to make this worth. That'll drop it down a tier. It's probably better than things like Viper still. Put it like here. Alchemist doesn't say much though, has it? Not the Stamconist. The Matchconist I wanna try a different build on, but I haven't tried it in game yet, so... Full PV set tier list for the last week or so. Never the tier list, now you. Oh, this is for PvP though. It's a PvP tier list. Soul Sign, I think this is kinda equal to what's it called, the healing set. Need to find it. High Isle something. It's way too many sets, man. Did you and Hyper also have this poem where you just forgot where you put things because there's so many sets? I have to constantly search for them. High Isle is in D tier. So I think Soul Sign also D tier. I think it's kinda similar strength, Soul Sign and High Isle. You don't get a lot of value from the 5 piece, that's the bomb. You get 369, the uptime is not super amazing. I think they're kinda equally hard or difficult to keep up, however you want to look at it. They are one barable, but this one is front barable because you need to run it with B, more jabs or something. And the other one is back barable because you want to proc it with heals. I think this one is easier to proc though, so we'll rank Soul Sign a bit below. Demus player tier list? Nah, I don't rank people. I let the game rank people when there's actual leaderboards that matter. Spinners, I think Spinners is gonna be C tier. Probably C tier. Where's the other Destructive Mage and Right Throat? Spinners is like a more offensive version of this too. I think it's here. They're all kinda same. Streamer hair tier list. looked up all of them just to read them out to viewers for video. Oh, you have to look them up? The biggest problem we had is it's really hard to accurately judge in such an overall overview. With some release it sets way too high in the beginning. It's hard to keep track of lower end them, etc. Yeah, I've had to drop a few of them so far. Spriggan I think is a lot worse than Spinners, because you don't really want to build for max them. So we're gonna rank it a bit lower. It's gonna be higher than Trugger Hawk, because again you don't want to build for max them usually. So the pen is more value. Where did I put the Trugger Hawk? I have to Google again. Hopefully I didn't put it C tier. Strauken, Trugger Sherry, that's its D tier. Okay, good. Spriggan is gonna be a bit higher. I don't think Spriggan is D tier. I think it's like it's not best in slot, but it's not D tier. It's not bad. I think it's bottom D tier. These are bad, like Trugger Hawk and Spriggans and Bone Pirate. Deathmatch Metal is interesting. It's a lot of cost reduction on bass builds and blocking and all of that. It can be a lot of sustain on some builds. Very niche though, but it is good in the niche that you're trying to build for. I think it's I would probably even rank it here. Like Prisoner, similar kind of thing. Max sustain, stam sustain. Stendar's Embrace is the group cleanse set, 30-second cooldown. When you heal teammates, they like per target they can get full cleanse. Super good actually. Very underrated. I would rank this really high. Can be B tier. Or any healer build, any group support healer build. Especially in a meta that's just full of dot spam and LSS and like all the debuffs in the universe. Especially things like Relic and Gerald discounters them. But discounters them without like needing your DDs to sacrifice damage by running Weird Tree. I think it's a very underrated set. I'm gonna rank it higher. We're gonna have it for a group play only like here next to Osasan. Storm Knights, this shock damage when you take damage only melee range, but it's still better than most of the proc sets. I would say it's better than Viper, so we have to rank it higher. It's better than Thunder Flame, is it? Not sure. It's not better than Deverick, you get major vulnerability, that's useful. I would say it's here, between Viper and Deverick. Only melee range though. Stygian is not bad on Nightblade. It's not best in slot anymore, but if something's not best in slot, it doesn't mean it's F tier. I think it's still it's maybe down to D tier now. I would run it over Deadlands. It's just a lot more stats. Better to the 4-piece as well. And like same as Frostbite, I guess. Max stats, but not really like best in slot. Or it is not best in slot the B tier either. I could put in B tier. Probably like low B tier for Nightblade. But then again, I prefer it over Order Sweat on Nightblade. But you can't run this on other classes, so it's a little bit less... Let's put it here. Let's put it here in the bottom of the D tier, B tier. But if you play Nightblade, then of course it's better than Order Sweat. Or wait, should I even consider other classes? Because you would only ever run this on Nightblade. Regards stealth, right? So let's put it above Order Sweat, because it's a little bit better than Orders on Nightblade. Swamp Raider is 600 weapon spell damage on disease and poison damage, so we can maybe rank that a bit higher. There are some bow builds that get a lot of value out of it. Some gank builds could run this. It's not as good as some other alternatives. It is better than Spriggan, for example. So we'll put this... Nyx Hound is also pretty good. Put it here. Like next to Nyx Hound is probably fine. Eldring Wen, I'm trying to speedrun this, but it's gonna take a while. Swatching is the 2H one, 600 weapon spell on 2H abilities. It used to be really good with Onslaught ganking, but that's not really a thing. Or it is a thing to some degree, but so much of your damage is from outside of the ultimate that I don't think Sword Singer is that great. It's not that terrible either though. It is better than Sword Dancer, I would say, or about the same. Symmetry of the Wield. This is the 200% status proc chance when you're above 50% health, or your target is... no, you're above 50% health, and if you're below it, you get healing. So it's kind of like Heartland Conqueror, but I guess used for front bar. I don't think this is a bad set. This is actually pretty good. Gets you a lot of value. And gets you a lot of healing if you're low health, and if you have any heals on the front bar, like let's say Max Shock for example. You won't run into Max Shock, but just an example. If you have Vigor on the front, you get more Vigor heals if you drop low and stuff like that. I would not rank it above Heartland though, but I think it's on the same tier, roughly. It is more value than Stygian for sure on these builds. It's not more than Threats of War. I think it's here. I think it's... yeah, I think it's fair. Phoenix Mod is more value and Symmetry is there. It's fine. You could of course run like Phoenix... the Symmetry and Heartland and just have like crazy status proc chance, but I don't know how useful that is. Serpens is quite a bit of max sustain. We can rank it quite high just because sustain is so valuable on builds in general. Let's put it... I don't think it's better than Warlock, but it's kinda close. I think here is fine. Distress can be good damage on Warden. It's not best in slot though. It does the frost damage when after you bash something you get a debuff, and you light attack, you do shock, frost damage, and if you can proc a shield with that on Warden, it's a pretty good damage. For example, just in general I think it's a pretty good pressure proc, but we should probably put it next to something like Aurorans. Probably slightly worse than Deadlands. Sivaras is actually underrated. Especially if you play a Max Magicka build. It gets you the poison status proc quite often, and it's like decent pressure. Very easy proc condition. I would rank this above... not above those things, but we would proc it... or rate it above... above Aurorans for sure. Maybe it's slightly better than Draken. Or no, slightly worse than Draken. Let's put it here. It's probably fair. Very underrated set. Thunderbug is kind of like Storm Knight, just not very amazing. I think they're kind of equal in value. Similar like shock damage when you take damage in melee. Trinimac, this is one of the... this is actually the only weapon damaging proc that scales based off your weapon, not weapon spell damage, but your max magic or stamina. But it's not very good, it's like almost impossible to land. I would still rank it a bit higher because of the uniqueness of the proc. But it's not gonna go above like D tier. Gonna have it probably here behind Jolting Arms is fine. Whenever we did the PvP tier list, we'd keep putting these types of PP sets in like F tier and E tier, obviously because like it's PvE. Keep getting people coping about, but it's good in PvP, and do you get the reverse of this too? No, not so far actually. I made it very clear it's a PvP tier list, not a PvE one. Twin Sisters, this one is terrible. The value is low. It is bleed damage, but you have to block, and it's like 5 meters around your character. It's almost impossible to block, proc. So just because of how annoying this is to proc, how like almost impossible it is to get good value out of this, we're gonna have it next to Selene. Same kind of like melee proc that's almost impossible. And Unfathomable on the other hand is decent. We'll rank that a bit higher. 65% left? No. Unfathomable is decent. It's not gonna be D tier. I think it's C tier proc again. And I think it's next to Ice Furnace. It's a bit worse than Ice Furnace. Vampire's Cloak is minor protection. Kinda easy to get, but if you don't have minor protection, I guess it's decent. I believe it has some max health on the 5 piece as well. Or weapon spell damage even better. Max health is actually decent. It's just not a bad stat line if you don't have minor protection. It's a big if, of course, but in case you don't have it, it's not a bad option for a double bar set. Which probably places it here. It's kind of like building for health reason. Meister, how you doing? Moro. It's therefore been in the game since release. Wait, which one? Vampire Lord is the one that increased no, this increased the damage you take, the fire damage, so this is actually a bad set. It gets you killed, kind of like topics. It reduces the cost of your vampire abilities and increased the damage, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. Bonus and penalties of your vampire states. Oh, it doesn't even increase the damage. Okay, this one is terrible. Like, sure, you get cost reduction, but you also kill yourself, so it's not really ideal. More flame damage taken, yikes. Like, you can get a lot of cost reduction, but it's already cheap, the Vamp Spam Bow. Make the ulti really cheap, but that's a big downside. DK is gonna one-shot you. This is an F tier set. Venomous Shite is annoying, but I believe it is still a decent set. We'll put it up here, I think, next to Auroran. It's probably around the same, maybe a little bit better than Auroran, more universally usable. D tier is probably fair. Twin Sisters used to be 0 set. Yeah, they changed a lot of those in the early years of the game. VR6 set. Wait, VR6 set? I don't remember. It used to be dropping from Seodil. Now it drops in Oridon. Dalk Prey. You can actually infinitely sneak with this and get magic back. You don't need to be in sneak, you can use crouch. Which makes this a sustain set, which makes it slightly decent no matter what, but it's not gonna be ranked super high here. It's definitely not as good as Willow's Path, I think, but we can put it here. Above the crit sets. It's probably gonna bring you more value overall. VX Duality is again a set that gets you killed. So you try to get the sustain by staying on the same bar for 15 seconds. And then you have to swap so you can run Oaken Soul even. I think it's just actively getting yourself killed. How's the Elden Ring DLC been? It's been really fun. I wish I could have played it today, but it's getting a bit late. I thought I'd do a set tier list in ESO, so it's been taking a bit longer than I thought. White color is not that amazing. It's kinda hard to get good value out of it. I think it's better than the High Isle set or the Soul Sign though. Slightly better. I think here we start getting more value than Void Color. But there's gonna be another set that goes next to it called Fury. It's in the PvP section. War Maiden can be used on gank builds. 600 damage to do magic damage. Can also be good on range bar, for example. A lot of damage. But it's gonna be B tier. It's kinda same as Serum, not Serum, same as the Swamp Raider. So just put it next to Swamp Raider. Just keep things consistent. Where did I put Swamp Raider though? Or is it B tier? Or C tier? It's too many sets, man. Way too many sets. Swamp Raider is here. I'm just blind. I think it's more like usable than Swamp Raider. Okay, the list is starting to go crazy. It's better than True Swan, for sure. I would rank this higher. Can do a lot of damage, like Soul Harvest into Vamp Spammable, for example. I believe War Maiden is one of the best sets for that. Should be better than True Swan. Put it here. This is where we start to get the decent proc sets. Stream Pyuden. Hello, hello. Oh, also I need to do a couple of shoutouts. Ring when? A good question. Probably gonna have to be tomorrow at this rate. Warrior Poet is like if you don't play a Warden, it's actually better than Plague Doctor. We have to put it next to Plague Doctor. If you play like a Necromax health build, for example, then this is obviously what you want to run. It shouldn't be up here. Where's the Plague Doctor? Where did I put it? It's here. So again, like this might be best in slot for max health kind of meme builds, but I'm still gonna put them to C tier because it's best in slot for that type of build. That type of like niche or that type of a build is not strong enough to be in B tier. But if you're looking at like some of these sets and you see like oh, how is Auroran and Imperium or Parabellum or some of these, like how are these on the same tier? It's because you're not meant to be using them on the same build. It's because like for a max health build, if you build around like let's say Harbinger or something, you can probably do about equal with the Harbinger build with Warrior Poet and like Plague Doctor or something than you do with a build using Deadlands Assassin or some other like C tier proc set. But it's not gonna do as well as the best build running like the S tier and A tier sets. So I try to maintain some accuracy with the tier list in that way. Like of course if you look at max health builds, then like those would be the S tier sets, but overall they're not. Way of Air has some 5-piece stem regen, and it has a decent weapons balance buff on the 5-piece as well, with that procs from dodge rolling. I should probably rank this higher than High Isle, and just because of the additional stem regen you get, and the 2 to 4-piece are really good. It's not gonna be C tier though, I don't think it's a good enough set. Is it? It's probably around the same as Crusader, is the value wise. Have it there. A Way of Fire, now this set is amazing if you don't have LSS. Always getting huge value. Probably gonna be next to Unleashed, I would say. Next to Unleashed Terror up here. Is it better than Cinders? I think it's better than Cinders and Unleashed. It's more usable on wider variety of builds. You can have a dot build that runs Way of Fire. You can't really have a dot build that runs Cinders or Unleashed. Or Unleashed is the dot, but you have to run a gap closer, which kind of limits the amount of builds you can play. I would also say it's probably stronger than Torux and Oblivion's Foe. It's probably better than Dragon's Appetite too and Haldan Conqueror. I think it's here. I don't feel right putting it in A tier. A tier Way of... yeah. Wait, no, this is B tier still. I should probably move some of these to A tier, but... Way of Fire A tier... I don't know, man. Is Trickery A tier? Demolisher A tier, best builds are really strong. I mean, it is better than Tarnished on some builds. Rush of Agony not A tier, what? In what universe? It does one thing that no other set does in the game. And it can be run on any build. I think Rush of Agony is absolutely A tier. Way of Fire is usually a lot of damage, but then I would have to think about putting Unleashed Terror on A tier as well. And Untel Mirror. I don't want to have too many things in A tier. But I'm gonna drop Trickery from A tier. I don't think it's an A tier set. I think it's a B tier set. And Darker is here for the 4-piece crafted, by the way. I think Trickery is B tier. We drop one from A tier. Rallying Cry. What's up, Sob Sob? We're gonna get to it soon. Way of Martial Knowledge. This is an interesting set. You have to dodge roll when you're below 50% stam. It's kinda annoying proc condition. You get a unique 8% damage taken debuff on the target, I believe, or damage done buff. Can't remember. I moved something. I moved Armor Master, I think. I think it was here. The proc condition is annoying. So I think we put it here with other annoying proc conditions. Maybe Senses Bite is still better. Let's put it there. Rush Wagon not. Old one news, so shit. Have you tried on DK? It lines up better with DK now. It should be really good on Nightblade as well. Build Queen's Arch is 50% if you 50% snare from bow abilities, 15% speed for yourself. It's not great, but I don't think it's F tier. I think it's like, I mean, for bow builds it's good, I guess. I don't think it's better than crit damage for any bow build. I'll probably put it like here. 95% left? No. Only a few left. Waste Shrine tier list? No. Well, we can do one some other time, but... Winter's Bite is actually, if you build a max Magicka healer, this set is really good. Not many of you know this, but... That is sort of healing. I would rank it quite high. Maybe even B tier for healer. Did I put Right Master? I think it's next to Right Master. They both have really good max Magicka scaling. Very underrated. This Right Master. Finish the tier list? No, we're still going. No, I don't rank people. Wisdom of Vanos, that's the major mending when you heavy attack, and if you have a resto stuff you get more major mending. I don't think this set is terrible, it's just not good either. Maybe it's around like same as Maligalik. Maligalik, if you like overkill your own back bar, you can get a lot of shock damage. This, if you are on back bar, you heavy attack, you can get some major mending. Probably here is fine for this set. Witch Knight's Defiance is some decent damage if you play a bow build, for example. It's not as good as Swamp Raider, but it does buff you healing as well. A lot more, I think. Or wait, no, it's only damage against the target. So we're not gonna rank it that high, but it's still decent. I think this is like bottom C tier. Trider, how you doing? No, if Breton passive decreases path for blood cost, it doesn't. It decreases the artery burst cost. Not the blood for blood. That's health scaling. Witchman. Witchman is a very underrated set as well. If you want a if you have a lot of ult sustain and you need more sustain and you don't play a DK, Witchman is very close to actually West Vitality, which is an S tier set. But you're gonna have to build around it. I'm gonna put it in B tier at the very least. I think I prefer it over Essence, honestly, on a lot of builds, if I had to choose. Now, do I prefer it over Phoenix mod? This is where we start to think. Or Sustain, I think I do. I think I put it up here, actually. Its set is really good. But usually the problem is that you go for Vitality on most builds. But if you have a lot of Sustain, then you get more Sustain from Witchman by just using your ultimate. But you need to have a build where you can like use the ultimate and get your Sustain. You need to build around it, otherwise this would be also up here. Beer Tree, another really good set. Another really good set in meta with Jaws and Relicants everywhere and billion debuffs. Beer Tree is a very good defensive set. Also has good 2-4 piece, gives you sustain. I think it's also up here. I think it's better than Trickery for survivability. Thracian S tier is well take though. Why do you think it's not S tier? The only time you would use Thracian is if you can use it if you play Icy or Cyrodiil. And we're assuming that you just do your best not to die and to kill as many people as possible. With optimal play, Thracian is S tier. It's just very annoying. Like I don't consider annoyance when it comes to ranking the sets here. It's annoying, sure, but when you run it, it's maximum power almost. If you want damage, this also gives you healing with your health scaling stuff. And you need to not have any health scaling stuff if you want to run Thracian, but it's really good. It's really good. Iskramor's Birthright, this is the frost damage set, this is also terrible. I believe it's 600 nowadays. Did they buff that or is it still 400? I think it's still 400. Yeah, it's still 400, it's dog shit. It's less dog shit than Nets because there's more frost damage in the game. But it's dog shit. Okay, PP sets Affliction, also kinda bad, but it's not the like worst thing in the universe, it's just a poor man's Plague Break. But it's still probably more damage than things like Viper, for example. I would say it's probably low C tier actually, damage-wise. It's just not as good as the other procs here. Might as well just run Coil instead. Pretty much everything except C-Smack Decay. Yeah, but the snare can be a big downside. And you get about the same damage from Thracian. And you buff your heals a lot more. So instead of like the major berserk, you get more weapon spell damage, your heals are gonna be stronger. Like don't underestimate Thracian. Super strong. It's just annoying. Agility, this is a set no one really uses anymore, but it's not bad stat-wise if you have a like 3-piece to slot. Agility is not the worst, but I would say it's D tier. You don't really wanna build around max them. I would say it's here. This is a 3-piece set we're talking about. Alessian Order. If you want to build for health reason, Alessian is still probably one of the better options. So we'll put it above the other health regen sets, which we have. I lost my set. No. It can be up here. Beekeeper here. So it's slightly better than the other ones. Put next to the other similar helmet. Almax's Mercy is a really good defensive set if you build for max magicka. Or max stamina, but honestly, who builds for max stamina? It's better than, if you build around it, it's better than his sub. So we're gonna put it a little bit ahead of his sub. Or maybe a little bit behind because you do have to build around it. But it is better than his sub. It's also group support. Kinda close between this and his sub. Put it right next to it. Bandar's Blessing is an interesting one. I don't think it's terrible, but it's not super amazing, so it's probably gonna be like C tier. I did try it. Can be a lot of like stamina saved by not having to roll out of rules or CC break, but it does delay your CC break, so you need to play something really tanky to make good use out of this. Only worse than Diagonal back bar. If you double bar this, it has to be double barred. Bandar gets better the worse you ping is, that is true. But I'll just have to assume optimal play when making this tier list. Bastion of the Heartland. This set is 10% siege damage reduction, right? It's very niche. These the weapons and player AoEs. You have 3% here. I mean, it's not super amazing. It's probably around the same as like Sensor Rat. Leave it there. Balloon Defender can be really good on Permablock builds. We'll have to rank this higher than Footman at least. If you want to play some kind of Permablock build. I can't find it. Footman's Fortune is here. In C tier. And where did I move the Battle and Defender? It's here. Honestly, I think this set, if you play a tank build, it's probably slightly better than Leeching, but it doesn't do damage. Kinda equal. I'll build Acrobat, can be some cost reductions. It's not a bad double budget if you want sustain, but it's not amazing either. Honestly, I think it is low C tier. As well, we can just leave it there. It is better than Trappings of Invigoration, for example. Has to be double barred though. Maybe it makes it worse. Never mind. Beckoning Steel is the 10% range damage reduction. Which is kinda dogshit. Like, no matter how many max rocks there are, if you can choose between sets that give you 10% damage... it is an AoE set though. Only projectiles. Maybe you can... Maybe the group buff portion of this makes it better, but... It's not good. It's not good, that's for sure. It's gonna stay in D tier, but I'm gonna bump it up a little bit. Just the... it's kind of like on same level as things like Kerosene, I think. Maybe here, a little bit ahead of bunnies. Black Rose, kind of meh nowadays. Not really good value, has to be double barred. I think this is gonna be Ethereal Ascension tier. Potentes is really good. Either as a 2-piece back bar if you can't run anything else, or as a 3-piece. For the ult cost reduction. Is it A tier? I don't think it's A tier, but I will rank it B tier. Maybe like low B tier. It is best in shot for some builds. Not that many perhaps, but... And ideally you don't want to run Potentate's 2-piece on the back bar, but if you have to, you have to. There's no other options. Blunted Blades, this one is... I believe it reduces the crit damage of your opponent. I haven't really seen many people run this. It increases damage against them. Yeah, it reduces the crit damage by 10%. And increase your damage down to them by 6%. Honestly, that's not bad value. We can't really rank this too low. It can't be top tier, but it can't be like super low either. Did I not track this? Blunted Blades. I think this is a C tier set. I think it's better than Affliction if I had to choose between the two. If I had to choose between this and Briarheart, I think I would still pick this one. This one or Overwhelming, this one or Frozen Watcher, this one or Kalurion. I would probably place it, I think Unfathomable Backbar is better than running this set. I would run it on the, I would put it here. For me, the so far S tiers, Elite Torque, Noblin Decay on Necro, Soul Cleaver on Nightblade. I do think is S tier. Rest Vitality, DDF, Armor of the Trainee for the One Piece, Baylog, and Trussan. I have to assume that you are in a position where you can run Trussan, then it's a lot of value. I don't consider the Annoyance in this case. If we consider the Annoyance, then we drop this to like C tier or something. But that's the S tier so far. It's gonna be Rallying Cry and some other ones to be added still. But yeah, it'll be here for a while, right? We have a few sets left, mostly done, but there's some good ones left. Barf's Swift is actually a pretty good defensive set. Has the max Magicka and armor. It's good for max walk if you want defense, but it makes the shields 10% tankier. It makes your health bar 10% tankier as well. So I think this set is also very good. Probably B tier for a defense. Where would I put this? Only here with like Kissap, Almalexia. Maybe it's better than Almalexia now, you don't really need the healing. Set tier listing, Hyper, I have no idea, I just was linked this and thought I'd do a tier list. Colvin Highland General is interesting, this is the one that gives ultimate to you and your team if you kill targets. You get 15 ulti for each one you kill, so if you have a really good group that's killing things non-stop, you're gonna be spamming ultimates if you have this set. If you get the killing blows, like you and your team are gonna be spamming ultis. It is niche, so it's not gonna be above B tier, but I think for niche gameplay this could be really good. I'm gonna rank it low B tier, with potential to be higher, depends on your group. Kovacs gear is actually not bad, like stat density wise, defensively. Like it's not bad, it's not good either, but it's not D tier. I think Kovacs gear is maybe we put it next to Prisoners, kind of similar sets. Benefit a lot, like you get a lot of benefit from sprinting. This one sustain wise, when this one is durability. Crest of Ciodel, this is kind of like Battalion Defender, but more bursty. I think we put it next to Battalion Defender, I think they're kind of equal. So defensively, not a bad set. Put like here, maybe a little bit better. Maybe not. Kinda close. Your C tier is a good set as well. Definitely C tier at least. Sort of sustain, sort of debuff removal, which is very helpful. Has max Magicka, so if you run this on max shock, it's not awful. It's not as good as his set, I think, or Buffer of the Swift, or Almalexius, or Weird Tree, but where did I put Weird Tree? Weird Tree is up here. Yours either better than Winter's Sprite, probably more like universally usable. Maybe here is where I would put in. Darkon, kinda niche, so it cannot be A tier. Definitely cannot be A tier, but it is business shot for a lot of builds. But it still needs to be A tier. It will be B tier at the very least. Where do I put it here? I think next to like Varan's Legacy. If this one works on Brockstead. Apparently it does nowadays, so they're kinda equal, I think. Maybe this one is stronger, I have to test it. But it would be here. And I think Phoenix mod should be a bit higher. Because this can be used on so many subs, for group play, for solo play. I think it's probably next to Trickery. Deadly Strike, not really that good for PvP, but maybe on Arcanist you could run this on beam builds, but it's even more niche than Darkon, so still like decent, I guess. It cannot be worse than C tier. It should be higher than B tier, I think. It should not be higher than Essence Thief. Only like Orders Rat tier, right? Varens Bomber, I need to try then. Desert Rose is good sustain, so we'll find some other sustain sets. Maybe Prisoners is a good baseline. Different ways of sustain, but then wise I think it belongs here as well. Shadow Fate gives like 30% damage done if you're not capped on pen, of course. It's not exactly 30%, but it's a lot for sure. It's a good set, but you get more value out of Oakwater. We'll probably get too soon. Eagle Eye is crit sense, I believe. Range crit sense. Won't find many uses for this, but I guess we'll put it like... It is a 3-piece. Not a very good 3-piece though. I think like here. Something like here. Elfbane, I believe there's still some funny things you can do with Elfbane. But honestly, I don't think the funny things are that strong. So I think this is a high D tier. It's probably above Malakat. Or no, actually it's below Malakat. It's above Agility, I would say, but... Yeah, I don't think the Magma Cell builds are that strong. I don't know if the thing with Flame Blossom works still, but... If it does, then I guess we rank it a bit higher. Endurance, I guess we put it next to the health region. Once the max health, you don't really want to go for the max health usually. There's Trainee, there's Druids, you get more value from those two than 2-piece Endurance. For example, and for health region, I guess it's alright for health region. Probably better than the other sets. It's only 3-piece. It's a lot of health region from the Endurance 3-piece. Innervating Aura. This is the debuff. It's like 100 less Mac region, stem region for your target, or something like that. It's not good. 129 per player hit. 10% chance create a target under. Yeah, this is RNG and super hard to land. That's a bad set. That's just a very bad set. Good luck landing that. I guess it's still more value than... Let's put it here. It's just bad. Vasalas, it's minor defile. It's not great. You can just have a disease cliff. This is also bad. I think we put this next to the minor maim set. Maybe a bit better than that. Mosquito XV1 Bosrock set. Wait, you're running Vasalas? No. Say. This was the minor maim. Oh no, this was the ulti, but you have to kill something. I forgot which one had the minor maim. Oh, it was since redress. Put it slightly above it. Galerions. Saproxed. It's not a good one. It's not gonna be D tier or C tier. I think it's less valued than Viper. Burst damage though. I think we put it here. I've tried it a few times. Graceful Ancients is really good. It's I think the best way to get max magic on. It's 3-piece and you get the same value from it than from crafting, or almost the same. I think it's the best max magic set. So I'm gonna rank it here really high. Maybe like up here, behind like something like Way of Fire. It's only for max octos, it's a lot more, or any max magic build, it's a lot more niche, I suppose. Let's put it here, it's probably fair. Really good 3-piece. Hawkeye is not that great as bow damage, especially now with the Scribing. I think Hawkeye and Marksman are sets that need a huge revamp. So they're not really worth it value-wise. Hawkeye is the worst one of the two. I would probably rank it like around here. I would rather run Quats Gladiator. Guns under is damage if you, or penetration if you hit someone who's blocking. Kinda not ideal to stack up. I think the duration is really low as well. It was 5 seconds if I recall correctly. Oh, 10 seconds actually, never mind. Oh, it's very, oh, this is the different one. Okay, never mind. 1.2k pen for each enemy. Yeah, no, this is not good. There are better options if you want to bomb people than heavy attack or pen. This set is just bad. Not F tier bad, but it's not gonna be C tier. I think like around here. Or no, I would rather run the Warden set. Let's put it here. A Rotkar. It's not F tier, don't worry. Rotkar enjoyers, but I'm not gonna rank it super high. I think it's C tier. I think it's C tier. It's high C tier, to be fair. I think it's better than Titanborn. I think it's better than Frostbite. I don't attack a lot of these other options. It's very close to... I think it's very close to B tier. I think it's the closest one. Or maybe Mark and Ring is, because it's really good on DK. Let's put it there. It is the best proc out of these ones, I think. Sivaras Rotkar, you think so? But Sivaras is in B tier, I think. Or is it? I can't find it. I think Sivaras was a little bit ahead of things like Aurora and so on. It wasn't Essence Thief value. Where did I put Sivaras? Oh, it's here. They kinda serve different purposes though. What's the Nightblade out of stealth? When it procs you in. B tier new list. Sivara? Yeah, I don't think it's B tier. Don't think Rotkar is either. I think Rotkar is better though. That's better 2 to 4 piece. Sivara's good on Maxoc, but you don't want to run Sivaras on Maxoc. But if you have to, it's not terrible. Just because it's 2 to 4, I think Rotkar's worth more. Imperial Physique, if you can run it, if you are in icy, optimal conditions. I don't think it's gonna be... I actually don't think it's gonna be super high ranked, unless you're a max off with Imperial Physique. Then you, I guess, run it instead of Rallying Cry. So do I have to rank this super high? Kinda like the Trussen. Acid Harper, how you doing? What do you think is better to run on melee Nightblade Shattered or Stuns? Definitely Shattered. Stuns applies only like after your opener, which is not really ideal. I used to run Shattered, but I switched to Tarnished Nightmare. Speaking of which, where is Tarnished? It just disappeared. Oh, it's in A tier, right. Just like the Rotka proc does like 2% damage in CMX if you proc it super consistent. It's usually like 7 to 8% for me. But you also proc the shield. But it's still not like super amazing. It's a lot of it is AoE. So I guess Imperial Physique, when you can run it, I think we have to give it a like low A tier. It's not super high A tier, it's a low A tier. Because I think in many cases like you would still run Rallying Cry over Imperial Physique. I think. Imperial Physique is 6k stam and Magica. From the 85 piece, and you get regens and weapon spell damage. No, actually, no, you kinda have to run this. If you can. So, same as Trust, and just take this with a grain of salt. It's S tier, but only in the circumstances where you have it fully stacked. Impregnable is like Rallying Cry, but has to be double barred and doesn't have the damage part. So bad. But still, it says still lower C tier. Still here. That's just how good rallying is. Domitable Fury is a minor heroism, I believe, after CC break-in, which is not a lot of value. I'm not gonna rank it too high. Minor protection and heroism for 7 seconds after break-in free. This duration is way too low. I don't think I'll rank this too high. Well, like above innate axiom sounds about right. No, don't listen to them. Gerald, again, like we have to consider every situation with sets like Gerald. Gerald is really good if you can outnumber someone, if you can 1v1 someone, but if you are outnumbered, it actually works against you when you can't like keep dealing damage to people when you have to play defensively. With that in mind, I cannot put it above B tier. But it is really good in the niche where it belongs, in like duels and 1v1s. So I would still rank it high. Maybe like next to Esoteric, Left-Hander, Bloodspawn. Shall counter each other. I will put it up here. Like it's still a strong set for the niche, but it doesn't make it to A tier because it doesn't work in like those kind of scenarios where you fight outnumbered or you fight XVX and you're taking a lot of pressure. You can't really keep the stacks up without dying. Like, I think it has limitations. It's still a good set though, just like Bloodspawn. But outnumbered one is Jarl, rest in peace. Yeah, but if you're the one outnumbered and you have Jarl, then it's even more ripped than usual. So you don't get value out of it. Judgment of Agathos. This has max health on the 5 piece. It has a CC, very delayed CC, very easy to counter. But it has the 5 piece value, like the max health on it. Or was it armor? I think it was armor, not health. I think this is still better than some of these sets here. But it's not really like worth running, so it's not above D tier. I would say it's probably still more value than these sets. I think it's more value than these sets. I think it's about... I would rather run Amber Blossom for sure, or Unchained Aggressor. Let's put it here. Oakfather is like a better Shattered Fate nowadays. Yes, that is true. I should have mentioned that. I'm just too used to saying just run Tarnished Nightmare. Nightslayer is not a bad set, as much as I hate to say that. It's not D tier. It does good damage on heavy tech builds. It's not as good as Sergeant though, so we'll put it next to Sergeant, or slightly behind Sergeant. Where is Sergeant? I think it's in B tier. There it is, so let's put it like behind Stone. Or maybe it's better than Stone. I would say Nightslayer is better than Stone. Rune Carver, if you can stack a lot of dots, I think Rune Carver is better, but we'll put it there. Kind's Kiss, this is when you do range damage, you get some healing. It's really bad though. You heal for 521, restore 1.3k stam, but it has a 5-second cooldown. It scales based off the higher... Oh, it's only the heal scales of the higher. It doesn't scale the resource return. which is not amazing. But it only works if you're ranged. I don't think this set is good. I think it's way too easily countered, but let's put it here behind combat position. Languor of Buried is a unique unique debuff on the target. It reduces the regens, which is, I guess, a Languor? Huh? Oh, oops. Languor, yes. 6% damage to blocking players. When you light damage immune to CC, apply Languor. Make stem regen minus 248. Wait, this is actually pretty strong. You're kind of like negating their red's viability. Dealing light attack damage is not difficult. But it's of course less than your opponent's red's vitality, but also 6% increased damage to blocking players, so it's not the only effect. I think this set is better than I may have. You can't yeah, you can have like cost increase from poisons as well. You could make some kind of very toxic build with this. I think it's has potential, honestly. I haven't really played enough with it, but on paper it's not bad. I am actually kind of tempted to make such a build. We can put it to like at least C tier. Let's put it like maybe here next to Rotkar. I don't want to put it to B tier yet. Or do I? Like low B tier. Value wise, it's good value. Almost negates rest vitality. Samp up with enemy's major intellect and such. Yes, it's like more reduced because you reduce the base regions, right? Legis is really bad. I think it gives you major evasion, but it had a downside. It reduces your damage done. No, this is just bad. This is just bad. You have a very good options for major evasion. You never want to run Legis, really. You have a set that you can backbar for major evasion. I'm gonna put this in F tier. It just nerfs you damage for no reason. It's actually harmful to a degree. Let's put it here. I guess the pros still outweigh the cons to some degree, but... Light of Serial is 15% damage reduction when you're channeling or casting something. It could be funny, like you can have a lot of mitigation with this. If you run this and the new Dodge Spare, for example, that's 45% damage reduction. So you can meme around with it, but in the end I would probably put it here. It's like very low C tier, just for the memes. You're not gonna always be casting, or often even. Mara's Palm is another set that's very disappointing nowadays. I think the defensive value of this set is just pitiful. It's not D tier, but it's also gonna be not super high here. I would run it over Bloodthorn. I would run it over probably not over 7 Legion even, honestly, or a Briarheart. I think it's here. It's just disappointing. Too long cooldown. A marksman on bow builds can be good, but you don't really want to play bow builds anymore with the Scribing. Where did I put Hawkeye? It's here. It's better than Hawkeye. Let's put it here. Slightly better. Military Service is really nice for group play. So we cannot have it in D tier. An armor buff to yourself and your group. Fairly easy to proc. I believe both groups always run this. We could have it probably better than Sanctuary. Good healers with Osasan. Yeah, it's not bad. I'd say it's very close to like something like what are the healing sets? Probably close to like Maelstrom Resto. Different purposes, of course. Where did I put the Spellpower Cure? I think it's kinda close to that. Just need to find it. It is better than this, that's... But it's still C tier. It should be B tier, I think. B tier and... Oh, it's down here, okay. Spellbark Cure or Meritorious Service. I think it's worse than Spellbark Cure, but not by a lot. Would have it here. Nibene, this is a very underrated set. It's a lot of mitigations. You get crit resistance from one piece and 5% damage reduction from the two piece, which is a unique buff. It's a unique 5% damage reduction. Plus the damage shield. That damage shield is kind of like cherry on top of the cake. Like the mitigations already are good from Nibene. I think it's definitely a B tier set. I would rate it quite high. Gonna have to stop soon though. No, I won't rank it this high. Maybe maybe slightly worse than Essence. Maybe better than Flame Blossom in general. Or just your own durability is better than Osesan. It's a good group of set though. It's okay, let's put it worse than Osesan, but better than Standards would be fine. Protecting you from 10 plus meteor combo is very nice. Yes, and things like Leap and the things that knock you in the air. There's a lot of knockbacks as well from Scribing. It's really good with left-handers. It kinda gets rid of the weakness of like not being able to draw shoulder in the knockup animation. If you just want a defensive mode set, if you need more tankiness, it's the best option in the game for like two-piece sets. Nocturne's Ploy, I wish this was better, but the cooldown kinda ruins it. It is a unique set though. I don't think it's a good niche to build around, so it's not gonna go above D tier, but it's better than Shapeshifters for sure. Better than a lot of these garbage mod sets. I think I would rather build for procs than this, but I think it's here. That decision better would be someone to play against. Yeah, it would be. Oakfather, okay, we're back to strong sets. Oakfather, I think in this patch is an A tier set. I'm sorry if anyone disagrees, but Oakfather is amazing when everyone has a billion buffs. Thanks to Scribing. I think you get Shattered Fate value from this, plus some weapon spell elements, or quite a bit of weapon spell elements. I think this is an A tier set. At the very least. I think we put it up here. Very, very strong set in current meta. Phoenix. It's not Phoenix mod, it's the damage shield that goes boom when you drop low health. I don't think it's too great. I think it's here. It's long cooldown, 1 minute. Not a lot of damage, small shield. Small damage. Even on like Suicide Bomb builds, you don't really want to run it. Better options. Plague Break, another S tier set, I think, or A tier set, not S tier. I don't think it's S tier. Very close to S tier though, like this is one of the stronger procs. And I think it's better than Unleashed because you can use it on more builds than Unleashed. I think it's better than Way of Fire because you can use it on more builds than Way of Fire. And provides about the like same value. So this makes it to A tier, I think. On some builds you want to run Unleashed over Plague Break. On some builds you want to run Cinders over Plague Break, but Plague Break is just more universally usable. So I would put it here. Maybe above Rush of Agony. Or no, actually no. I think Rush of Agony when you can get the like maximum value out of it is worth more than Plague Break. Balox on what does that... Wait, what does that mean? Buffalo Salt is another good group of set. I don't think it's as strong as some of the other ones. Just value-wise, it's not quite as powerful, but you do want to run it in a bulk group. I think it's gonna be the first like C-tier support set. Oh, no, not the first one, but the first one that's like usually used by people. It's above Hrothgar, I think. Went to German by accident. Oh, I see. A rallying cry. Okay, well, here we go again. Let's go S tier. Said this is stupid. Only usable on Mac builds, but it's pretty much any Mac build can get good use out of it. I think this is S tier. Just broken value. Put it here next to Imperphysic. So we have Red's Rally in the S tier and DDF. And Drainy and Balog, what a surprise. Red Balog already? Yes, I think Balog is there. Just the strongest offensive Mosh set. I think sometimes you want to run Marcelok or Antelmir, but overall you can use Balog on more builds than these two. So I rate it higher, even though like it's not best in slot for every build. Sometimes you want Roxa, sometimes you want Marcelok, sometimes you want Antelmir. But just overall it's probably stronger. Ravager can be good on Arcanist. It can give you a good amount of damage. That makes it worth running. It's gonna be a B tier set. I don't think it's A tier. But Ravager is a high B tier. How high B tier though? Maybe here. No, here behind Phoenix Mod. Or behind Kinmacher. Let's put it behind Wavefire. Should I move Way of Fire to A tier though? Like I think when you run Way of Fire, when you can run it, when you don't have LSS, I think it's up there with. But then I would have to move things like Sheer Venom and Unleash there as well. But I think it's kinda on par with Plague Break. Damage wise, it's single target though. It's a lot of pressure. Yeah, I think I move some of the procs into A tier. So you do want to run these procs. It's not as good as Plague Break. Unleashed is not as good as Way of Fire. Cinders, I'll keep this in B tier, but I'll move this a bit higher. Like here. Seer Venom, let's keep it in B tier as well for now. I don't think it's as universally usable as Plague Break and Way of Fire and Wrath of Agony. But we can move it closer. Annoying in 1vx. Yeah, because you can't really control the proc. Oh, you can control the proc actually. If you use something like Venom Arrow, you just have the Venom Arrow on the target that you want to focus. Most of the Way of Fire procs will happen on that target. That's what I do on my Bow Decay, for example. But yeah, sometimes Cinders is better than Way of Fire. Sometimes Seer Venom is better than Plague Break or Way of Fire. Not always though. But I think this seems about right. Reactive armor is 33% mitigation when you get CC'd, or oh, it's just when you get CC'd. I think it doesn't happen when you get rooted. It used to be when you get rooted as well. It is a lot of defense. I am gonna rate this a bit higher. This is kind of unique. I think it's better than Light of Zodiel and Impregnable. It's probably better than. Do I have the? Probably better than Bandar, or about the same, maybe like slightly worse. If I had to choose there. Another kind of underrated set. Balog and Bloodspawn, don't need any of the most set in ESO. I mean, it depends, but those are good ones. Alteration Mastery is gonna be the same as Battlefield Acrobat. Which has to be double barred, so it's gonna be less value than some other ones here. Where's Battlefield Acrobat? It wasn't C tier. I already lost it. But there's the Alteration Mastery. It also has to be double, but I think it's better than Amber Blossom. Oh, it's up there. Just because you can min-max the armor better. Impregnable me by what? Save progress if browser crashes. Oh, it doesn't happen. I'll save this after. The one I've accidentally deleted. Robes of Transmutation. It's also not bad for a group play. You can stack this with Rallying Cry. So I would rank it maybe next to Powerful Assault. It's about that same power level. Hey, Sage Dolby, how you doing? Hello, hello. Where did I put Powerful Assault? Oh, here. Strong in group play. It's not also bad if you like play solo healer, just having all the crit resistance is nice. Sentry is an interesting one. I'm gonna rate it C tier, low C tier, because you want to carry it around if you wanna really fuck up knife blades. You can be in stealth, slot this set, detect every knife blade for like next 30 seconds and switch gear because you're out of combat. Little trick. But you don't want to run it for any other purpose, so maybe like C tier is fine. Like mid C tier, let's say. Let's say like here. Shadow Walker, this set is terrible. You can't really like stand still in stealth and get value out of this. It's probably here, like with the other clunky sets. At least in 4 hours, so hire this guy. We're almost done. Cell Splitter, this is the one that if you hit someone who's blocking, you get more pen. But the duration is really low. It's 6 seconds. Oh, wait, no, 5 seconds. Every 0.5 seconds. You get a lot of pen, but you can't really get good value out of 5 piece. It's still a decent set, like, gives you a lot of pen. And the 4 piece can sometimes be used if you need pen on your build. So I'm gonna rank this also low C tier. Probably better than Witch Knight. Better than Spray Gun. It's not as good as Spire Heart, I think. Let's put it here. The blob set. Question, if you could add a new weapon type in the game, what would it be? New weapon type. Spears, perhaps? But spears is kind of like 2H weapons. Maybe some book weapon, like some magic weapons, Scepter or something. Or some, like, Potion Launcher. Yeah, that was a good one in As of Creation in the Battle Royale testing. I like Potion Launcher. Such a novel, unique concept. A Sealbreaker is a decent set. 6% damage, but it's not really like worth it usually. If people are damage shields, then sure it's 12%, but that's only 2% more than Essence Thief, which also gives you sustain. So Shackle-breaker or Sealbreaker is can be like low C tier. It's not terrible, it's not D tier, but it's not amazing either. A real Eldar, how you doing? And Vakra, salut. Kietsem. Which not that low, good for DK now, or bow builds? No, the 5 piece value is low, it doesn't buff you heals. So I don't rank it too high. Holy tier list, yeah. We've been working quite hard. It's probably no Elden Ring today, it's no time. Valiant, this is break free cost reduction, damage taken reduction. It's better than the other one, the one the Way of the Arena, because that's better 2 to 4 piece. But I think it's gonna be a low D tier. Break free cost reduction is not really the best thing in the universe. Snake in the Stars is a strong set. It's very single target, but there are ways to control it. Super annoying to fight against. It's gonna mixed results. I'm not gonna rank it, I think, to A tier. It's gonna be B tier. It's definitely more than Drauken. Definitely better than Rotkar. It has the Mac region as well on the 5 piece, so it's a lot of region as well. Maybe it is A tier, oh B tier. Oh wait, no, this was C tier. It's definitely up here. Okay, but here it gets tricky. Would I say it's better than Oblivion's Foe, for example? Maybe it is slightly better than Oblivion's Foe. I haven't really tried Oblivion's Foe with the Soul Magic Spam Ball, but kinda close, I think. I think it's up here. JW, how you doing? Read this presentation A+, 15 points in German school, which is the best grade. Desi, give us a PP Outsiders a voice. Hey, glad you enjoyed the tier listing. Irish one, how you doing? Hello. How am I? I'm very losing my voice. Been doing this tier list for a while. We have trials that's left. And oh, we have some special gear. Okay, cool. I'm glad they included those. Can actually explain what they do. Sword of Anguish. I think this set has some potential. It's not gonna be D tier. It has some potential. It's a healing negation. You can probably land it with several builds with snares or roots or unavoidable CCs. And if you do land it, it's good value. It's probably kind of annoying to land though. The cooldown is super low though, so your opponent's gonna be constantly having to avoid this. It's definitely better than Valley Threat. Why is Valley Threat in there? I would rather run Ice Shot. Like, you can maybe run Valley Threat on DK, but then again, like, why not just run Kjalnar? Kjalnar is up here, but still, I think Valley Threat is probably belongs here in D tier. I think it's better than Carcada and Viper, but I don't like seeing Valley Threat there. Let's put it here. Sword of Anguish, however, is better than Spinners, has more potential. Definitely better than Sea-Stress, I would say. Is it better than Sivara's? No. Or Eternal Vigor. Let's put it here. Katana Ken, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Doing a little tier list of the different sets. It's a PvP tier list. For those wondering. Unarmed weapons, that would be cool, yeah. Unarmed weapons, some book weapon, potion launcher, something like that. All weapons I would like to see. Spell strategies, this set is awful. But not as awful as these ones, so let's just rank it higher. It's more value than the High Isle and whatever. That's if you do proc it, but... I think we put this one... it's not as good as Way of the Air, I think. I think here, like, I think it is good for spell strat. Thanks for doing the ESO. Steadfast Hero is a minor protection after you cleanse something. But it's only minor protection, I think, nothing else, right? Or was it minor protection or minor heroism? Oh, it's major protection, never mind. But it's not full uptime and you have to cleanse something, so the uptime is definitely not gonna be great. There are sets that give you 10% mitigation, like let's say the what was it called again? We ranked it earlier. It's next to Maraspalmen and some other sets. Buff of the Swift. This one is 10% always, and it's a unique buff. It stacks with major protection. So Steadfast Hero, I wouldn't rank super low, but it's also not gonna be... It's not gonna be D tier. But it's gonna be C tier, it's gonna be low C tier. Maybe next to Shieldbreaker. Love Tarnished Nightmare. Tarnished Nightmare is A tier in my list. It's up here. I think it's probably the strongest proc. On the list we have Wrath of Agony, Blake Break, Way of Fire, Unleashed, Tarnished so far, and Masok Antelmir. Swift, yes. First ever PP set in ESO Live in 2018 on Zork. Yeah, there were no better options back then, I believe. Archmages, this gives you a lot of Mac regen when you heavy attack. It's not awful. I think this set is better than a lot of the vintage sustain sets. 5 and 16 Magica. or max regen after heavy taken. So if you just need max regen, it's probably even worth putting in C tier. I don't think it's a bad set. I don't think it's a D tier set. Let's see, is there any other sustain sets here that we can compare it to? We have Deep Root Seal in C tier. Honestly, I think it's a bit higher than the others here. Maybe here next to Stone's Accord is good. This one gives you some buffs and max sustain as well. I think Archmage is probably here. It's probably fair. The Juggernaut is a lot of armor. It's 20k armor, 45-second cooldown when you drop below 30% health. It's a lot of defense if you wanna play a like some kind of max armor build with some armor-based proc set. Then it's gonna be best in slot for that. It's a decent defensive set. I'm gonna put it in C tier at the very least. Let's put it next to Pariah. I think it's kinda same. It also heals you when it procs. I think it's better than Pariah. It's like up here. Moroctong, this was really good for gank builds. I don't know with Scribing if it's still gonna be good, but it's better than Swamp Raider. So we can put it above Swamp Raider at least. Which I think was in C tier. There's Swamp Raider. I think it's significantly better, so we can have it like here. It's probably better than Torcan Engine Guardian. For like any bow build or build with blast bones and like bolt and all that. Harbinger for any max health build ability is the only thing that can really kill people if they don't pay any attention. Maybe it has some potential for that playstyle, so I'm gonna put it next to the max health sets like Plague Doctor and maybe here, but these sets are actually stronger. Where's Plague Doctor? I think it was also next to Pariah. Oh, it's here. So this all goes kind of hand in hand, but C tier. It's not good. Vanguard. Now this set is only good for Griffin. Well, it's really good for Griffin. So if you wanna annoy people, then go for it, I guess. I'm gonna rank it C tier. So I'm not gonna say it's a bad set when it does well in a niche. If you wanna grief people, then you probably do better with this than on some tank build. Let's put it here. Sounds about right. Some stuff B tier. We haven't ranked it yet, as the trial sets to go still. Wenceslas, this used to be bugged when you used Ball of Lightning on a max shock. You would get the proc. This gives you stats when something dies. When it was bugged, it was good, but now it's probably kinda garbo. It's probably the worst 3-piece set. So I'm gonna rank it here, F tier. It's top F tier, but it's bad. Vice Cannon. This set is not great. It's better than Viper, I think. Slightly better than Viper. Heals you and does some damage. Can proc on multiple targets. But it's not great. It's D tier. Beef Gaiden. Soul Cleaver part. Soul Cleaver is S tier. It's just best in slot for like so many Nightblade builds. When it comes to class sets, I will only consider the class that it can be slotted on. Otherwise, I think like, oh, this build is like this set is good on this character and that character, but not on the others. The class sets you can only slot on the class itself, so the rankings reflect that. So for Nightblade, Soul Cleaver is absolutely an S tier set. It's best in slot for so many Nightblade builds. Same with the Necro set. DK set is not necessarily best in slot for like a lot of builds, so it's only A tier here. And the other class sets are bad or mediocre. Vicious set, it's not gonna be a D tier set. C tier, B tier, probably B tier. Can be good for Bombin. Or it is definitely good for Bombin, but it's not gonna be Darkon. I'm not gonna rate it above Darkon, which enables a lot of bomb builds. Torque C tier, Torque of Tonal Constance is C tier, yes. Elite Torque is S tier. It's actually the very first in this tier list. It's the singular most powerful item in the game. So yeah, obviously. Where did my Vicious Death go? Vicious Death. It's better than Rothgar. It's better than Sloats, yes. Is it better than these things? Yes. Is it better than... I think this is where we draw the line. It's like here. I won't rank Vicious Death any higher. But it's a B tier set. Not like it's better than people give it credit for, but it's C tier. It's not a bad one. Like D tier is just bad and F tier is bad. It's not like you can run them, they're not best in slot, but they're usable, I suppose. And this is where we get to the good sets. The B tier and the A tier and S tier. Hope Earthcore is F tier. It's not F tier, it's good for support builds and healers. So Earthcore, I think it was C tier. Or B tier even. Where is Earthcore? It's C tier. It's like not best in slot, but it's not awful for healers. Same as Shockthorn and Symphony. Meanwhile, like Osasan is in A tier, I believe. Or B tier. Where is Osasan? Osasan's here. Running for a while, feels so good, not gonna lie. Yeah, I bet. Respectable. Motak. Was good to have arena where people PP only in CTR sets, for example. Oh, that'd be interesting. Like, you can only use these sets, or imagine if you could only use the F tier sets. That'd be interesting. Good for support, annoying for solo people. Yeah, I'm not really like... I'm just thinking of how good they are, not how toxic they are to play against or whatever. Or I do consider that, but that's part of like what makes them strong, right? If something's super annoying to play against. Ward of Seordale. This is a major dev file on demand from Litex, melee Litex. It's not full uptime, but that's a strong debuff to have. I believe this is gonna rank quite high. But not super high. I think it's C tier, it's like higher C tier. I won't run it up over like strong or decent proc sets. Probably better than Crimson, to be fair. I think it's here. Like around here. Warrior's Fury is the same as Void Collar, so you buff up your weapon spellmass by taking damage. And Void Collar we ranked, I believe it was not D tier but low C tier. If I am not mistaken. Where's Void Collar, or was it high C tier even? Wait, I can't find it. Maybe it was D tier. No, it's here somewhere. This would be better than Void Collar. So you can run heavy chest and min-max the armor. A little bit better. It doesn't matter too much, I guess they're kinda equal. I have to search again, it's too many sets. Void Collar I have in... Oh, is it high D tier? Oh, it's high D tier. Yeah, that's fine. That is actually fine. Where's the... You can get a lot of stats, but the uptime is not too great. Now the same reasoning as why Skating Mage is low here. But it's better than Skating Mage at least. As long as the trigger is S tier, no doubts about the whole rating. It's not actually. I had it in A tier. I think I dropped it to B tier. Yeah, trigger is high B tier. But I don't think it's as strong as these sets, like Druid Braid or One Piece or Oak Father, Acuity, Disdain, Demolisher for bass builds, all these proc sets. It is good, but this Phoenix mod is also good. I run many of these sets on my builds, but I don't think they belong in A tier. Like, they're best in slot for some builds, but not for as many builds as these other ones. Which one is in high tier? Do you consider DDF one set or Arm of the Trainee? Is it didn't have it in One Piece back then? Baylock, it's kind of old school. Acuity is old school. Since the like game got released, I believe. Way of Fire also, since Cracklawn. Physique since the IC release. Physique is S tier because if you can run Physique, and same as Trusson, if you have it stacked, then it's best in slot, but of course only in those very specific situations. Willpower. Willpower is gonna rank higher than Agility because building for max Magicka is better than building for max Stamina. And Agility I think was high D tier. Yes, I think it's low C tier. It's not best in slot, but it's not bad. Okay, S tier, wild choice. Why? It's best in slot on Necro. It's insanely good on Necro. Yeah, Necro needs the case, so of course it's gonna be S tier. You can't run it on other classes. It's always gonna be S tier. So only Necro can run it. Visage Riposte is not bad for group play. It's not as good as the Crit Riposte. Like slightly worse, if I recall correctly. It's better than Impregnable for group play for sure. One barable as well. I believe Crit Riposte is better than Earthcore too, I think. If I had to like choose between them somehow. I don't think it's better than Masaton. Masaton is really nice for sustain. But I believe it's... Maybe Transmutation is a bit high. Buffalo Cell Transmutation Riposte. I think it's fine here. I think Crit Riposte was... yeah, it's here. So Visage Riposte is probably fine here. One of the trainees got there. Yeah, I mean, it's just best in slot for so many builds because you run the One Piece. Wrath of the Imperium is, I believe, weapon spellmass, but only for ranged abilities. It can be decent, but it's not gonna be more than D tier. I think it's better than Eagle Eye, for sure. I think it's a better set than a lot of these garbage procs here. I think the crit build start being slightly better than this. What they like, this is kind of a crit thing as well, but this is for all of your like any crit, not just ranged crits. Or wait, this was the weapon spellmass. Eagle Eye is the ranged crit damage one. Where would I put this? It's worse than Spolder for sure. Let's put it here. Or no, let's put it here. Like probably like slightly worse than Nightmare's case. And now we're off to the trials. This is useless. It's Empower when you block something. It's just Empower. And really bad to the 4PS, 4PP as well. So we're gonna rank it here. And the perfected is gonna be a... Actually no, they're missing 3Ps as well. So these are just worse than any other set. Where's the perfected one? We can find the perfected later. Ansul only works against monsters as well, so this is awful. I believe. Both parts are only against monsters. 7% against monsters. So this is trash. Trash for PvP. Where did I put it? Ansul is here. Only better than Kalenve. At least. Better to the 4Ps. Arms of Relican. This is the non-perfected one. You have to double bar it, so running non-perfected is a pretty noticeable downgrade, but I think even so it's gonna be in C tier. If I had to choose between these sets and Relican, like, it's not like in dueling it's best in slot for a lot of builds, of course, but even for open world, if I had to choose Relican or Harbinger, for example, non-perfect Relican, maybe I would still like play some max health Harbinger build over non-perfect Relican, but now let's put it here. Like non-perfected is not gonna be that high, right? It's not gonna be B tier. B tier is the highest I will rank Relican. Still needs to be A tier. Is it better than Rotkar? It's probably better than Rotkar. But it's not better than the support sets, I think. The non-perfected one, we'll put it there. Ultimate defense is only against monsters again. Gives you the major ages. So we'll put it there. Basse also only PV, I believe. Or wait, no, Basse can work in PvP. Oh, no, never mind, it doesn't. For second warrior, this one does work in PvP. This gives you crit sense. But it's not the best crit buffing set. We'll put it next to the other ones, but I think these are more consistent than Berserker Warrior. I think it's probably worse than Icy Conjure. Put it there. Coral works in PvP, yeah. Same as some of the weapons. It's the spin to win weapon. I don't think it's good, but it's better than the F tier ones. Is it better than Vatassan Dual Bolt? It probably is. This one gives you speed and some max stats if you run spin to win. It's just not like unusable. Yolnakrin, I think it is only PV as well, if I recall correctly. No, this is where it gets interesting. This is the Asylum Destro, which is really good. It's non-perfected, of course, so it's gonna be a bit lower ranked. But I think even the non-perfected is high C tier. I think it's more universally useful than Relican. So I'll have it here. Then maybe B tier is the perfected one. Or no, I should have both of these in B tier. What am I saying? Just lower ranked. It's like low B tier, and then once you upgrade it's high B tier. But how low B tier? I would probably run Runecarver over non-perfected. And this one is definitely stronger than Mercer's Rush or Master 2, so let's put it there. Riptide, non-perfected Riptide. Still good, I suppose. Can give you a lot of damage. It's not super ideal though, has to be double powered. Kind of like Fury. It's better than Fury. Or Void Color. I would probably have Riptide, non-perfected Riptide. Somewhere around here, maybe above Amber Blossom. It's better than Viper for sure. Or these sets. Maybe Thunder Flame is better. Now let's have it here. Defending Warrior, this is the block set, kind of like Crimson. It's actually very close to Crimson, so I'll just put it next to it. Shorter cooldown, less healing, but there's no delay, and both have their upsides and downsides. So we'll have this, where's Crimson? There's no way I put Crimson in B tier. Crimson, I can't find it. Too many sets. It's here, lower C tier. I think Crimson's probably a little bit better, just because of bleed damage. How long has this list taken so far? Quite long actually, it's past midnight. We like Asylum Duel, but the damage increase is countered by snares, making the set pretty much useless. Yeah, but I think it's still better than the Watersun Duel, because you can never land that. At least Win to Win is a good ability. Asylum Perfect Inferno is great. Was doing 1v on Necro with it? Yeah, I tried to Necro as well with the Soul Magic Stun. It's not bad. This the Asylum Sword and Board I think is also really good. Really good for sustain if you run Death Stance. Definitely a B tier set. It's easy B tier. I think it's between Maelstrom and Master. Destructive Mage is when you heavy attack, you put a bomb on the target. Really clunky. Maybe like next to Galerion, they have same ideas. As Taiga, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Maybe I would put it next to Galerion. It's easier to proc than this sets. Maybe like Maligalik is the closest in terms of clunkiness, less reward you gain. Asylum 2H is not terrible, it's a lot of ult gen potentially. Execution is not a bad skill. It's usable, I think. I think it's C tier. But high C tier. I think it's about the same as... probably like here. No, hello Staiga, how you doing? Probably about the same as BRB Double. Eternal Warriors are very underrated set. You can do a lot of funny combos with it because you gain immediately 100 ulti. So that alone makes it at least C tier. I think it's B tier. I think it's better than Juggernaut in general. In Juggernaut we have here I think it's B tier. Maybe low B tier. Hatching Cell is kinda comparable, I guess. Put it here next to Hatching Cell. They have different purposes, but I think they both heal and or provide some defense. Napintas is PV only, right? Oaken Soul B tier. Yes. It's best in Salt on Werewolf, but that's about it. Synergy, non-ultimate ability. Oh, this is actually usable in PvP. Actually usable in PvP, but probably not too great. Activate synergy you have created within 10 seconds. 12% for 3 seconds. Can occur every 6 seconds. This sucks, no. But it's probably still D tier. Maybe like next to Peace Spark or something. Kainskis. Nah, next to his Spark. Oh, this is the non-perfected though. Non-perfected is probably F tier, because it's missing one set bonus for PP. False God's Devotion. This is the magic equivalent of Vicious Ophidian. It's actually usable in PP, but again it's missing one set bonus. Since it's normal. Completing this list as a big combat of PP. Not the whole company. I might, but they don't like me very much, that's also... I don't know if I have time to help them even. Healing Mage, that is the one that gives a unique heal debuff, I believe. But is it after a heavy attack or what was the proc on? Healing Mage, AoE, minor okay, it's not unique anymore, they changed that. It used to be unique, I believe. Minor cover is kinda easy to access, so... But still decent, like, debuffing everyone around you with minor cowardice. By just dropping a AoE heal, it's probably not like completely awful. I'm gonna put it in here, I think. It's not enough value. Like decent. Immortal Warrior gives you major protection when you drop low health, but the uptime is not great, and there's again like the sets that give you 10% damage reduction at all times, like Buffer of the Swift. So you would never want to run Immortal Warrior. So it's definitely gonna be D tier. It's probably worse than Doilimis, I would say. Probably worse than his Spark. Actually no, the uptime is probably good enough. Less than Orknum. So why is Orknum here? Orknum should be higher. We have a lot of the health reasons that's here. Orknum's really good when it comes to health reason. So if for some reason you want to make a health reason build, Orknum's definitely worth it. Version of the Heartland was 10%. Oh no, this was only against AoE damage. I think here is where we draw the line. Braihat A tier? No, Braihat is C tier, I think. Infallible Mage has minor vulnerability and heavy attack damage, but only against monsters. The minor vulnerability makes it somewhat decent though. I think it's after you heavy attack you put minor vulnerability, but you get that from LSS already. It's not 100% uptime though. 10 seconds. And only against monsters. I think this is bad. But it's a slightly more useful debuff. Well, no, it's still F tier, but it's like high F tier in this case. Inventor's Guard is also major ages, I believe, on people you heal, and it's not perfected. There is no perfected for the House of Fabrication sets though, but still, like, it's just bad. Kind's Wind, some sustain, it's not actually terrible. I'm gonna rank this a bit higher, but it's the non-perfected, so it's gonna be really high here. But it's a really good sustain set potentially. Lucent Echoes, this is actually gonna be even non-perfected. Best in slot for many group setups. Lucent Echoes definitely belongs in... I think C tier for the non-perfected. It has to be double barred. You're missing out on one buff, but I would put it up here. Lunar Bastion is damage shields after you use a synergy. Or is it after you heal? When you activate the synergy. It's not completely useless. But I don't think you can like get enough value out of it in PvP. So I believe it's stacking damage shield every 2 seconds underneath you. Yeah, you have to stand in the AoE. But it's not gonna be as bad as this set, so... It's up here. Actually, would I run this over a lot of these other sets? No. These have to be lower. These two. Always Combatant. Vasalas. You can get sustain, you can get the speed from this. Run Bastion, maybe you can meme around with this, but I think it's still worse than a lot of those other ones. Only here is fine. Roria, this one also works in PvP, but it's gonna be F tier for the non-perfected. And PvP, like, I don't know if you can use Roria. You have to stand still, but maybe you can make some kind of gank build with it, for example. Maybe some of these belong a bit higher, like New Monacolite and Sacro Breaker are not like F tier sets, let's be honest. Even though there's a downside, I think it's better than Kagrenax. I think people ran it over Kagrenax when it came out. Sacro Breaker is also alright. People ran it over Kagrenax. Deathswin is probably not better though. Put it here. I think this is fair. Is there any other stat sets? This only affects the weapon abilities, but maybe you can build around that as well. You can move this to... I think it's better than Deathswind as well. This one stays in F tier, or maybe it's like very low in D tier. Hunning's Race and Julianus also very low D tier, I think. It's not F tier, now that we added some other sets there. I think these ones are better, like Ebon and Worms, and like if you play in a group, for example. This one also probably better, the value of Hunnings and Julians are so low. Major Vitality is also more useful. Same with the Minor and the Sustain, even if you don't have a good uptime on that. Yeah, I think this is more fair. Not good sets, but they're not F tier. Modified Press Ball is same, like we just move it here. By that logic, we can also move up the Ritualist a bit. And this one, even though it doesn't work in PvP, it still has the 150 weapon spell elements. It has better stat line than Hunnings and Julianus, so it has to be higher. Okay, I think we fixed it. All of this is Garbo though. Master Architect, this does not work in PvP, I think. Moon Dancer, I believe it does work in PvP, but you are missing a 4-piece, so it's always gonna be low value. I think it's less value than Huntings. You get 300 weapon spell elements and sometimes you get the regen. You can have both at the same time, so it's just bad. Probably worse than these. Put it here. More Scribe, especially not for Werewolf. Maybe usable on some other builds as well. Has good value if you have a lot of major and minor buffs. It's the non-perfected one. Missing one set line does make it a lot worse. I still think it's probably high D tier. Peace and Serenity, this is a... I believe this is the PV only set, right? It's not the one that gives you resources. Oh, no, actually this gives you a lot of weapon spell elements. No, this could be used for Genkin. Just move this to 3-piece and you have 165 while standing still. Also buffs you heals. You're gonna have to stand still though. I think that's bad at all. Or at least the perfected one. It's not F tier, I think it's like low D tier as well. Even if you like don't have perfected, I think it's more value than Huntings, right? Because you also get the sustain, so you're gonna have double purpose set. It's better than these sets though. I think it's better than these sets, but that's where we start to outvalue the non-perfected one. Maybe the perfected one makes it to like C tier even. Not gonna be best in shot, but it's definitely usable. Percent this only works in PvE, and it's the non-perfected, so just down here in list of useless sets. Galenve, this is perfected, but in power, so kind of useless. I'll put it here. Ansul also useless, better 2 to 4. Now perfected Velekan, this one is gonna be B tier, it's high B tier. I will not put it A tier, because every time I try to use it when playing solo and being focused by multiple people, it just doesn't give you any value. Like 6% damage or something terrible like that. It becomes a, like, it can either be a S tier set for 1v1s, or it can be a C tier set or D tier set for outnumbered play. But it's definitely high B tier, just overall. Would I rank it above... No. No. Maybe above Ravager. A lot of these sets, like, they are better when outnumbered, if not like all of them. I would rank it here. If this was 4 duels, then surely S tier or A tier, but it's not. Basais Mania only PvE. More of the Infernal's S tier. It's not S tier. I think I had it in high B tier, right? Or A tier. It's kind of like Mazog. It's not quite as much as Mazog, but it's a lot of Mazog for Magicka builds. Or it's a lot of damage for Magicka builds. It's a very underrated set. If you use it on BT, you'll see the damage done by the Dino is quite something. Perfected Asylum Dual Vault. This one we rank... where's the non-perfected one? I didn't put it to B tier, did I? I don't think it's B tier. No, it's not in B tier, good. Oh, it's better than Master Sword on board for sure. Oh, it's down here at the non-perfected. That's probably fair. No, it's better than Watterson. Better than Maelstrom too, I think. Okay, this sounds spot right. 24-hour stream? No. What's about it, right? Casual Crisis has new update. Only a few bug fixes. One praise so low? Yeah, it's not really amazing. Especially with Scribing, you have less disease and poison damage. It's only good for like gank builds, bow gank builds. No Halmes second Desi. I do, yes. I do. I've rated him in the past. Yolnacrin, this is still bad. Now, Perfected Asylum, we're gonna rank quite high. Do we go A tier with Perfected Perfected Asylum? I think it's low A tier. When it comes to the ability enhancing weapons, it's way better than Master Duels. It's way better than yeah, it's low A tier. I think this is the one like really good. Like last patch, like before they nerfed Master Duel, it would have been up here, but now it's just the Asylum left. Mark Thompson, Swamp Raider, Gigaps, Necronukens, well, not anymore. Sounds like a suicide build. Perfected Riptide is a lot of damage if you can attack it. I think the non-perfected was... it's here. Now the perfected has more stat line. I think we're gonna rank it above... let's find Briarheart. It's more than Briarheart for sure. Where is Briarheart? We might have already passed it. It's better than Swamp Raider for ganking as well. So it has to be higher than that. I think it's probably like up here. Better than Titanborn, I would say. Did I put Briarheart to fucking B tier? No, I just missed it somehow. Yeah, I think it's about right. No, I wouldn't put it that high. Lucian Echoes is gonna be possibly the first. No, it's gonna be A tier, I think, but it's probably best support set. Defensive position is the Asylum Sword on board. This is definitely gonna be in B tier at least. Perhaps even A tier. Super good sustain. So I have it Just behind Mercedes. This sounds about right. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's here. Why is it up here? It's probably better than the other ones. It's better than Master... No, I would put it here. Maybe behind BRP as well. Even Harmas had the soul of PP in your opinion? Hey, thank you. Kind words. Glad to be the soul of PvP. Sort of other good content creators too, though. Disciplined Slash is the Asylum to it. I think we ranked it a bit higher. Is it a B tier, really? I don't know if this is B tier. I think C tier is probably good. Behind Riptide, sounds about right. It's probably better than Rothgar, like you get so much ult gen from this. I run it over these mod sets, very often I would. Yeah. Put it here, Doesn't Echo is kinda OP. Navintas, this was the... oh no, this is the perfect one, but perfect one, boom, it's just low D tier. Same with the False Gods, I think. Maybe it's better than Hunting's Race and Julianus. It's like here. It's not good, but... Kindspin, technically you could have a lot of sustain with this. Involves standing still in a circle, but... I think just this being a sustain set already ranks it higher. Maybe I would not run it over like other seasons on Warden, for example, so we'll put it here. Above Huon's under. It's not great though. Okay, Lucent Echoes is gonna be moved a lot higher. This one and Sucks Lil are just what I would want to run on a support build. If I was to play one. So I think it might be for a support build. I mean, is it better than Phoenix mod? I think it is, but not for solo play, of course. For a support build, because it's niche, because it's a support playstyle, you don't play this in solo. I'm not gonna put it in A, but it's definitely up here. So you can't use it solo, so it's just really good. Suxley you can use in solo, so maybe that one goes to A tier. Siroria, maybe you can like stand still and gank, but I mean it's gonna be better than Julianus and Huntings. It's just enough stats now with Perfected. Maybe like here above New Moon. The highest I will rank it though. In Perfect S tier, yes, because if you can run it, if you can stack it, then it's best in slot. I don't assume that you don't have like Delvars and you're not in IC. It's just the optimal situation. Like everything is with the optimal situation in mind for each set. More Scribe, this is best in slot for Werewolf, but only for Werewolf. Otherwise it's a decent set still for the builds if you have a lot of buffs. I think this one is a... just stat-wise, I think it's probably more value than Order Strat most of the time. It's not really saying much because Order Strat is Garbo. Or well, it's B tier, but I don't like it that much. I would put it above Order Strat. Probably above Deadly as well. Probably like here. Maybe on Macblade you would run Stygian over this, but not necessarily though. Kinda close. Basic Trust and Impersonality build. Yeah, I mean that is, you mean max the value pretty much if you do that. Always these circlings run it. Yeah, because they need every advantage because they're bad, but it doesn't make them good. So they have a bit of a problem. What did this set do again? Oh, it's the gank set. Now this one I think is definitely better than Siroria. Might be quite good actually. Probably like low C tier honestly. Or even better, because you get sustain if you move and you stop, you get the damage. You just don't have a 3-piece, but Perfected doesn't have that issue. And you get good value. Like if you move this to 3-piece, you have like still 300 something when you stand still, and then 200 of all regions when moving, which is 2/3 of rest vitality. Really flexible. Of course it restricts your gameplay, but I would rank this a little bit higher even. Probably like, it's probably not something you'd run over Maras or something, but over Briarheart. Because the limitations that this set places on you, but probably good value here. Perfected Pearlescent is still not something you can get value out of in PvP. Now, Asylum Bow, it would have been previously really good for bow builds, but I think it's significantly worse, it's D tier now. I'm gonna have to redo the bow build, because you have a Scribing, so you don't want to be using bow abilities as much. Which means that the value you get from 6k pen on bow abilities is significantly worse than it was before. So I would say it's high D tier, but it's a bad set now, it's not something you would want to run. I need to quickly redo the bowblade build. I have some ideas though. Ulti spent to max. I think this can be used in bulk groups, right? It's not a bad bulk group set. So it's gonna be quite high in the rankings as well. I think it's probably next to or above what's it called? Arcasis. If I was to rank buff sets. The Perfected one. Non-Perfected is probably below Arcasis, but... where is Arcasis? It's not this high. Drakeshas, Arcasis probably a little bit behind, right? Am I blind? No, it's in C tier. Maybe like up here is fine. The non-perfect is probably bottom tier, because you lose the value. Roaring Opportunist, this is only PvE, right? I kinda forgot what this one does. Major Slayers, only PvE. Hey, what's Pogi? How you doing? Doing a set tier list, we're actually almost done. Saxleel, okay, this one is... this one's a really good good set. You can run it in solo, in theory. You get Major Force when you use ulti. But it's also super good for group, so this one is gonna rank super high. It's more flexible than Lucent Echoes. So I think it might be up here, not because of the like its power in solo play. It doesn't obviously compete with the other sets here, but because of how good it is in group. It's not gonna be S tier like Rallying Cry, because it's not as good in solo, but it's the first group set I will rank up here. If you run this with Lucent Echoes, that's a really good group build. Just 31% crit damage to your group. Why not? Why not? Sleeper's another really strong trial set. I haven't yet gotten to try it, but the damage from this is insane, and I've seen people use it to a good effect. I think this one is more flexible than Relican, and should also be like really good in 1v1s, but don't need to build up anything, and it's more bursty. So it's better in group play and 1vx. I would rank this... I think it's gonna be ranked A tier. I haven't farmed it yet, but I think it's gonna be here. Maybe not as good as Rush of Agony in general, or on average. The tooltip is the same. You can also proc this one in AoE, but maybe it is, because you don't need to run a gap closer. Maybe it's like here. Definitely up here with the other procs. Talk of the last Second Warden maybe, Asidetto, but try Talk of the last Elite King set should be deleted from ESO. It's kinda dumb, it's just best in shot stats for so many builds. Stone Talker's Oath. I believe this is not a full PvE set. Ultisa's Heavies plays a bomb on target. 5% of damage received as stamina and magical. Yeah, no, you can't have that kind of delay on a support set. It's probably, I mean, it's still a support set, but probably high F tier for the perfect pattern. Sulksan is that's PvE only, right? Or does it work in PvP? Crit sense and crit damage. You can actually use that in Genkin in Icy, I think. I wonder if people do that. 4% crit damage. It's not super amazing though, like there are better sets for Genkin. But I suppose it's usable in Icy. It's probably high D tier, probably above Asylum Bow in this patch, or maybe slightly below. Test of Resolve is an interesting one. It has some potential to be good defensively, especially with things like Esoteric. So if you're below 50% stam, then you just get all your resources back when this set procs. But it's kinda clunky. I don't know how well you can manage that. You would need really high stat pools to get good enough value. It has potential to be higher, so maybe I would put it a bit higher than that. It's kinda comparable to Masatun actually. But you don't always get the resources, and then you get the cooldown if you don't get the resources. Which really sucks. Maybe maybe somewhere around here. Has some potential though. It's the Asylum Resto. I don't think Asylum Resto is good just because you can't really run Blazing of Restoration, but let's say you do. I'm not gonna put it into the good builds, but as I said, it's not too terrible. It's probably better than Endurance. Running Endurance 2-piece or Agility 2-piece. Probably put it here. You try so many things in PP, same pseudo. Then there's people who talk and get lots of stats. Never been to Buildator, that's crazy. Yeah, but it's not best in slot for everything. It can be used on everything, that's why it's S tier. Anything you run it on is gonna be a good build, but not necessarily a best in slot build. Okay, this is also PvE only, right? Major Slayer. Wait, where did I put it? Here. Transformative Hope. This is the one that gives ult. It's not completely useless in PvP, but I don't see as many good use cases for this one. Probably rank it like below below the like really bad group of sets. Maybe below bad stat sets. Lurking Slayer solo? Yeah, why should be baby still PGs? You don't want your major brutality and sorcery to be conditional. Olorime is a good set. Gives the major courage. I think it's probably better than Spellpower Cure. The duration's better. Easier to manage, you get Mac Regen. I think the stats are thus better. I would rank it above Spellpower Cure. At the very least. Spellpower Cure. Maybe below Crypt Cannon. Like this seems fine. And the non-perfect is probably like a lot lower. Rolls Command. There's too many fucking trial sets in this game. What did Roll do? Major Ages, so PV only. Put it there. Well, of the depths, it's not really usable in PvP. I mean, it is. You can proc it in PvP, but you're not gonna get a lot of value out of it. It's still probably better than like Julianos and stuff like that, because you still get a dot on the target that does some damage, and then if they stand still in the AoE, it's a lot of damage. But is Poly worse than Pilofnön? I would probably put it here. I think Whirlwind is better. Perfect Exorians, this is a group up set. Technically this is better than other sets here. It gives stamina and magicka. So it's like more value than Ebon. But it's not good. You probably still want to run it in a bulk group though. Or not necessarily. Max magicka and max stamina by 1600 for you and up to 11 other group members. Maybe for like a short healer. Not sure. If you want to like build around max magicka and you run this set and some max magicka scale in proc, for example, maybe it's like low C tier, so not best in slot, but I wouldn't say it's D tier. Yanders also has decent stats, works in PvP as well. Perfected one I would say is probably not this high, it's probably below innate axiom. So like low D tier nowadays. It used to be really good when the stacks had no duration. You infinitely kept the stacks and you had a lot of value from the 5-piece. But they had to go and nerf that. Right, I think it's better than innate axiom at least. Better 2 to 4-piece. Let's find some annoying to stack sets. Maybe it's like here. Slightly better. You need the most damage. No, the most weapon damage you can get is Riptide. And Riptide to be did rank relatively high. It's up here in C tier. Piercing Sprite is the non-perfected. It's even less worth it. Probably here. Pillagers is the non-perfected. Still can be used in group play, but a lot less stats, of course. Probably worth over all of this nonsense. We can have it here. Poison Serpent can be used in PvP. It's some proc damage. It's not Way of Fire, but it doesn't belong in D tier. It only procs from light and heavy attacks. Doesn't proc from like weapon damage dots like Way of Fire. But it's poison damage and some alright value, I guess. It's more than a Viper for sure. More than a lot of sets here. It's not Ice Furnace value. It's not Belharsa value either. I'd say it's probably here. Quick Serpent, this gives you Major Expedition if you kill things. It's kind of meh. Major Expedition reduces cost of use stamina ability, so the cost reduction probably makes it more than F tier, but where would I put this? It's only stamina abilities. I would put it here behind these sets. Roar of Alkos actually, like you can kind of get some value out of this if you have any self synergies like Graveyard or Lady Thorn, for example, and you can do some decent damage with it. It's not gonna be B tier, but maybe like high C tier damage wise. Maybe it's next to Storm Curse. They're like equally memey. Or maybe below Ice Furnace, I don't know. Maybe above. You get a lot of pen from it. Small. Sounds about right. Roaring Opportunist. This is non-perfect, so let's put it here. Suxlil now, even non-perfect Suxlil is good value, so we'll move it up here. Probably next to Powerful Assault. You do want the perfected one though. I would rather run Suxlil non-perfected than Powerful Assault. Like, do you want Major Force or do you want 300 weapon spell limits? Major Force, of course. Don't need to run any bad sets for it either, or bad skills like Yellow Vigor. So it's more flexible, you can play it on a solo build. Or more solo capable build, let's say. Slivers also non-perfected, also good damage. Probably gonna stay in A tier even. Or not A tier, but B tier. It's not gonna be Scam Demise value or a supply, but we'll put it here. Still probably better than Flame Blossom and still probably better than Essence Thief, I would say. Just overall. We'll probably do more than 10% with the 5-piece. And burst damage. Stone Talkers, this was had some potential in as non-perfect, so it's gonna be lacking one set bonus, which makes it just worse. Sulksan kinda same thing, but it has a like some potential in icy. Guess we can move it like here or something. Probably better than Jokin. Still non-perfected Test of Resolve. It's had some potential. Put it here. Where's the other one though? It's in C tier. Yeah, seems about right. Damage Blessing non-perfected. Probably here, I would say. Locestis is also not a PvP set. Transformative Hope. Let's pull it there. Where's the other one? Oh, okay, it cannot be there. Why is this one here? Like, isn't it like some ulti as well? It shouldn't be like that low. You don't have healing done with the non-perfected. Above 90% health, Major Heroism. Once every 20 seconds per target. It's 15 seconds of Major Heroism. You have to be able to heal them, or they have to be above 90%. So you don't really have a lot of control over, but I still think maybe move this up a bit. Not yonder. It's probably not way of... Probably like here. The non-perfected you lose out value. So we'll have it down here. Vice Fang Serpent used to be actually really good for pen, but now it's mediocre at best. It has to be above Spriggan, but it's not gonna be a lot higher than that. Where's Spriggan? I have Spriggan in C tier. I hope not. Oh, it is low C tier. I guess we'll have twice strength there as well. Just low C tier. It's quite a bit better than Spigon, but I probably wouldn't put it over like Spinners. If this was a Magicka set, you would still run Spinners for the Max Magicka. The grind RV, how far done? Almost done. Just a few left. Twilight Remedy, this heal over time. Yeah, it's heal over time and minor force. I mean, that's usable in PvP, I guess. It's not completely useless. For some weird support build, but it's not gonna go above D tier. You can give teammates minor force, I would say it's worth more than Hersins or Ebon. Only like here, not super amazing. Olorime on the other hand, even non-perfected, has to be below perfected, but even non-perfected I think is gonna rank at least C tier. Like, it's not a bad set in non-perfected either. Only like bottom C tier, or how far did I... Solorime. It was above Spellparker, so we have to put it higher. Kinda hate running non-perfect gear though. I guess it's like here. Sucks Lilies here. Have you thought about the scaling of procs in comparison to flat stats? Yes. Yes, if you get more than 10% damage from procs, it's better than any stat set, basically. Apart from like very short time bursts of damage like Acuity or Baylock, because those are more than 10%. 10% is a good baseline to think about, like Essence Thief is 10%. If you get more damage from proc than you do from Essence Thief and you have 100% uptime on damage, then it's likely better. Right click to assign to a tier, been dragging them up all the way. Yes, because I also wanna think about like the order in each tier. Like I can't just have them in random order. Vicious Serpent kinda has the same as now in the as the oh wait, no, there's no oh wait, False Gods has a perfected version. Vicious Serpent doesn't. It's really bad nowadays when you think about it. Yeah, it used to have the I believe they removed the this used to have weapon damage on the 5-piece as well, but I think they removed that. Oh no, it still does have that. Never mind. I'll have it next to False Gods then. Where did I put it here? It's better than Huntings. Brock always better than Brock mostly. Stats really depends. Really depends. If you run a Torque, you're always playing stats. If you play something like Nobility and Decay, you're most likely playing stats. Or it depends. Like, it's not that simple. I know, but for S tier, be better to right click and then scroll up. Fix where it's put now. Yeah, but S tier is already done. Rolls command is also only PV. So you're running -1 bonus, we put it there. War Machine also only PV, I believe. Major Slayer when you use ulti. Not amazing. Wealth Adepts you can use in PvP, but this lacking one set bonus, which makes it definitely not worth it. Wise Mage, I believe this is when you heavy attack, it does something. Minor vulnerability, so it's the same as Infallible, but without the extra heavy attack damage part. That's kind of bad. Is there a... no, there's no minor slayer, so you have all the 2 to 4 piece. Wise Mage is poly. It's a debuff you already get from LSS. How high can we rank that? It's probably better than this shit. Xorin's Masterpiece is gonna be like down here, I think. Not a good buff set, but this is a good buff set at least. Yandir's also non-perfected Yandir's is actually better than Hundings and Julianus and Vicious Serpent. I think it's probably here. And this is probably here. No idea how good payloader is in PP. I ranked payloader in the bottom B tier. Assuming you can run it. You don't play in a group. I think it's bottom B tier. It's not bad. You can use it. It's best in slot even for some builds. Mid you tank in open world? Yeah. You can absolutely run it in solo. Okay, now we have the special sets. Armor of the Code. I actually don't have this one, so we put it in F tier. Arms of Infernus. I believe this one gives extra pen. It's a 3-piece set. These are legacy sets that are no longer available. This has extra flame damage. It has like double flame damage enchant basically. Waffle, thank you for the raid. Thank you. We're just about to call it here. Actually, I've been doing a tier list for like a couple hours. These have special enchants, but they're kinda bad. We'll still rank them here, I guess. This bow, however, this one is a, like, you can go infused with this and heavy attack, and it has a double, like, flame damage glyph. And I forgot what the bonus was. I think it was like more pen or something, but you can maybe meme around with Torux, and it's gonna be D tier, but I'm gonna put it above the non-perfected Asylum Dolt. 3-piece pen, weapon damage, etc. Yeah, but they have special enchants. Sets don't even really exist, and they do. I have multiple of them. I'll show you after. Broken Soul is the quest reward set. You can't really run it in max CP or max level, but it gives you like some one piece health. But if you run a low level ring, you're kind of a Pega, and you're probably just nerfing yourself. Giant Spider, this was debugged. I have this one as well. This is the same as Swarm Motor, so we have to rank it the same. This Swarm Motor is with a different name. Swarm Motor is ranked kind of high because it has the weapon. It has the Magicka and Stamina, which makes it usable for max orcs if they wanna not run Chudan. Trying to find it. It's here. They have different icons. Or I believe this is the same as Swarm Motor. It's not the Valley Threat. I'll have to check in game. Arm of the Code still in existence then? I've never seen that one. You cannot obtain this, plus their bonuses were reworked. No, the bonuses were not reworked, and you cannot obtain them anymore. You could back in 2014. Harvester's Hope Ring. I have no idea what this is. I don't have it, so Riot and just put it in F tier. Prophets is the leveling weapons. If you run these, you are actively making yourself worse. Relics of the Physician Unsure. I believe this is the wait, is this the this is the Resto stuff, I believe. So Resto stuff is quite interesting. It has a special enchant that has both weapon spell damage and shock damage, I believe. If I recall correctly. If you run Torux and that, it's not gonna be more than D tier, but you can meme around with it. I think it's high D tier. It's not gonna be best in slot, but you can do some funny enchant procs, I guess. It's probably better than the Asylum Bow in this current meta, to be fair, or running something like Agility or any of this shit. Relics of the Rebellion, this is a special 3-piece set, has Chivalry and Shield that gives you a 5% chance to get a damage shield. And there's no cooldown on the damage shield, so there's some funny things you can do with it. It's not gonna be above D tier, but again, like, you can meme around with it, and you can probably use, if you have a lot of people, and you just be broken like 15 2k damage shields every second. Which could be funny. So we'll put it up there. Destruction Suite, this is the... Destra one has pen as the 3-piece bonus, there's no 2-piece bonus. It has a special enchant as well. I think it was weakening and... oh wait, sorry, rest of the stuff was absorb magicka and shock damage. This one was weakening and I forgot which was the second one, but weakening and something on this one. Again, like you can meme around with that using a Torux build, but unfortunately these ones also have a 10-second cooldown on the enchant, even though like some of them should be 4 seconds, like the shock plus absorb magicka one, but oh well. The 2H, I don't remember what the 2H had, but I'll assume it was something worthwhile. It's not a ranged weapon though, so we'll probably have it ranked a bit lower. It's probably still better than like PRP 2H, for example. And that's the tier list. It only took us like what 5 hours, 6 hours, something like that. But it is done. I'm gonna screenshot this and then I'm gonna try to save it. And if I can save it, then I have the screenshots. But hope you all enjoyed some tier lists for a PvP. And if you think anything should be different, leave a comment in the YouTube video. Yes.